Dallas. Don Meredith had a 1-yard run. Dan Reeves scored a touchdown, and Eagles win 24-23 to go 5-4. The Cowboys were 5-2-1 at that time. Mm-hmm. Wow. All right, here we go. Let's go to Steve. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My first game, my father took me when I was 8 years old. I went on Thanksgiving Day, 1970. Lions played the Oakland Raiders.
Okay. What do you remember about
Charlie? I do. It was at Tiger Stadium. Charlie Sanders had 2 touchdown catches, and Greg Landry had a 58-yard bootleg in his old black high-top spikes.
Wow.
And that's about all I remember of the game.
Yeah, it's funny what you remember, though.
I know. Some ticket text. Lions-Vikings. Randy Moss tore us up, and we botched an extra point to force overtime. I don't remember the year. I'm currently 25. Joey Harrington led them downfield to we thought was going to be the tying touchdown. And that was the one mistake Don Muhlbach made in his entire Lion career, was that snap. Let's go to Tim in Lake Orion. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, all. How are you today?
Good. Thank you.
Good. First game was in 1975. First year, the Silverdome. I was 7. My uncle had season tickets all the way up until the Philadelphia debacle in the playoffs there, and he gave them up. So I've seen quite a few. I went to 4, 5, 6 games every year for all those years. I've seen tons of games. Huge Lion fan, love them, and just one thing I really remember is people had thoughts of walking to Tiger Stadium out and seeing the field. The same thing for me at the Silverdome when I was a kid. That's probably all I really remember from my very first game.
The Silverdome, if you had to park too far, you take the little bridge over.
Yeah.
That was cool. Lions 45, Steelers 3, Thanksgiving Day, Silverdome. My first Lions game was the game that got them Billy Sims. They were 2-13 and played the Packers. There was only 25% of the stadium fill, but we were cheering for them to score at the end of the game to win. Gary Danielson ran out of bounds, 4th down. That's how we got Billy Sims. Chris, texting in from Arthos Beach in Greece.
Oh, wow.
Thanks
for listening. Yeah.
The longest text furthest text we've gotten, I think. My first Lions home game was when they came to London versus Atlanta.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. At the last minute on Thanksgiving morning, my neighbor said, "You want to go to the game?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely. They're playing the Bears." It was also one of the biggest snowstorms we had that year. It took forever to get there. Got in the seat. We're having a great time until the game went to overtime, and the Bears ran the initial kickoff back for a touchdown. Took forever to get home. That's from Joe in Miami. That was David Williams, I believe, was his name for the Bears. Frank in Dearborn, you're a 97 on the ticket.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm 7 years old. My first game was, unfortunately, it was at Tiger Stadium, and Chuck Hughes died right on the 50-yard line.
Wow. Now, what do you remember about that incident?
Well, I was a kid. I was wondering what's going on. The guy's laying there on the ground, and usually guys back then when you got hurt, they taped you up or they put some ice on you, and this lasted for a little while, and then all of a sudden, they didn't really announce it that he passed away,
Yeah, the players didn't know till way after the game.
Nobody. There wasn't hard. I'll tell you right now. Usually people surround a person or that. It wasn't like they really, came up there and looked around like they do now.
Yeah, they handle injuries so much different now.
I know. Well, look at DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah, I mean, the medical staffs are much greater and bigger, and before it was, it moved the drill.
Mm-hmm. My first Detroit Lion game was at the Silverdome against the Rams. I watched Mike Utley get paralyzed. That's from Sean in Livonia. Let's say good morning to David in Lake Orion. What's up, David?
Good morning, guys. Stoney, you and I are about the same age. My first game, like the last gentleman, was at Tiger Stadium around 1965. My grandfather was a salesman, and he had season tickets, so I got to go for many years. But they were playing the Vikings in Fran Tarkington, and I remember the snowballs that were thrown by the fans as they were going in at halftime. And the other thing I always remember, I love going to the game, the Pontchartrain used to have an unbelievable brunch that we always went to before the game, and also had the thermos of hot chocolate that we would have for those games that you could bring in with you. Phenomenal memories.
David, did you participate in the snowball throwing?
I did not. It was too far away, but it was pretty entertaining for about a 7-8-year-old kid.
Thanks for the call. I remember the hot chocolate they served at Old Franklin Field in Philly. It was like the best hot chocolate I've ever had, or at least I thought so as a kid. And that was also where I saw my first Monday night game, the first time the Eagles were ever on Monday Night Football, the first year Monday Night Football, and Howard Cosell got a little too overserved and basically threw up in the booth. I was at the game. It was really, really cold, had 3 layers of socks on, and my dad snuck a flask of brandy in, and I would take little sips just to keep warm.
Just to keep warm, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, way to go, Lou. Marcus in East Point, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I was telling the screener, my first game is actually 2 games, but it's actually 1. It was the game that Barry Sanders went over 2,000 yards against the Jets.
Yep.
I remember it because I took my son. That was his first game, too. But I was always thinking it was 2 different games because I also remember the game that Reggie Brown got hurt. But he just reminded me that was the same game.
It was the same game. And it
was the same game.
If you remember, not only did you have the Barry thing, the crowd at the Silverdome was so loud. The Jets had to take timeouts. They actually changed the rule about, you couldn't. Neil O'Donnell was the quarterback. And I remember Parcells called this ridiculous halfback option with Leon Johnson and got intercepted in the end zone. That was amazing, that game. And so you had the high of Barry, and then you had the low of Reggie Brown. I remember Johnny Morton.
That's exactly. I got to give you guys credit for something. I mean, as guys on the radio, you guys have some amazing recollections and memories of statistics and things that happen in particular games. It is unbelievable.
It really is.
Thank you very much.
Your memory is wild, Stoney. The things you can remember.
Yeah, I can remember from long ago, but I can't remember stuff from last year. That's the problem. I can tell you stuff like lineups and stuff. We play that, immaculate grid and stuff, things like that. I always go and use players from my youth, and nobody uses those guys. Let's go to Jim in Northville. You're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, good morning, Stoney.
Hi, Jim.
Jansen?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My first game, big Lions fan from the 80s, but the first game I went to was with 3 Viking fans, and the Vikings were winning 21-3. In my mind, there was 7 minutes and 48 seconds when I looked up on the clock, but I watched on the internet. Apparently, there was still 8 minutes to go. But they wanted to lead to beat the crowd, and I begged them to stay, and I almost wish I would have let them leave because they were so mad because the Lions came back and scored 3 touchdowns. I think Willie Green and Barry Sanders had a 35-yard run, and Robert Clark had an 80-yard touchdown. I think Rodney Peete was the quarterback.
Yeah, he was. That was before he got hurt because you remember that season, he played half the season. He went 6-2, and then Eric Kramer came in, and he went 6-2 as well. Let's go to David and Troy. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Good morning.
Calling my first game, it must have been like 1971. It was at Tiger Stadium against the Jets, I believe. And what I remember is we didn't have tickets, and it was me and my dad and my 2 brothers. And we were at the gate, and my dad was talking to the security guard, and there was a bunch of kids around. And my dad said, hey, for $20, will you let me and my 3 boys in? And the guy says, heck, for $20, I'll let you all in. So my dad gave him $20, and he opened the gate, and there was like 100 of us running up the ramps at Tiger Stadium.
Wow.
And I also just remember it was a big snowstorm, and I really couldn't see, but that's what I remember. Been a huge fan ever since.
What are your expectations for the team this year?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What are your expectations for this year's football team? Rookies report tomorrow. There's been a lot of buzz about what's going on in free agency, the draft, the way the season ended last year. You've been a Lions fan for so long. What are your expectations for this year?
I'm back on board. I think this year's the real deal, and I love the over 9.5.
All right.
Love the optimism.
Yes, so do
Love that optimism. Thanks
Take
for the
care,
call,
yeah.
David. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, we will ask you to answer what we have on our Twitter poll. In your mind, out of the 4 top draft choices by our 4 professional teams that all signed contracts within the last few weeks, who's going to have the best career? Clark, Thompson, Gibbs, or Danielson? 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, live your best summer with a brand new Silverado from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. Silverado has advanced towing technologies that will get your boat or camper to its destination with ease. Or, if you're planning a DIY project, Silverado is the most functional bed of any pickup. And because Sarah Whalen is the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country for new and certified pre-owned vehicles, they have a huge inventory arriving daily for every lifestyle or budget. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17th of Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Got 2 cars that we got at Sarah Whalen. We love them. I have a Blazer. My daughter has the Equinox. Darren Eulig was our sales guy. He did a great job. Ben Brown and their staff do a fabulous job. Their service department is great. Love the folks there. You will too. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads.
I hate being tracked. I'm sure you do as well. That's why I use DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a browser, and it blocks most trackers. So if you search for something, say you search for a new rod and reel, you show up at a fishing store, it's not going to show you ads on your phone or on your search that, hey, you need to buy this. You're not going to be followed around, whether it's your location or searches. Stop that creepy feeling. You should be using DuckDuckGo, and you can find it. Check it out at duckduckgo.com. All right, take 2. Hey, if you hate, take 3. Hold on. If you hate being tracked like I do when you're searching for something online, you don't want to see, ads for, if you're searching for a new car, you don't want to see ads every single day. Every time you open up your browser, you should be using DuckDuckGo because they block most trackers. You stop that creepy feeling just by searching because it's a browser. It's a search engine. You use DuckDuckGo, and they're not going to be following you around. You can find out more information and download it at duckduckgo.com.
248-539-9797. We have this Twitter poll going on right now. Which first-round pick will have the best career? Nate Danielson of the Red Wings, Max Clark of the Tigers, Jahmyr Gibbs of the Lions, Asar Thompson of the Pistons. You can vote there. But we wanted to get your opinions as well. 248-539-9797. Now, I voted for Max Clark. Granted, I've never seen him play. I've never seen Nate Danielson play. I've seen a little bit, obviously, of Jahmyr Gibbs. And due to Summer League, I saw a little bit of Asar Thompson. And the reason I'm choosing Max Clark is because of the sport he plays. And I'm assuming, and it's a major assumption, that all these guys are going to be worthy of where they were selected. Clark, to me, from all you read about, now you can argue whether he should have been picked ahead of Langford or not, but he has the most raw talent of any of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he's so young turns some people off, but I think if you are really good in baseball, your career will be longer than the other sports. So that's why I chose Max Clark.
Yeah, I wanted to be Max Clark. And it's kind of echoed on Twitch. So if you want to watch us, twitch.tv, 97.1 The Ticket. FBG25 says, I think Gibbs will be will be excellent, but for the long haul, down the road, Max Clark has the, listen for this one, max potential.
Oh.
There you go. I'm taking Thompson because I think and this somewhat has to do with longevity as well. You picked Max somewhat because of the longevity of a baseball player. I'm taking it for the longevity of a basketball player. And I think his ceiling, and some of it is the unknown, it's some of the mystery, and it's not really what he did during, the summer league. I do think he's got tremendous athletic ability. I think he fits into what Monty Williams and the Pistons are looking for, and he has the ability to grow along with Cade Cunningham, Ivy, Duran, all of them. And I think he can be, I don't know if he ever becomes a superstar. I don't know that many people are predicting that, but I think he has the best overall career of the four young gentlemen.
248-539-9797. Greg Hargrave, who would you vote for here and why?
I think I would say Jahmyr Gibbs. Simply because he's in the league already. And with Max Clark, there are levels of baseball that you have to ascend and graduate from before you even get to the major leagues.
Yeah.
It's a great point. The reason I didn't pick Gibbs is because running backs don't last that long in this league sometimes. But who knows? Hopefully they'll all be great. I mean, somebody texted us earlier and said it's Danielson because Connor Bedard said he was the hardest player to play against in juniors.
Yeah. It's a good vote of confidence.
Yes.
It's a good recommendation. And here's the thing about Gibbs. If you're taking Gibbs, is he has a chance to be somewhat of a unicorn for the Lions. I don't know. When was the last time? DeAndre Swift was supposed to be that guy that could run and catch the ball, and he was effective at both, just was never able to stay healthy. I think Jahmyr Gibbs can be that player for the Lions that they can line up in the slot, they can use as a wide receiver while still having Montgomery on the field, but they can also obviously hand it to him out of the backfield, and he can be elusive running out of the backfield as well. He can get to the edge and do a lot of things from both positions.
He can definitely do a lot of stuff. There's no doubt about it. But
the excitement's there.
Yeah, and that is, look, like I said, when I went to mini camp. And as you always say, what's it, the shirts and skirts?
Yep.
The one thing that I took out of minicamp was that Jahmyr Gibbs was one of the fastest players I've ever seen in person, just from minicamp.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean squat once the regular season begins.
No, things change when you put the pads on. Things change after a month of training camp. But, speed kills. And you want to have as much speed as possible. And if you've got that in the backfield and the weapon that he can be catching the ball out of the backfield, lining up in the slot, I think the only limitation for him is going to be Ben Johnson. How does he utilize him?
I think Ben Johnson has been salivating.
Oh, I think so too. This is not a knock on him.
I know. I understand.
I think we've got a creative offensive coordinator and some guys on this offensive coaching staff that are going to be able to use him in a creative way.
Yes. 248-539-9797. By the way, speaking of speed at training camp, I had a dream that my 40 time was a little better than last year.
As it should be. I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, but you've lost some weight, Stoney.
Yeah, you've lost more weight. I know you were down a little bit last year. You've lost more weight. I have made the determination. I'm putting the sundial away, and I'm actually going to come with the stopwatch.
Okay.
You've been playing pickleball.
Yeah. I mean,
but you don't have to run for that.
Yeah,
but you're changing direction.
Yeah.
Like we could actually expand this. We could do a short shuttle. We could do the 40-yard dash. We could put you through a combine.
The 40's fine. All right.
Stoney's been practicing a little bit. Maybe his first step is going to be forward this time.
Yes.
You stepped backwards last time?
Well,
no,
sometimes
I didn't
when
get
you're
in the runner's stance.
He didn't get in the stance, and sometimes
I was just effing around.
to propel yourself,
Yes.
you take that brace step to push off, and so there's gonna be some coaching done this year.
All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a Waterford couple is going to be saying "I do" at a weed-themed ceremony after they won a $40,000 all expenses paid weed wedding from a local dispensary, which is pretty cool. Good for them. The soon-to-be newlyweds say they not only use weed recreationally, but they've also used it to heal physically and emotionally from past injuries. And the wedding is going to be, like you would imagine, everything weed-related. There's going to be pot-infused food. There's going to be a top-shelf bud tender and a bud bar and a cannabis floral arrangement. And instead of, like, throwing the rice...
Oh, they're going to throw weed?
Yeah.
Or throw joints?
Well, no. Well, that'd be nice, I guess. No, you don't want to poke an eye out. It's going to be on October 5th, and it's going to take place at the same place that's making it all happen, the Greenhouse of Walled Lake. And they were one couple selected out of 15,000 applications.
Wow.
So,
I guess this is a kid-free ceremony.
It's only for 50 people, and everything is going to be labeled. So it's a very small, intimate wedding, but I would imagine you'd probably have adult only.
Yeah. Just for the
ceremony, for the reception.
At least. The second hand.
Yeah. Well,
contact high.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't thinking about that. Police in Monroe have been cracking down on drivers who are failing to obey Michigan's new hand-free driving law. So far, they say 41 traffic stops have been made, 22 citations have been issued, and 15 verbal warnings were given out to those who are using their mobile devices while driving. That's only, though, over a 2-day crackdown that they had, this enforcement operation, and it was in Bedford and Frenchtown townships. So imagine, I still see people.
Oh, you're always going to see people on their phones.
Yeah.
It's not going to completely go away.
Of course not.
It has changed how I operate.
Oh, it's definitely made me change some things and think twice about what I'm doing.
The ones that got the ticket, as we had heard here, they probably, were asked the question, do you know why I pulled you over? And they argued the fact, no, I wasn't on my phone. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you were, young man or lady.
Okay, so I think we talked about this the first time around, but it has happened again. Russell Okun just revealed that he lost more than 50 pounds after going 40 days without food for a second time.
Oh, a second time?
A second time. Yeah, he did it again. So basically, he's just trying to transform, I guess, his life after retirement. And he says it's not even about the weight loss because he's lost a ton of weight. When he started, he was about 300 pounds during his playing days. And now he weighs 192 pounds.
Holy God.
And the pictures that he just posted after this long fasting, it just ended over the weekend.
Yeah.
He's skinny. He looks thin. But he says
looks normal.
Yeah, guys, but maybe in comparison, I'm like, gosh, he's so skinny. He says it's basically not even about losing weight. It's more of this entire spiritual mind transformation that he is going through. So, to me, it sounds dangerous.
Oh, yeah. I can't imagine going
40 days with
40
just
days.
water.
No.
I can't imagine going 2 days.
Look, John, it's not as drastic, but if somebody looked at you from your last playing day to now they would think you look skinny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you definitely have transformed.
Well, shoot, from a year and a half ago,
I know.
they would think I'd look, skinny. But yeah, from my playing days, he looks.
He posted a shirtless, just his torso, and it's
I'm still not going shirtless.
He looks very thin. There's a couple of big names in Hollywood who are getting divorced. Ariana Grande and her husband, Dalton Gomez, I kind of didn't even realize they were married, are calling it quits after 2 years of marriage. Sources say that they've been separated since January, and they did apparently try to rekindle the relationship just a few months back, but that didn't work. And there was one article I saw on TMZ that said that they just couldn't survive the post-COVID world because their lives are just too different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I do get when you're at home and you're just kind of cuddled up with somebody and you're not doing your normal activities. It's a very different environment than when you're doing your real life work.
Yeah.
And then also Sofia Vergara and Joe Manganiello, they're calling it quits after 7 years of marriage. So they've been together for a long time. A source says that they've just been growing apart for a while now.
She looks great.
Man, she just celebrated her 51st birthday, and she's been posting some good shots. And she looks, she's a beautiful woman.
Yes.
I mean,
as you would say, Heather,
smoke show.
Yeah,
damn right.
Yeah,
smoke show. Hey, before we move, I do want to. There's another Twitcher that has commented on your 40.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Hard Knocks Rogers, by the way, love the screen name. Just make sure he runs the right direction.
Yes, it's true. You never want to run.
I don't want to circle around Indianapolis.
Yes. Or turn the wrong way. There's really not a one way. Although if you have the ball, there is one way.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, John Jansen channels a Leonard Skinner song, and it's not Freebird. 97 won the ticket. Ooh, that smell.
Yeah, I didn't know where you were going with that. I forgot about that song.
Yeah.
But very appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Because last night and this morning, I had a smell emanating from my truck, which I didn't understand what it was. This past weekend, there was a softball tournament. Ellie played in. We were at it. Teddy, as he frequently does, as babies do, toddlers, crapped his pants. Mm-hmm. And I changed his diaper. And the beauty of having a truck is that you don't have to, sure, I could have gone through the effort of finding a trash can at the field, which they were kind of few and far between. So I wrapped it up, set it in the back of my truck, in the truck bed, closed the door, closed the tailgate, and promptly forgot about it. And after spending the day in the sun yesterday, last night I was walking past the truck and I thought, what's that smell? I thought maybe it was just the dog or something. Maybe I just missed something. And then this morning, same thing. I walked to get into my truck and I thought, man, something smells terrible. Opened my truck and I thought, oh boy, what am I walking into? And fortunately, my truck smelled. I'm not gonna say it smelled great, but as it's expected to smell on the inside. And then it hit me. I left the diaper in the back of the truck.
Oh, that
It
smell.
really is the worst smell.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
So I obviously promptly found a waste basket to throw that one in outside because it had cooked long enough.
Gross.
And the trash will go out tomorrow. But the bed of my truck does not smell great right now. And I'm okay with that. It'll eventually dissipate and, another smell will inherit the bed of the truck at some point. But the question is, have you left anything in your car? What's the worst smell you've had in your vehicle? And what did you use to get it out, if you could?
One of my kids once puked in the car. And if you know about puke in cars, especially if you still have some carpet, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
And it gets in there and it's like
hard to scrub out.
And yes, and you sit there and finally it got to be so bad that we had to have it professionally detailed.
Oof.
Oh, it was just disgusting.
Yes, especially if it happens on a hot summer day, or if it happens in the winter, you feel like you got a little bit of time to get it out before it gets too bad.
I remember Jamie told a story once. One of his kids did the same thing, and they couldn't find out where the smell was. I remember it was in the vent or something.
Oh my God!
And they could not figure it out for the longest time, and they never got rid of it.
Gross.
Mm.
Yeah.
I've yet to experience the puke. I'm sure it's coming.
Oh, yeah.
I've experienced the poop, but not left overnight in a car. For us, it's like things, if you go somewhere or the dogs get wet, we use a towel to dry them off. Then the towel either goes in the trunk or like the back seat.
And sits there.
And it sits there overnight in the heat. And then it has that moist, damp dog smell too. It's the worst. And sometimes, I swear, we'll take the towel out. It happens more in Colin's car because that's where the dogs go. But you'll take the towel out and then it still smells. You can't get rid of it. It's gross.
I can imagine because we've done things about what's the worst smell to begin with. But like if you're leaving like hockey equipment in your car or truck for a long
hockey
period
equipment
of time
is one of the worst.
It's gross.
Because for youth sports, the football pads, there's a lot of times where they could stay in a locker room, but hockey equipment always comes home and it smells bad to begin with, but then you leave it in the car overnight or for a day or two. Ooh. Have you ever had lead in. Have Heather, maybe you've had this experience, the shaker?
Oh, yeah. That's happened to me where the lid's not on all the way and I'm shaking it up and then
or you drink what's in the shaker, there's always a little residual, and you leave it in your car to bake for a couple of days, and you're like, I need to take that out and clean it.
I do
and
that.
As soon as you take the top off,
it's disgusting.
hit you in the face.
Let's go to Don in Clarkston. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
I detail cars, and earlier this year it was like 90-degree day, and I opened the doors to this car, and it was a smell like I've never smelled before. Couldn't figure it out. I reached underneath the seat, there's a tuna fish sandwich there that looked like it was there for about 3 months.
Oh, wow. Oh.
No.
I'm not going to tell you what it smelled like, but it was horrible.
Yeah, please don't.
Oh, as being a guy that decals cars, what do you use? Is there anything you can use to get that stink out?
I took it right into the spray wash and sprayed it out of there, and then shampooed it, and yeah, just everything I could do. It was horrible.
Is puke the worst because it's so hard to
get everything?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what's bad is dog hair is the worst.
Really?
Yeah, because it sticks. It's like Velcro.
Right.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great day.
Yep. God, that's a tough job.
Detailing cars?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. A lot of tight spaces.
I know.
A lot of bad smells.
That's why it's pretty expensive, actually.
Yeah. Detailing the outside of it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's always worth
sure.
it. Sure.
I know. You get it done like once a year to get your car detailed.
I got to spend years and years since I've had mine
I mean,
detailed.
I've had leased cars that I've never gotten detailed.
Yeah, same
I guess
here.
it depends how messy or what happens in the car.
Yeah. Or if you got an event that you're supposed to go to and you're going to pick up some guests that, you want to present
Sure.
well.
Right. I imagine, I would think if you are a professional, Uber or Lyft driver, you would want your car detailed just, so it presents itself in a good way. You get
Professional,
Get a good rating.
You get a good rating.
Maybe
you
a
get,
better
you
tip.
get- exactly.
Yeah.
So correct. Jimmy Harper Woods, what's up, Jim?
Hey, I wanted to call in about leaving stuff in the car. My one buddy owned a restaurant, and I had to go pick him up late at night one night, and he had a roaster full of hamburger, and we put it in the trunk. Needless to say, we had a few pops, and we forgot about it when he got home, and then I discovered it about a week or so later, and it was bad.
Oh. Oh.
Sounds bad.
I couldn't figure it out. I had a Camaro.
Whoa.
And I'm like, man, it was like you said, it just, man, I was like, what happened? Did somebody just throw dog shit in here or something?
Oh, yeah. 248-539-9797. If you're going to use that vernacular, use dog poop.
Or crap.
Yes. All right, we have some ticket texts. We rented a car to take a trip to the Grand Canyon, and we brought our dog. Our dog got sick on the way and let loose all over the vehicle, in between the seats and all. No detail on the planet could clean that vehicle.
Ugh.
No.
Worst car smell is when you forget and leave a used protein powder shaker in your car.
Yeah.
If you've done it, you know that smell.
Well, it's the combination. I don't know what happens to that protein powder, but it goes bad. But especially if I used to combine it with milk.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's just, it's can be awful.
Chris the plumber here. A can of PVC primer spilled in my van yesterday. I still got a contact buzz today.
Yeah, you might like it, though.
I left a banana in August on the passenger seat, which was not leather in my truck, while I went up north for 5 days. Could never get the smell out of my truck. I ended up selling it a year later. That's from Chase. I recently began a door-to-door energy sales job. My coworkers trash my personal vehicle and vape and smoke weed in there almost every time. I've never smoked, and the smell of weed is just disgusting to me. Having to constantly air out my car by rolling every window down overnight.
Don't let them smoke weed in your car.
Why do they have to use your car?
Yeah. If you don't like it, tell them not to smoke in their car.
Yeah.
The weed smells doesn't bother me at all. It actually smells
Obviously,
Well, you probably like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so weird because now you smell it everywhere because it's legal now. Buddies would play pranks on each other in college. This wasn't in a car, but one guy took a fish patty from the cafeteria and hid it behind my other buddy's couch on the baseboard heat register. Took a while to locate that smell. Finally, I bought a gallon of milk from Meijer. Was driving home not knowing there was a crack in the lid and spilled half the gallon on a left turn. Milk marinated the carpet for days in the hot sun. Horrible smell. That's Dave in a van. Oh, that's got to be really, really bad.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right, 248-539-9797. Still ahead. Gator will try to succeed in the $2 Grand Slam, and we'll give you the the poll results, our Twitter poll. That's coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Ideal You helps you lose weight, and it helps you lose weight fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real whole foods. 80% of guys that do the Ideal You program lose 30 or more pounds in just 40 days. So the success rate is there. The proof is in the pudding. Sign up now and get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. It's your choice. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss programs. It works, and it works fast. If you need instant gratification, you need to see instant results. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I'm down over 65 pounds now, all using and staying with the Ideal You program. Ideal You doesn't use shakes, bars, or prepackaged food. You eat real whole food every day. That's why you can stick with it. They're going to teach you what to eat and drink to lose weight. You're in constant contact with a weight loss coach. And once you've reached your goal, like I did, they teach you how to keep that weight off and maybe even drop a few more pounds. Ideal You can help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now and get $200 in free groceries or $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
248-539-9797. A few more ticket texts. We'll get into the winner of our Twitter poll and two Grand Slam to be played, hopefully by Gator. All right, here we go. John will get this. When I was younger, I left a jar of steelhead spawn bags in the pocket of my fishing vest and left it in the car. After a few sunny days, I believe the worst smell ever. That's Lynn in Ortonville.
Oh, yeah.
Dirty diapers have been by far the worst since I've been a father. When I was younger and playing ball, worst thing ever was old spit bottles. That's from Danny.
Yeah, you leave the cap off and it emanates.
Yeah, especially what's really gross about that is if you confuse it for like a Diet Coke.
That complicates the matter.
It sure does. It's disgusting.
My kid puked into the air vent of our car.
Ooh.
A bag of White Castle sliders over the weekend, 90-degree heat, awful. That's Jeff in Nashville. There has been more than one occasion where I've come home late from my hockey game and left my hockey bag and everything in my car and then got in it the next morning to get punched in the face. That's from Tony in Oxford. This is Johnny B. in Macomb. I did rough carpentry and a guy on my crew crapped in a box on the hottest day in the middle of the summer. And I got in my car to leave work and couldn't believe the smell like nasty spoiled milk and crap soup. I was very upset, to say the least. Nobody would tell me who did it. I found out months later.
He crapped in a box and put it in the car?
Oh, my gosh.
That's one you leave.
I know. I love that.
On this, somewhere else.
What?
Don't put it in your boss's car.
I went walleye fishing one day, caught a 3-man limit. My boat has a nice size live well with a bait bucket in it. When we got home, I thought I pulled all the fish out of the live well, but forgot one. Didn't realize it until 3 extremely hot days later. Could not figure out what that god-awful smell was until I checked the boat.
I've done that too. And it's like they've been boiled. And yeah, it's terrible. Especially if you put the cover on it and it's got that extra convection oven feel.
Worked for UPS for 32 years. We used to play pranks on each other, and I put a small plastic container of milk in the heater vent of the truck next to mine on the line. After a month of his truck stinking infinitely, told him, and we fished it out. It was worth the month of laughing at him because the truck stunk so bad. We pulled it out. It was the most hideous thing you could smell or see. That's Dave, the retired UPS guy. That is just absolutely gross. 248-539-9797. We forgot to get into this, and it was in our show prep. Real quick, John.
Yeah.
The Jets are not being very cooperative on this Hard Knocks thing, and you know what? I understand some of it. They don't want to see them cut guys, but to me, it's done in such a professional way that it's humane. It gives you a side of the story that most of the people out there don't get to see, and I think the Jets are just being a-holes.
So I agree with you. The Jets, who have been forced to be on Hard Knocks, they didn't want it. They eventually were selected because they couldn't, in the end, turn it down. Have come out and said they're going to limit HBO's cameras from seeing a few different things that we normally see. One of them being cuts at the end of training camp. And if you're going to have a reality show, if you're going to be, and players, whether they agree or not, have agreed to be on this because of the CBA, because of the contracts that the NFL has with HBO, coaches as well, front office, it's all part of the game, and no one likes to lose their job. No one really wants to be shown on TV losing their job, but every time we've seen it, I can't remember an episode of Hard Knocks where a cut was done disrespectfully and shown. Like sometimes, hey, bad things happen and it may not come across right. And I think HBO has done a very good job of not capitalizing on the inhumane aspect of professional sports.
It's NFL Films. They're the mouthpiece for your league. They're the showcase of your league.
And you want to, as a viewer, want to see all of the stuff that happens behind the scenes.
Yeah, and you grew up, chances are, watching Hard Knocks if you're a younger player, or just, being indoctrinated into football, watching stuff that NFL Films does.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? I hope the Jets lose every game, except then when they play like the Cowboys or something.
Oh, I wanted them to lose every game before this even happened. Now I want them to lose by 20.
I know. Let's say hi to Ernie. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Just one quick one. My son is a sales manager for a used car dealership, a number of them, as a matter of fact. And a couple came in to buy a pickup truck, and they took it for a test drive. They came back in, and my son is listening to the salesman for training purposes. And they say that this guy says to the salesman, he says, "This truck smells like a farm." And the salesman had kind of tongue-tied. So my son walks over there, and he says, "Oh, we put that smell in all our pickup trucks." The guy bought the truck while his wife stood there behind him laughing. she knew better.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, you want a truck smells like a truck. It's a used truck. Yeah.
Well, this one's like a farm, and he bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's your son thinking on his toes.
Yep. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator is here. He's ready for the 2 Grand Slam. I know you are, and I know you're going to do very well.
Okay.
And you actually have a chance to win this thing.
Can I talk about a bad smell first?
Yes.
Yeah.
2 things. First of all, love this song. It's one of my favorite Skinner songs of all time. Second of all, so I was like 9 years old. My dad used to work for High Grade, and they made ballpark franks.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a company picnic one year, and my dad was in charge of bringing like horseradish sauce.
Uh-huh.
And he had it in the back of the station wagon that we had, and it was just in like some like pail, and it had like cellophane wrapper on top of it. As he was driving, it spilled. Went all over the way back of the station wagon, got into that, I don't even want to call it carpet or whatever it is that surface was back there, but unfortunately the surface was not vinyl.
Oh.
It was like the carpet. And it got in there, and he scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. It was unbearable to ride in that car for a full year. And to the day that car broke down in like 1986, when my brother was driving it, it still had that smell.
Ooh.
It would not leave. It was always kind of faint test.
Ooh, that smell. All right.
Okay.
2 Grand Slam. I think Gator's going to get at least 9.
Oh, boy. That's pressure.
Here we go. What team currently leads the National League East?
Here we go. National League East is it Miami?
This Christopher Nolan film opens this Friday.
Oppenheimer?
This toy company is the maker of Barbie dolls.
Hasbro?
What is the capital of the state of Washington?
Olympia?
Javi Baez wears this number for the Tigers.
I hate you right now. 28?
This band released the album 10 in 1991.
Pearl Jam?
Heather Park attended this college.
Michigan State?
The Tigers selected this player with the 3rd overall pick in last week's MLB
Max
draft.
Clark.
Hunter Dickinson transferred to this school in the spring.
Kansas.
How many kids does John have?
5?
You got
You
7.
got,
8.
you got 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Who makes Barbie?
Mattel. And the Atlanta Braves lead the National League.
Yeah, I
East.
should have known that. Sorry.
All right, our Twitter poll, and I'd be interested to know what you guys actually feel on our Twitter poll. Which first-round pick in this town will have the best career? All 4 of them signed within the last 2 weeks. In fact, Gibbs and Clark signed yesterday. So the nominees, obviously, Nate Danielson, Max Clark, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Asar Thompson. Who would you vote for? The best career?
It's a great question because they're all so very different type players. I would imagine that I'm going to go with Max Clark because it's baseball and you can have the longer career over Jahmyr Gibbs because he's running back and they're disposable, unfortunately. So, yeah, that's what I would say, Max Clark.
I voted for Max Clark as well. Here are the results. Coming in 4th as expected, despite the plaudits of his work from Connor Bedard, Nate Danielson with 7.5%. Coming in 3rd place,
He's so 2 weeks ago.
I know. Coming in 3rd place with 21.9% is Asar Thompson. Coming in 3rd at 26% would be Max Clark. And with 44.6%, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Lions fans are ready to roll.
Which first-round pick will have the best career? We had to clarify because people said, what about Jack Campbell? What about Marcus Sasser? Well, yes, they were first-round picks, but they weren't the first.
Right.
All right, what do you guys got going today?
We're going to take a look at some of those rankings that have come out recently, and we'll discuss last night's come from behind win because I think that was a good one that a team needed because it was based on things that you don't normally, I guess you would normally take for granted, but they really earned it last night. It was good.
Absolutely. Hey, it's Veerling time as opposed to dagger time is what Greg has wearing today. All right. Carson Anderson next. Have a wonderful day, everybody. 97.1 The Ticket.
Before I get into the Tigers, no Powerball winner last night. No Powerball winner last night. Which begs the question, what are we doing wrong?
Wait a minute. There was no Powerball winner?
No Powerball winner. Nope. So what are we doing wrong?
I don't know. I gotta check something. Just I didn't see it. You know, just seeing.
Oh, you got tickets?
Guys, I got you. Okay. Let me see if I hit anything. Let's just look at the Powerball number first. Oh, I did. Oh, I did have the Powerball number.
What was the Powerball number?
18.
And you had 18?
2943. Yeah.
How many other What do you win for that?
I think you win $2 back.
Do you? Just for hitting the Powerball?
That's right.
Okay.
I had a couple of them there.
So you had
I had two. I bought 10 tickets last night.
All right.
And I had 2 of them that had the Powerball number. So I get some money back. It was almost worth it.
Do our kids get any of that money?
I said if I won the Powerball.
Oh, okay.
You didn't say jackpot. I think you
I think
you literally hit the Powerball.
He did.
Right?
Today we'll have another edition of Would You Buy, because the Powerball now is up over $1 billion. Billion with a B. I was thinking about it. Billion doesn't even sound like a real word to me.
It doesn't.
It sounds like a made-up fake word.
Did Einstein make that up, or did we do that on our own?
I think we did it on our own. I think we just decided. We came up with million, and then we're like, all right, what else can we put in front of the illion that sounds the most credible? Sounds like more than million. So we have illion. Should it be $1 billion?
A gazillion.
$1 trillion. $1 zillion. $1 billion. Let's go with billion.
Billion.
Just give them a billion.
They started in the alphabet. They went alien. No. Billion. Sounds good.
Let's go with that.
Stopped right there.
We got it.
Stop.
Is zillion a real number?
Should be.
I mean, infinite, right? Yeah, at some point you got to get to it.
A zillion
it's got to be real.
How much is a zillion dollars? Alexa?
How much is a zillion, what was it in Squid Game?
Won?
Won?
Yeah. How many emperor penguins is that?
When I saw the billboard this morning, guys, I drive on the freeway where they have the Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots.
Yep.
At first, I was like, "Oh my God, someone won!" Because the 900 million was gone. It was down to one. But then I saw 1.0 billion, and go, "Oh my God!"
Does this
just so you know? I had to Google how much is a zillion dollars. There is an answer.
Yeah.
Zillion sounds like an actual number because of its similarity to billion and trillion. It's modeled on these real numerical values. However, like its cousin Jillian.
Oh, cousin Jill.
Yeah. Zillion is an informal way to talk about a number that's enormous but indefinite.
So there's no such thing as a zillion.
No, apparently
or
not.
Jillian.
No.
Yeah.
Made that clear.
What about bajillion?
Bajillion sounds like it could be a real thing.
Yeah, maybe I should Google that and
That's the lotto that I would win with a fake number. The bajillionaire. I'd be a bajillionaire, which is useless.
You already are a bajillionaire.
I am but you're right. I'll declare myself a bajillionaire. Why not?
That's what they promise you from like Algeria or whatever.
That's right. Yeah.
In return for
try to give away some money. Yeah. Prince. I'm related to a prince.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have won $8 gajillion, sir.
Or an Amazon gift card.
Right. Either or.
Right. Either way, it works for us.
They're gonna put it directly into my account if I just give them my account number. I didn't do that. Just for the record, I didn't do that.
I think Gator's gotten a gajillion spam calls.
I really have.
You've hit that number.
If anybody has, it's him. You paid a price, man. You paid a price for the fun that you had. He went through. It's
paying it.
It's calmed down significantly.
It has calmed down significantly, but I mean, when we say, I mean, I'm still getting, I would say 15 to 20 calls a day.
Down from
50.
Yeah, because Gator would answer spam calls.
Yeah, I'm tempted to start answering them again because and I have not answered a spam call in probably 4 months. I'm tempted to start doing it again just every once in a while, just because I'm tired of them. They're coming in and there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Yeah.
So I may You're
trying to get the most out of it?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, I can have a little fun with it. And two, I can see what the latest trend is in the scammers and stay ahead of it.
It might have to do with Powerball and your chance to win $1 gajillion, but you never know.
You got to be 21 to play Powerball.
Okay.
Powerball was 21.
Yeah,
now
people are texting the Powerball number was 21.
So now it's,
I don't know what
wait
you're
a minute.
checking. Yeah, people are texting saying, Gator, check your ticket again.
Oh, because that's for the July 15th. My bad. I'm the
You're
checking the wrong day.
You had one job, man.
What was the first thing that came up? It was Powerball July. I'm like, oh yeah, 15. There we go. Oh yeah, it is 21. Oh, sorry guys.
So you didn't win.
Well, hang on. Let's see. No, actually, twice.
Really?
Again?
Yeah, the Powerball 21 twice.
Yeah,
also?
hang on. Let's see what we got here. No, just that. Yeah, just the Powerball.
That's all right.
That's $4.
Yep. I would reach down and pick $4 off the street.
Yeah.
Yep. So is there an excitement in the air? You guys fired up for Wednesday's drawing?
Yes.
Are you?
Well, it's $1 billion.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
I feel like they need at least a pinky up on those signs, right? For $1 billion. Just right by the mouth.
Dr. Evil Pinky. $1 billion.
There you go.
Or a picture of like Mr. Burns or something.
Yeah.
And Smithers is the Mega Millions.
Right, yeah. I'm worth $650 million, sir.
Yes, but it's not quite $1 billion, is it?
No, sir, it's not.
All right. Nice Tiger win last night.
Who's that young go-getter?
That's Matt Fielding, sir.
Matt Vierling, yes. Did he play with Three Finger Brown?
Nice win for the Tigers. I'll stop with the Monty.
It was. I was about to say, I'm not sure if I'm going to plug into this at all. You just go with your Monty Burns for a while. Let me know when you're done, and we'll get into the Tiger win last night. No, it's pretty good. And I guess we got to define Gator. We got to define what is the definition of hot after the All-Star break. What's the definition? What does that mean? We'll get to that coming up. Carson Anderson, other things from last night's game, plus a little bit later on. We got some football stuff to get to. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so what's the definition of hot out of the All-Star break? And
Anna de Armas.
And why we should...
It's hot.
Well, the Tigers are trying to go all Ana de Armas.
Well said, Doug.
Because Scott Harris, the president of baseball operations, said that it could change their approach to the trade deadline. So they're 5 games back after their win last night at Kansas City. Have you taken a look at their pitching just since the All-Star break? It probably goes back.
The Tigers?
Yeah.
I know it's been great.
Do you know how many earned runs their starters have given up in the 4 games since the All-Star break?
It's funny because if you went back, you can go back to that no-hitter they threw and really get after it. But
Probably could. I
was not too much before that. In the 4 games, I 4 earned runs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Manning
because the 2 last night were unearned.
Unearned. Reese Olson gave up 2. Michael Lorenzen gave up none. Erod gave up 2. The Tigers as a team have a staff ERA of 1.5 coming out of the All-Star break.
That's nice.
And last night, it felt like it was one of those Tiger frustration games as they just weren't stringing hits together because they weren't hitting. It's hard to string hits together when you're not getting hits. But the Royals, they went up 1-0 on a pretty brutal throw from Akil Baddoo. And you see a throw like that, and you're like, how can a major leaguer? I mean, I guess guys just have bad arms. That's all there is to it. And that throw home was somewhat west of home plate.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I mean, it was
where it should have been?
No. And then Matt Manning actually made a mistake on the Prado 0-2 pitch. He got too much of the plate. Allowed him to, when Baddoo threw home, it allowed the catcher, the backup catcher, to get down to second, and then a base hit on an 0-2 pitch where Manning just got too much. I mean, just on an 0-2, you can't give up that much of the plate. And the Tigers were down 2-0. And it felt like it was going to be another one of those games. And I think during the broadcast, they said the Tigers have now reached 20 consecutive innings without scoring a run. And then Akil Baddoo legs out a double. I mean, that was a hustle play.
That was a hustle play, and good for him making up for the poor throw.
Tigers load the bases with 2 outs. Kerry Carpenter, it's a bases-loaded walk, and then Matt Vierling with that looper of a double himself to score 2 runs and give the Tigers a 3-2 lead. And then the bullpen got the job done, including Alex Lang, a no-sweat 1-2-3 ninth inning. And I can't remember if it was Foley that gave up the leadoff. It was Foley that gave up the leadoff single in the 10th, and then the 8th. Stole second. So there's a runner on the tying runs on second in the 8th with nobody out.
It was Foley, yeah.
And the Tigers get out of it, which included an intentional walk to put the go-ahead run on base, which is always a scary thing, but it worked to perfection.
One of the most frustrating things for me as a fan watching the Tigers, and I'm sure every fan base goes through this, it's unproductive outs.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got a leadoff runner at first, you got a runner at first and nobody out, and you don't advance the runner with the next 2 at bats, It's frustrating as hell. When that runner's on second base and there's nobody out, and then you have unproductive outs like a pop-up or a strikeout, it's just infuriating, and I'm sure it is for the players and the coaching staff as well, but I'm just speaking on behalf as a fan. And that was going on last night. And I thought that if this is one of these nights of the great pitching, and it's against Kansas City. Kansas City's terrible. You're getting great pitching. You're staying in this game because there's some great defense going on too. I mean, Akil Baddoo, look, bad throw, but also chased down a play in left field that was a great play by him. Riley Green, the over-shoulder catch in straightaway center field.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
I mean, these guys were playing last night, and it's the little things that kind of go unnoticed or taken for granted. The Tigers have the best outfield defense in baseball, and that's a fact. And it's kind of mind-blowing when you think of who's playing the outfield. I mean, Riley Green's a plus outfielder. Outside of that, I mean, is Vierling a plus outfielder? I guess.
Well, what metric are you using to?
I read this a few days ago, and they reinforced it last night. They also had most defensive runs saved by the outfield.
That would be
which would be a big metric there.
Yep.
So it's not like they don't have spectacular outfielders, but together they're playing great. I think Riley Green is a really good outfielder, and if you bring up Parker Meadows, it's another one who's a really good outfielder.
I mean, that throw wouldn't have led you to believe that, but I don't want to make too much out of the throw. He doesn't have a great arm, okay? Akil Baddoo.
Yeah, well, no, I wasn't. I was.
I've been talking about the outfield. But at the end of the day, I mean, they found a way to win a game. And in the big picture thinking, you know, I think a lot of us here around Metro Detroit are leaning into this chase for the American League Central because of the void of having interesting baseball this late in the season. So is it fabricated interesting baseball? Is it it's circumstantial interesting baseball? The circumstances have allowed us to care about the wins and losses. And the circumstances are that nobody has taken this thing by the reins and run away with it. And so here are the Tigers loitering near the top. And it's 5 games. It's 5 games out, which isn't, I mean, that's not insurmountable. You just keep thinking about with this pitching, which it isn't probably a coincidence. Like Skubal's going tonight. I mean, Skubal's got 8 innings since his return. He's only 350. He's thrown 57 pitches, 1 outing, 63 the other. It's amounted to 8 innings, 2 hits, 11 strikeouts. So I imagine he gets extended a little bit tonight. But with this pitching, you just can't help but think about what adding a bat would do.
Like Nolan Arenado.
Well, sure, but in the realistic sense, that bat should be added by Javi Baez, or that bat should be added by Spencer Torkelson, or that bat should be added by Colt Keith. The bats should be added in-house. And you know, all the respect that goes into trying to maintain the rookie status of Colt Keith, and you wait till there's only so many games left so he can still be a rookie next year and they can put themselves in play for that draft, that extra draft pick that you get if your rookie that you put on the opening day roster wins the Rookie of the Year. The Seattle got it this year. Why not call Colt Keith up now for 3 weeks and then decide? Because if Colt Keith comes up and starts smoking the baseball, just like he's done at every level in the minors, and you start creeping that 5-game lead, becomes 4, becomes 3, becomes 2, screw the extra draft pick. Try and win the division.
No, I hear you.
So call him up now.
I'm
usually not call him up guy, but I'm turning into call him up guy. Call him up guy. We've heard from call him up guy for 17 years. I think they're led by Pat Caputo. He loves calling up guys.
Yeah.
And I respect Pat's opinion. I'm not mocking him, but I am turning into call him up guy out of real want to see this team add a bat.
I don't mind calling up guys, and I know my number one reason for not minding it is because it combats the reason that people don't want to call guys up. Why don't you want to call somebody? Well, you start the clock going. So what? Well, then the clock then they become a free agent 1 year sooner. Yeah, well, if they're playing great baseball, guess what? They'll never get to free agency because you'll re-sign your own guys. Yeah. You'll give them a contract. I don't ever worry about, he's going to be closer to free agency if you start the clock going. That to me is dumb. You need to look at your situation and see, and you can make you are making a very impassioned plea for why it needs to happen now, because if he can help you now, let him help you now. And if you end up getting no closer after 3 weeks, you can send him back down and bring him back later if you want, or whatever. And I think the Tigers have to find out where do they get the biggest bang for the buck with the 3 guys that can be brought up, right?
Yes.
Because Meadows can play the outfield.
Yep.
There's no question about that. But he's not as polished of a hitter as the other 2 guys are. But he can. The other thing Meadows does is he steals bases.
Mm-hmm.
So defense and being able to steal, that works pretty well. And he does have, I think, a dozen home runs this year. Malloy brings more bang, hits more home runs. He's got 15 home runs right now. He's been, he's bounced back nicely in July with his average. But he's kind of positionless player because he's not good defensively. So that's the big knock, is where do you put him? I mean, if you're going to DH Miggy 2 out of 3 games or, 2 out of 4 games, then I guess you could put him as DH for the other 2 games. But I don't know. Colt Keith is the one that you could make the sense out of because he's competent enough as an infielder, and certainly and he could definitely DH if you need him to DH, but he's competent enough as an infielder that he can make that difference. And of course, he hits a ton. So I'm not going to push you back and say don't do it. The only thing I'm going to say is I'm going to wait a little bit, and by a little bit, maybe just a week, the rest of the week, and see what shakes out here. Javi got benched last night. He's going to play the next 3 days, according to A.J. Hinch. His original plan was, hey, he told Javi over the weekend, I'm not going to play you on the Thursday game against Kansas City. And Javi went back to him and said, look, why don't you sit me out on a Monday because I'm just not right yet.
Well, Daniel Lynch, the pitcher for Kansas City tonight, Javi's had some success against him. He's 4-13. He's hit a home run. So, I mean, he's had some success. So maybe he can get it going because you look at this team and you go, all right, if they're not trading for a bat, which might not be the best use of your resources to give up a future asset to go get a bat right now, then where can that bat also come from? That bat can come from somewhere in this organization. They've either got to expedite the process of the minor leaguers or figure out some of these major leaguers like Spencer Torkelson, who's back into an almighty funk.
Well, he's also he had an 8-game hitting streak and then drew an important walk last night.
Mixed in with about 1 million strikeouts. I mean, he has been.
Yeah, he does. I'm not denying that, but I think with Torque, it's always going to be this work in progress, and he still leaps and bounds better than he was a year ago.
I know.
But he's about 100 points less than what you want him to be ideally when it comes to his OPS.
No, I'd like to get somebody in-house going if we're not going to move outside the organization. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. That's the earliest that's ever happened. Gator, you just witnessed it.
I'm stunned that he actually said it with a straight face, and he was serious.
He was serious. Kang, Jimmy Powers, our boss, just came in here and asked me the one question, sports related, that I get asked so much, so often, over and over, and this is the earliest it's ever happened.
There's two. All right. One is the first one that comes to my mind is what time is the Michigan State game?
There it is.
There it is.
All right. The other one was, can I get tickets to Michigan Ohio State? But I forgot where it was.
So he asked me if I knew if the Michigan State game was going to be at noon. I will tell you, I think people don't believe me when I say I don't have this information.
Yeah, sure, Doug. We know. We know. Gator, we know, right?
I know. We know what you're talking about.
We know, yeah.
You know who doesn't have the information? Michigan and Michigan State football.
That's right. Sure.
The TV networks tell them either the 13 days or 6 days out for the biggest game. Some games get set way ahead of time. But many games are drafted by the TV networks. And by that, I mean they literally hold all right, NBC gets first pick this week. Which game do you want?
You know, it's funny. For me personally, as a fan going to that game every year,
yep.
If it's at Michigan, I'd rather it's a noon start. If it's at Michigan State, I'd rather it's a 3:30 start. And the reasoning is it's the ease of getting to the stadium. Getting to Ann Arbor really isn't much of a problem, getting there early in the morning. To be at the tailgate by 8 o'clock, it's not a major task to do.
Mm-hmm.
But to do that for Michigan State, it is. It seems like there's always more traffic congestion issues going to East Lansing in comparison to Ann Arbor. So I like to have that extra time to get up to Michigan State.
I remember once Caputo was like on the air until like 2, and he had to get to Michigan for a 3:30 kick. And he asked me if I knew any back roads in. The reaction he had to me when I gave him the back, because there's multiple ways to get to the big house without having to deal with much traffic. You would have thought I gave him a winning Powerball ticket. He was so happy with me. We became best friends for a minute there.
Yeah.
Pat Caputo from this radio station. Yeah, and Ann Arbor there's multiple arteries in and out, and people coming from north, south, east, and west. East Lansing, it's kind of like, I guess it's the same, it feels like it's Grand Rapids and Detroit are feeding the major freeways in. And I know getting out of East Lansing 2 years ago, John and I did a reroute. You're shaking your head. That was a tough one.
It's difficult.
That was a tough one.
It's difficult both places. Leaving is tough for both.
But I did a reroute and got out after sitting in one spot in East Lansing for about 45 minutes. I said to John, all right, this ain't happening. I U-turned and went back towards the stadium and started really getting creative and got out of there pretty quick.
Last year I made a wise decision to leave after the third quarter because Michigan State was getting beaten handily and I didn't need to stick around. In hindsight, I kind of wish I did stick around based on what happened after the game. To see that whole mess transfer live, because where I was, if I had stayed for the whole game, I would have been up because I was in the press box. I would have been able to see at least what was going on from that standpoint of them going into the tunnel, and you would have been able to see one guy from Michigan going up in there. But there were other things I wanted to look at to see how many players went and celebrated with the fans and all that stuff. And we brought something to the table that when we came to work the following Monday. But I didn't. So I left after the third quarter. I made it home in like 38 minutes, which is an all-time record. Was I speeding? Sure, I was driving fast, but not breakneck speed. But I just couldn't believe how easily I was able to get out of there. But it's because everybody was staying at the stadium.
I will never get
over.
And
my parking spot was great.
The irony of that was like the first home game. There was one other in 16 years that I wasn't in the tunnel right after the game. That was one of the first home games because I was a sideline reporter and was always going up the tunnel. Right. I would have been right there. But anyway, back to this. The Tigers will not be buyers at the deadline. Like Scott Harris said, look at all the big-time prospects this year. Most have fallen on their face. Most of these guys were tearing up AAA. Let Scott Harris do his job. I'm not mad at Scott Harris. I'm just arguing. I'm making a counter argument to anyone, not because he didn't say it. You're right. He did say, look at all these top prospects that are falling flat on their face. And I haven't gone back to see, what the Rangers' top prospect is doing, or whomever. Like I haven't gone down that wormhole. I've just trusted Scott Harris on this one. But, it's to the people that say it's service time or maintaining rookie status. He could come up and debut today and still maintain rookie status. It just means you'd have to make a decision after, is it 50 plate appearances, 85 plate appearances, 130 plate appearances, or 35 games, whatever those totals are.
Yeah.
It's
like 55 games or something.
Let's say you call him up now and he continues to rake and he's helping your team win. Then you say, screw the rookie status, screw the extra draft pick. Let's try and win the division. Now, again, Scott Harris is probably factually right that it's not – people think it's just an easy leap to make, or that our guy is going to make the leap successfully, and there's so many examples of people who don't. Don in Belleville says, Baddoo needs to be sat down or sent down. 1 hit every 10 at-bats does not fly for he's reaching with bat Marisnik back. Okay, I don't know. 1 hit in every 10 at-bats does not fly, period. I think was supposed to be there. He's reaching with his bat. Get Marisnik back. I'm really editing what this guy
All right. Well, you can't get Marisnik back because Marisnik signed with somebody else. And I'm surprised you're going to be complaining about Akil Baddoo's bat when he's coming off a 2-hit performance last night.
He had 2 hits last night. He also had a catch in left field in the 8th inning. Was the 8th? I think it was the 8th inning.
It was a really nice catch.
It erased a double and probably would have led to a run if he doesn't make that catch.
Yeah.
And look, his arm is bad, and he's not a great player. But we talk about being the 8th or 9th hitter, or maybe the 4th outfielder on a good team. Maybe that's what he is. Now, those guys aren't necessarily hard to find, so you don't have to hoard them. But maybe that's what Baddoo can be. And Don, he had a good game last night.
Yeah, he had a good game last night. I don't know if he's
Bad
in the
throw,
future.
but good game.
I don't know if he's in the future plans for the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's going to get every opportunity this year because he can provide a spark. We've seen him provide sparks for a couple of years here since he's been brought up. He's left-handed, which helps him out as well. He's got speed, which helps him out because he can chase down fly balls like we saw last night, and he can steal bases. Or how about that hustle play to stretch a single into a double? That's pretty good. Hitting 227 is nothing to write home about. But you know what? The whole team's hitting 227, it feels like. So as much as I want to say that he's not really doing much for this team this year, because he's not, neither is anybody else. I'm not singling him out yet. I started down that road yesterday, and I think there's a handful of guys that the next 6 to 8 weeks are really important for. And I think Akil Baddoo is one of them because he's an outfielder, if he's not getting it done in 6 to 8 weeks, you can bring up Parker Meadows and say, let's see what we got here. That's an outfielder. Or if it's somebody else, like, you know what, we'll put Justin Henry Malloy out there in the outfield because we need to see, because the bat's too important. And, if he's not a good outfielder, well, okay, what are we really losing? Put him out there. There's going to be pressure for him to perform, and there should be pressure for him to perform. He's not the only one. Eric Haas pulled another 0 for last night.
He looks over.
It's
really...
unfortunate because he did hit the ball hard the first 2 at-bats. I thought the first one, I'm like, oh, my God, did he just crush a home run? No, he didn't. But it went off his bat 104 miles an hour. It's a good sign. But I don't need good signs. To me, a good sign is actually putting it over the fence or putting it in the gap. And he didn't do that. So it's another 0 for him. And he's running out of time. I feel like this is it for him this season. As a Tiger, if he doesn't get it done this year, then he's not going to be coming back.
More of your phone calls and feedback, plus another edition of Would You Buy if you win the billion?
Ooh.
Would you buy? We'll get to that coming up at 10:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Tell you, with home ownership, you've got stuff going wrong all the time with your house. There's always something to do, and unfortunately, you got to have guys on your team. Well, this is why you need to add Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to your speed dial this summer. If the AC goes out, you call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You got a clogged drain or a busted pipe, something to do with water getting in or out of your home? You guessed it. You call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Home ownership can be great if you've got the right team on your side. And in fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So how about a deal that'll make that introduction even sweeter? They offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance, as well as financing options that aren't going to break the bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention me, Gator. So visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Our car, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Took a little Tigers out of the gate here after a win last night. And, all right, they're messing around and acting like a team that wants to look hot out of the All-Star break, which Scott Harris said would perhaps change their approach come the trade deadline. And maybe that just means he doesn't sell. Doesn't mean you have to buy. It just means he doesn't sell. I want him to hang around so you can drive the price up. He's like, you got to make it worth my while to give up on this season. When teams call and ask about Erod or shutdown closer Alex Lang.
you look at this rotation, and it's something we've been saying for weeks, is let them get a chance to get healthy. They're getting this guy back. They're getting this guy back. Well, they're also getting some bullpen guys back. It's nice to see Bo Brisky step up and throw like 98 miles an hour. Like, where the hell is that coming from? But that's awesome. Thank you. Mm-hmm. But this rotation looks more than competent right now when you've got Skubal and Manning. With Olsen has been a nice surprise this year. And then you've got Rodriguez pitching the best baseball he's ever pitched, and Lorenzen doing the same thing. It's really nice to see. I'd love to buy in. The Tigers are hot right now, but I can't say that about a team that just got away with winning a game with only 5 hits.
Right.
You know, that's kind of where the problem is that it's the hitting side of things. Fielding wise, they look really good in the outfield. They're not really good in the infield, but they're really good in the outfield. Pitching wise, the rotation looks
just
set.
So weird.
The bullpen looks good.
It feels like if they had hitting, because they have a crew that can assimilate and at least mimic a really good staff for periods of time. I don't know if they can keep it up, but it's not. It feels like more than a coincidence that they're pitching better when guys are getting healthy. And so here's this chance. It's created by their pitching, and they just can't hit. So where do you go find a bat or 2 bats? And if they're not going to do it from outside, they got to fabricate them from inside the organization. And here's a text that says, Torque never hit as good as Keith did at Toledo, and he got brought up fairly early. That's from Tom in Rochester.
Yeah, he did. He was older, had faced, pretty good college competition for a year and a half. But Torkelson, with the damn COVID year, man, damn COVID, gets drafted in 2020. The season in college is cut short because of COVID in the middle of March, so he doesn't get those at bats finishing up because it's COVID. You're not playing minor league baseball. It really sucked for him. So 2021 was his first year of, you think about how much time he missed playing baseball. He should be further along than what he is. But he has made progress from last year to this year. There's progress, and we need to see that progress continue for the rest of this season. It's a big second half of the season for Torkelson to get his confidence there. But Baez is the big piece. I mean, Baez is the one that's just it's a head scratcher that he has been this bad for this long. You knew going into it that the guy's a free swinger, but he still was able to produce. This year, he's not producing, not even close. He's got, I think I read this morning, 900 at-bats as a Tiger, and his numbers in the 900 at-bats are frighteningly bad in comparison to what he did when he was playing with the Cubs and with the Mets when he was an all-star player. He's on pace for his worst season ever, home run-wise, and obviously his slugging percentage is terrible, OPS, the whole bit. And can't help but think that if Scott Harris had been hired a year earlier, that there is no way.
There's no way.
There's no way they would have signed Javi Baez because Javi Baez goes against everything that Scott Harris has been preaching with this team to own the strike zone, command it as a pitcher, command it as a hitter, know what your boundaries are. And Javi readily admits that his problem is that he's had success swinging outside the zone. So he keeps doing it because in the past he's had some success. Well, pitchers have gotten smarter. They just keep pitching a little bit further outside the zone, and he's going to chase it. And he's got the worst chase rate in all of baseball, and this is why he's one of the worst players in all of baseball.
It's funny to have – I mean, it's not funny. It's the opposite of funny to have a GM that preaches strike zone discipline anchored by a contract of one of the worst discipline hitters in the game for the next 5 years, 4.5 years.
The thing that keeps him around, that keeps Baez here, there's two things. A, it's the contract because it's an anchor. But 2, he's really good defensively. You look at different metrics defensively, and he's like top 3 in shortstops. He's the reason he's a plus player in WAR, if you can believe Javi Baez is actually, he's a 0.3. It's because of the defensive side of what he does. And yeah, you watch him. He's made some amazing plays, and he's got a bunch of errors. He's made some bad plays, but by and large, he is widely considered one of the better shortstops in baseball defensively. That keeps him around as well because, they don't have another shortstop that's challenging. They're piecing it together. Hey, McKinstry, go ahead and play short. Okay, it's Nick Maton. You want Nick Maton playing short or Zach Short at short? It's not the same thing, and that's the problem. Another problem the Tigers have is they don't have the Tigers don't have that ready-made shortstop, and they don't have that ready-made catcher to come up.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback in a moment. But Gator, first time for another edition of Would You Buy? So the Powerball is up to $1 billion. It's $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Yep.
Hold the pinky to the mouth.
So we do this every once in a while. I ask you and Kang, would you buy? But we'll start with this. What's the first foreign country you would book a vacation to?
Oh.
If you won the Powerball. First foreign country you would book a vacation to. Feel free to send your texts and tweets and give us the reason why. You can comment on the streaming chat on Twitch. Gator, for you, what's the first foreign country you would book a vacation to?
I'm because this would happen now, I'm thinking about the time it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
So initially my thoughts were going to the Caribbean, go to an island somewhere and enjoy it. But I can do that any time of the year and have great weather and enjoy that. I need to take advantage of the weather this time of the year. So for me, it would probably be some sort of excursion to Scandinavia. Check out Sweden, Denmark,
okay,
Norway.
All right.
Perhaps Finland.
Gotcha.
But I don't know if I want to get too close to Finland, being that close to Russia this time. But Sweden and Denmark, I definitely would like to, go through in Norway, go through the various fjords.
Fjords? You'd go fjording.
Yep.
He would go fjording. Kang, what about you? What's the first foreign country you book a trip to?
This one's extremely personal to me, so I don't expect maybe a ton of people to pick the two countries. Well, one of the countries probably, but maybe not the other. It'd be either Vietnam or Australia, because that's where I have family. And that's the first thing I would do because it's just money, time. Those are two main reasons why I can't go to Vietnam or Australia.
It takes forever to get there, yeah.
As much as I want to. So if I won the Powerball, those two countries.
You would have money and time.
Yes, exactly. One of those two countries. And by the way, Australia and Vietnam are two countries that have tons of tourism now, and tourists go there anyways, just for to see the landscape and just the people and the food, whatever. But for me, it's because of family, and that's the two countries for me.
I would go to Australia. Wait, I'm not allowed to play. What am I doing? All right, next up.
Would you go back to Australia by yourself?
It's a great question.
No, I'd take my wife. What is the non-Big Four sporting event you would attend in a VIP way? There are so many good answers here. The non-Big Four sporting events, so not football, basketball, baseball, or hockey, that you would get, the suite for or
great seats.
Or great seats or access.
So this could be sports, just not one of the Big Four.
Yes.
King, you want to go first on this one?
Oh, you're in debate mode still?
Yeah, still in debate mode.
Okay, I am too. So I was hoping you would go first. I was thinking, do I stick with the sports route? Do I go completely veer off? Like, you are a huge music guy. So I wonder if that's the reason why you don't know if it should be some kind of
I think for the purpose of this, I think Doug's talking about a sport.
Non-Big Four sporting event.
Oh, sporting
event.
Yeah,
it just can't be baseball. I'm going between a couple here, and one of them is what Doug would do, and that is to go see a Ryder Cup in Europe, on European soil. That would be pretty cool. I think I wouldn't mind that. But
so
yeah, no, I'll go with that because if I say the other one, it might be stealing what you would do.
I doubt it. Mine is going to be going back home to Vegas for the F1 race. Those suites are ridiculously priced. No one can get into them unless you win the Powerball. Vegas is going to look, as much as I don't think they should have necessarily the race there, optically it's going to look fantastic. On the strip, those cars, and I'm gonna purchase a piece of one of those cars, right? So I'm gonna watch my own car race around the
That's
the
right.
track.
You have sponsorship on the side.
Yeah, so probably F1 in Vegas this upcoming year.
Okay, I was going to throw this one at you, Kang. What about watching a UFC main event ringside?
I have watched one. I would love to. When it was here at LCA, I got to media row, so I mean they're very close. I was like 3 or 4 rows behind the cage, which was
Actually,
ridiculous.
you've done okay.
Yeah, so it'd probably be like some kind of heavyweight boxing fight, or even like a Floyd Mayweather type. A huge main event.
What about
boxing.
a Jake Paul fight, or whichever Paul? Who is it? Jake Paul or the other Paul?
It's
Which Paul?
Jake. Jake Paul's the one that boxes. Like he's boxing Nate Diaz next. That still seems too gimmicky for me. I'd rather watch some real fighting.
I really like this question above and beyond what you two have to say. So I do want to open it up to the people. You win the Powerball. What non-Big Four sporting event would you attend in a VIP way? Text us at 248-539-9797 and tell us why. Tell what it is about that event. And same thing if you call. I just looked down. Some of our listeners are so smart. Spartans 243 on Twitch suggested the Open or Roland Garros. Gator, how would you feel about the Open or Roland Garros? Would you go to either of those?
I wouldn't mind checking out the British Open. That's this week. I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
The Open.
The British Open. Be fine.
What about Roland Garros?
I have no desire to watch tennis in France.
We're getting texts on the country too as well, Doug. They're pouring in.
Okay, well we'll get to some of those responses. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we're doing the would you buy if you won the Powerball. And we got two things out there. One is, what's the first foreign country you would travel to for vacation? Two is, what non-Big Four sporting event would you attend in a VIP way? Gator, you had mentioned one that I would strongly consider, which is, I mean, it's kind of something I hope to do someday, and that's attend a Ryder Cup on foreign soil. Yeah, I want to go to, have it be at one of these British Open courses, although I'm ready to revisit my theory that it's the same course. They just call it something different.
I don't know. Did you watch the Scottish Open at all over the weekend?
I did not.
That looked like a much different course, and it was right across the bay
I didn't
from.
say Scottish Open.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it was right across the bay from St. Andrews, where they have.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Yeah, the British Open. You know, it's this year. It's being held in the course next to the ocean. There's a train. There's a bridge. There's cranes with cameras on them. There's an old-looking building. The 18th green is square. Like, you have to hit it over a building at one point.
People have a picnic on the fourth hole after 6 p.m.
It's the same course. They just call it something different. This is the one with all the heather. Yeah, okay. Now I know which one it is. But anyway, yes, go to a Ryder Cup in Europe. Kang, I would F1 in Vegas is great. I was thinking F1 in Monaco.
Another good one.
Yep. But there's one other one out there that I haven't had anybody, and I would be intrigued to see if anybody else says it. But these are non-Big Four sporting events. You won the Powerball, and you can go to one of them in a VIP way. What would you choose? Here's the feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Premier League soccer, Man United versus Man City. I would imagine that at its best, Premier League soccer in a VIP way, away from the potential hooligan activities, would be great.
You know me, I'm not a soccer fan, but parachuting in to like the World Cup final, I think that would be pretty sweet.
As a billionaire, you could parachute in.
Yeah.
Literally, yeah.
Afraid of heights.
Guys, I would visit Australia. My brother retired to Surfer's Paradise, and I visited him there 3 times. Also, $1 billion in the United States would be $1.4 billion in Aussie dollars. That's from John and Wixom. Your brother retired to Surfer's Paradise?
Is it any better than Gangster's Paradise?
I would say it probably is. I mean, your brother retired there? What did your brother do?
Well, they already said the dollar goes a lot further.
Yeah, but
maybe his brother isn't like 30, Doug.
Maybe his brother's like Laird Hamilton.
Or maybe his brother is like, 55 and retiring.
Oh, okay. Turks and Caicos, Barbados, awesome islands. I'd chill. Nick in Oak Park says, I'm extremely boring, but England would love to go to Wimbledon or a soccer game. I don't think that's boring at all. If I won the Powerball, I'd go see the F1 race in Monaco in style. Yep. I would go to Australia or Great Britain. Why? No language barrier. Malta looks beautiful.
So Hawaii's out.
Yeah.
And Alabama.
Old-time joke. Old-time Carson Anderson joke.
Well, let's address the elephant in the room here. I'll say it. What about an interpreter for Tua Tagovailoa? That's what one of the message board people said in Alabama.
In Alabama, Chattown Tider was worried.
I love that you still remember.
Of course. It made a post that Tua's struggling because of the language barrier coming from Hawaii, that you can almost see him pointing the routes before the ball is snapped because he can't communicate with his teammates.
He's motioning to his receivers.
Yes.
It's obvious.
It's tipping the defense as to what's coming out. And he started by saying, okay, I'll be the one that addresses the elephant in the room. Thank you, Chattown Tider. Malta. It looks beautiful. My mom was born there. That's from Ryan.
Oh, the Isle of Malta.
I'd go to Scotland. My father was born and raised there, and I have yet to visit.
I would like to go to Scotland.
Yep.
Definitely like to go to Scotland.
Scott writes in Slam Dunk, Monaco, viewed from a mega yacht. That would be sweet. One of those big yachts, watching a F1 car zip by. I would be front row and backstage at every WrestleMania event ever for the rest of my life. Just because the girls are hot and the parties seem wild. That's from Dan.
I could see that being fun. Get a suite, or you get the best seats is really what you want.
Mm-hmm. You win the Powerball. These are non big four sporting events that you would attend in a VIP way. Women's World Cup in Australia, New Zealand this year. I would totally go there and see the U.S. win their third in a row. You know, the drawing is Wednesday, and the U.S. women's first game is Friday. This could happen for you. It's going to be a tight squeeze.
Get those finances in order. Maybe you get a loan before the money comes in.
You'll be able to pay it off. Yeah. Just cash advancements.
Yeah.
You're good for it.
I'd like an advancement of $2 million, please.
And I need that in 20s. Next up, Nick and Utica, Champions League final. That's soccer.
Thank you.
Disc golf European champion front row action. European championship front row action. Awesome. Matt in Tennessee. I would join Augusta National. Be one of the guys in the background with a green jacket at the club for the tournament. Someone else said, and I don't know what this is, but Crawford versus Spence in Vegas. It's a fight.
Boxing.
Okay.
It's a big fight coming up. But you're going to bet $1 on it, right? That way you'll care.
Yeah, I'll take Spence.
Oh,
that's a mistake.
Is it? There goes $1. When is that?
When is it?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. It's coming up, though. I forget the date.
You call yourself a fan. Okay, here, somebody mentioned one that I was thinking. It was in my conscious. Vincent Sterling Heights says, either Wimbledon or the Kentucky Derby. Hang with the celebrities and rich folk to network. I think the Kentucky Derby in a VIP way, money not an object, would be an elite experience.
That actually could be great. You get a box, and you've got you could do it to the nines with the transportation and everything else that you don't have to worry. You're just in a limousine transportation.
I'd have a baby blue tuxedo.
Ruffles.
Yeah, you got that right.
But being able to, because it's an insanely expensive endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've got Powerball money, it doesn't matter.
Nope.
And so you can stay at 2 minutes away from Churchill Downs, or you can stay wherever you want to stay in the finest
I
place.
may as well just buy one of the horses too.
Well, sure. Why not? Hobnob with Baffert.
Doug, the men's finals at Wimbledon, the history, the pageantry, and Royals, a.k.a. Kate Middleton. So what would it be? What would it be for you? 248-539-9797. More Tiger feedback coming up. Also, a movement in sports. Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse? We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Combining over 75 years of local business with the resources of 560 stores across the United States, Builder's First Source is the expert in window and door installation. Look, add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert installation team. Find their 2 Metro Detroit locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships at bldrmichigan.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Another edition of Would You Buy? This is with the Powerball being at $1 billion. So if you won it, would you buy? There's two things we've got out there. One is the foreign country you would first book a vacation to. The other is the non-Big Four sporting event that you would attend in a VIP fashion. 248-539-9797. Mark in Grand Rapids says, I would attend the Monaco Grand Prix and maybe never come home. From Ted in Midland, he answers both. Vacation, Maldives. Non-Big Four sporting event, the Masters. Chris in Albion, sporting event, the Kentucky Derby, because I would be owning a horse in the race. Let's go to your phone calls. Tom, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Tom.
Sir.
Hey, I've been to the Derby like 15 times. Kentucky Derby, that is awesome. But if I would like to go to Ireland, and I would like to go there and stay for a while. I would like to play some of their courses, their golf courses, and just get the feel of what those links, how they do it, and then just go to some of the pubs, with the locals, and because there's a bookie in every bar, from what I hear, because I know people that have been there many times, and there's a bookie in every bar in Ireland, and you can bet on anything and everything you want, and it's such a cool country, and then I would just go, like, I would watch maybe wherever the British Open is at, I would go there. I would like, if it's not in England, I would fly, I would go.
It's in England.
Yeah, if you got all the, if you just want to, after taxes and all that, over $300 million, do you even care about a gambling aspect? Does it matter?
It's just the fun part of it. Like I love betting on ponies, Gator. I love betting on the horses, and that's huge over there. We don't know that here, but
in Ireland, you can bet on hurling. If you've ever seen hurling, it's like
I've hurled before. Too many beers one night.
It's not what you think. Hurling is.
It's not projectile vomiting.
One of the most insane sports I've ever seen. It's like a bunch of guys. It's like lacrosse, except they have field hockey sticks. I don't know how to describe it. It's wild, but yeah, Ireland. I have golfed in Ireland, and it is very green and very wet. I'll describe it that way.
Hurling looks barbaric.
Yes, it does.
Like knocking a ball out of midair with a. It's weird. It's not lacrosse.
It's not lacrosse, but it's like a field hockey stick.
Yeah, like a flat paddle. Yeah, it's like a baseball bat meets paddle. It's weird.
It's like soccer goals and goalposts and guys jumping in the way of a ball that's, I don't know.
You got to wear
just
a cup,
Google
right?
search it. Dude, I don't know how they don't wear pads, but unnamed
they're wearing
texter.
helmets though, Doug.
I know.
Safety first.
Not a fan of horse racing, but the Kentucky Derby VIP style is a no-brainer. The motocross of nations in Belgium. That's not that Isle of Man thing, right?
Well, that's not the UK. That's
right. As soon as I saw motocross, I thought, that is the Isle of Man the one where like 5 guys die every year?
I think so. Yeah.
That's crazy. Hey guys, I would go to Israel. I know it has risk, but I would love to see the history of the Holy Land. That's from Bill in Newport. All right. Well, there you go. So we'll do another one of Would You Buy a little bit later on. Gator.
Doug?
Well, I would say in the National Football League at this time, the running back market is somewhat meager.
Yeah.
I would say that the interest of teams in signing running backs to big long-term contracts, tepid. Franchise tag deadline expired yesterday. No deal agreed upon for 3 great running backs who get the franchise tag. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, and Tony Pollard of Dallas. Pollard has already signed his tag. He'll play with no protest. Jacobs and Barkley, they might hold out, and both have made no secret that is in play. Barkley will get a tag of $10.1 million, which is less than half than what elite wide receivers, offensive linemen, and some defensive positions make while playing under the franchise tag. Same thing for Josh Jacobs. So the question is, what can be done here? Or does anything get done? Should anything get done? Because the league has gotten to a point where they have accepted a shelf life for running backs, and the market has reflected it. Is this simple economics, or is this a problem? And as always, we ask, how does it impact us? I have a question. Tell me if you can answer this. When is the last time the Detroit Lions had a running back see a second contract?
Wow. Like a legitimate set, like an upgrade over the first rookie contract.
Not an undrafted free agent but
I mean, is it Barry?
It might be Barry Sanders. Now, there might be in the middle of somewhere
Does Corey Schlesinger count?
He's a fullback. Yeah, but in the middle there might be an Artus Pinner who but I mean the Lions haven't done this. Lions now part of it is they haven't had a running back.
They haven't had one worth it, and everybody's been hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, you had your the Kevins, Smith and Jones.
And I mean we just DeAndre Swift, they just pulled the plug on that. I think the Lions almost exemplify why what's happening is happening. Well, I mean, they haven't drafted well. But even
the Lions haven't had the running back that's gone for 1,000 yards in multiple years since Barry Sanders.
I mean, Best would have got another contract, but he got hurt. It's the most disposable position in the sport right now. And running backs are pissed about it.
Yeah, and they should be pissed.
Why?
When you're Josh Jacobs and you're ready for a new contract, and you're coming off a year where you led the NFL in rushing with 1,653 yards and you had 12 touchdowns on the ground, and you played in all 17 games, but you're not getting an offer that's going to pay you what like a top receiver would, that's wrong.
So if the Lions have scored with Jahmyr Gibbs, and he gets to the end of his contract, and you want to pay him more than any other team pays their running back. You think that's what should happen?
Right. I'm saying that this is something it's an NFL problem that they've devalued the running back position. And I think you have to ask yourself, okay, what's fair and what isn't fair? I'm looking at this is a big picture type thing with the league in a position, and how to fix it, they need to change rules. And I don't know if they're going to do that when it comes to contracts.
Well, that I would agree with. And I think that should be looked at. I don't know that anybody's to blame. Like, the devaluing of the running back is the evolution of the game. I mean, it's just the way the game has evolved. And because of that, these guys aren't getting the money that some of their teammates are getting. But to me, there's no one to blame here. It's just what the game has become. I don't know that I would call it unfair when it's sort of an agreed upon thing that the running back is a second contract for a running back isn't worth the risk.
Well,
because you know what the teams will see it as? High probability of wasted money. And so I can't blame them. So can the league, if it is deemed a problem by the league, and I think they should look at it, what the solution might be: separate salary cap for running backs, or 2 years to free agency if you're a running back.
Those are things to help correct it. And I'm not saying every running back gets this, but I mean, you've got some running backs that are like a Josh Jacobs, a Derrick Henry, a Nick Chubb, a Saquon Barkley. These are all the cream of the crop of the running backs, right? Guys that have proven it. And if they had a year where they were hurt, it's funny because it's like people look at that and say, well, you're done. But if a wide receiver gets hurt, it's okay. We'll give you another contract. And how valuable someone like Josh Jacobs is to the Raiders, he's immensely valuable. Derrick Henry is the Tennessee Titans, right? You know, Nick Chubb is going to go a long way to keeping Cleveland relevant, and Saquon Barkley was the offense for the Giants. Not every running back is as good as what these guys are. When you're this good, when you're the elite at your position, whatever position is, tight end, wide receiver, running back, there should be some compensation coming your way. Instead, the league looks at it and says, well, we got 4 good years out of it. We're giving you the 5th year. Out of the goodness of our hearts, we're going to give you the franchise tag for that. Or we'll try to work out a contract that's going to pay you less than what wide receivers get long term, which would be better than what the franchise tag is. This is what they were trying to do with Saquon Barkley. The report was, a $14 million a year deal? And I think the franchise tag is 10.
Franchise tag is 10.1.
So, I mean, there's an offer there. And if Barkley's camp wanted 16 and the Giants were offering 14, it seems to me there's some bargaining there. You make ends meet, but they haven't done it. And he's going to have to do what he's going to have to do, what he thinks is right. What he thinks is right is, well, I'm going to sit out until we work out a better contract.
If Saquon Barkley were a Lion, you would not franchise tag him.
I would try to sign him.
Okay, but if you couldn't agree, because the franchise tag number isn't randomly chosen. It is established by the market. I'm explaining to the audience. Okay. It's established by the market of the average of the top 5 players at the position, and the league has just stopped paying running backs. And it's because the data, like you bring up the wide receiver, if the data showed that wide receivers didn't recover from injuries, they'd be getting treated the same way. It's the running backs beyond. I mean, think of it. Since Adrian Peterson, there hasn't been a ton of running backs that have gotten deep into their careers and they're still been productive. The market is reflecting the reality of the sport. And so I don't know what's fair, what isn't, because it's driven by the market. And so unless the league wants to change the rules, which I have no problem with, to look out for the running back, it is what it is, unfortunately for them. And I do wonder how many people will start steering their young player, away from the running back position because of this. I mean, if you're a kid, I think it'd be foolish to choose your position when you're a kid or in high school based upon your NFL opportunities, because so few people make it there. But
yeah, I think the NFL needs to take a much closer look at this and do something that's more fair for running backs. And I think the easy thing to do, and it's not easy, but I think it's let them get to free agency sooner. Waiting to get to free agency 5 years into your career as a running back, I mean, you're nearing the end of your career. That's not worth it. 5 years for a receiver, hey, we're just getting started. And that's why they get the big jump in pay. So if you were to say you can become a free agent in the NFL as a running back after year 3, I think that would go a long way towards making things better, because their careers don't last that long. And if they're out of football after 7 years.
That's kind of what I think what's happening actually is fair. It's just, it is what it is. You're near the end of your career. We're not signing you long term. But if you want to address it, it's exactly what you said. It's to let him get to free agency sooner.
Yeah. And I think when you see running backs come out in support, when you have Derrick Henry or Austin Eckler come out and say that this is wrong, I think it shouldn't fall on deaf ears. It needs to be fixed. It is what it is, right? Because but it's barbaric to look at it and say it is what it is.
Football's always been barbaric. I will say, I disagree with you a little bit on their last point. I want non-running backs to come out and say something. Of course, the running backs are going to say something. I want non-running backs to say something.
Yeah, well, that'd be nice if they said something.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Rick. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, Gator, I got about 3 quick points to make. Dez did not get paid by Dallas when he got hurt. That's number one. When's the last MVP of the league that was a whiteout? That's number 2. Kenny Walker went out to Seattle and made him a playoff team and got the quarterback an all-pro spot. And you know what? This is on the agents, guys. The agents aren't negotiating hard enough. If the career's shorter, they need to get paid now.
I'll tell you what, Doug and I were discussing in the break. Is it partly on the agents? Sure. But really what it is, it's on the Players Association. It's on the Players Association, and they have to. And I'll let Doug make it because you made the point.
I don't know that the Players Association is going to be compelled to do this because the Players Association represents all of the players, and the Players Association is, because it represents all the players, when they go to bat for one position that might take more money out of the pool of players that the rest of the players get paid, I don't know that the Players Association as a whole is going to want to go to bat for the players. Because here's essentially what's happened. A running back is like a car, and you know that the car is going to break down after 5 years. And the teams are going, well, then I'm just going to lease that car. And the running back's saying, no, I want you to buy. And they're going, why am I buying when the data shows me that after year 5, you've got or year 3 or whatever, you're probably going to break down. So why? I'm just going to lease. And that's what they're doing. And that's a reflection of the game and what it is today.
You know what? How many years did McCaffrey get with his deal in Frisco, though?
I don't know how many years he got, but I'll look it up.
This guy's an MVP. He's a back. That's how important he is to the league. And the Giants aren't going anywhere if they don't sign Saquon.
Yeah, he got a 4-year. Well, actually, no, it's different. Sorry. This is his contract.
The time, man.
Yeah, thank you for the phone call. It's
a 4-year, $64 million deal, something like that.
And I don't think he was an MVP, but we're literally talking about a position that the market reflects what's happening. Is it unfair? I mean, yeah, but it's almost like saying, what are we supposed to do about it?
What about, do you think it would help if all contracts were guaranteed in the NFL?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. I mean, it's pretty crazy to me that all contracts aren't, because this is a league where they lose more people to injury than other sports more frequently.
That might be one thing they should look into. That would help everyone too, by the way. That would get all the players on board, right? And I think
make our lives easier.
But I think receivers and quarterbacks and defensive players, whoever, I think they all want their teammates to get paid, but you have to speak for yourself, Doug. You always say that. That's why the running backs are speaking up for their position group and themselves. Now, if guaranteed contracts were a thing for everybody, that's something everyone can get on board with. I don't know if that's ever going to happen in the NFL, but that may be one way. Another way is, do they have their own separate, as far as rookies are concerned, running back position is a separate a hit against the cap, or a separate, negotiation where they don't have to sign the same 4 or 5 year deal that first and second rounders sign. Maybe they get shorter term because everyone knows you got to get paid within those first 5-6 years, because unless you're one of the exceptions to the rule, and the caller mentioned McCaffrey, and there's been Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, you're not going to get that huge contract.
So the funny thing is, too, is literally one of the common beliefs when the Lions get Jahmyr Gibbs from fans is, well, play him. Play him. Now, get him on the field now. And it has something to do with his talent, but it also has something to do with running back shelf life. And, I mean, David Montgomery is the guy whose the clock is ticking on him, so they got to get Jahmyr Gibbs ready ASAP.
Well, it's also the difference in how running backs are used. I mean, I don't think Montgomery's going to carry the ball anywhere near 300 times this year, but they'll split the carries between the two guys and find a way to get them, whatever it is, 350 carries between the two running backs, so that you can extend the shelf life.
I mean, I guess it goes back to, until they change the rules, I see why what's happened has happened.
Oh, I totally understand why it happened.
If people are mad and say it's unfair, I always say, well, do you want your team to pay more than necessary to sign a running back? And, everybody would say no.
Right. I want the league to change.
Yeah.
I want the league to adapt. I want them to treat the running backs fairly, because I don't think they're treated fairly.
Well, I don't get the unfair part. It's you. I'd say you want people to buy when the lease makes more sense.
Yeah, Yes, but the NFL, and we also agree the NFL has to change it. They have to change it. So then I can follow it up with a statement because right now they're treated unfairly.
Well, I think they're treated to the market, but the market should they should change and let them get to the market sooner. But
That's
248.
That's how you do it.
248-539-9797. Brian is next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good, thank you.
Good. I had just a possible solution. I wanted to see what you guys thought about, the shelf life of a running back in the NFL, and really for all rookies. What about, instead of it being 5 years when they sign their second deal for that big payday, what if they changed it to 3 years?
Well, it depends when you're drafted. It's only 5 years if you're a first-round pick, and that fifth year is an option year that the team has to pick up.
Yep.
But to your point, why not just make it 3 across the board for that position? You played 3 years in the NFL. You're a running back. Maybe you set up some other parameters. You have to have, a certain number of carries or yards or whatever you want to do. But just as a base, saying 3 years, then you can hit free agency. I think it sounds great.
Yeah, I think 3 years is, you can prove yourself pretty much in the first 3 years, and then those last 2, how it's structured is, kind of just.
I'm trying to think about how the business aspect of the league would respond to this, because I think what we'd probably see is some other positions starting to argue that they deserve 3-year contracts. They should be able to get to free agency sooner.
Oh, I'm sure you would get some things like that.
And that's going to get some real pushback from the league.
Yeah, in 2 other points, running backs are used completely different now than what they were 20 years ago.
True.
Because we don't have the bell cows that carry the ball, when you think about it, 350 times a year. You had 3 running backs all of last year that had more than 300 carries. Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, and Nick Chubb. Saquon is 4th. He had 295 carries. So you got 2 of those top 4 guys are the ones that are going to hold out. Nick Chubb got paid last year. He got his 3-year extension for $36 million, so he gets $12 million a year on that. I forget when Derrick Henry got his, but these are guys that just got paid, so to speak. So
248-539-9797. Steve is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're okay, thank you.
Great. I'm really big into the running back position. I'm thrilled with the David Montgomery signing, and I'm very happy that we got Jahmyr Gibbs at the selection they did. But it's interesting you guys talk about the contracts, and the Lions have sold the Jahmyr Gibbs draft selection based on he's a weapon. Yep. But when it comes to getting paid, is he going to get paid as a weapon, or is he going to get paid as a running back?
It's a great question.
Kind of, that's what I'm looking to see, how they treat Jahmyr down the road, especially if he's very successful, like we all hope.
Well, the Lions are probably watching McCaffrey and Austin Eckler and some of the guys that are put up big numbers in the pass game as well,
Kamara,
and see what they are, how their contracts shake out, and probably follow a template similar to that.
This is nothing new. Le'Veon Bell did this 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Didn't work out great. It did not work out well. No, he had a decent offer, but thought was worth more. Made a strong, compelling case that he was. He was more than just a running back. As a running back, he was worth a hell of a lot. As a running back / receiver, incredible how much his worth was. And yet he got nowhere near what he was worth. Ends up signing for much less and out of football, and now he's apologizing to Pittsburgh fans for ever leaving. But this isn't new this year. This is something that's been brewing for a long time.
The game has evolved, if that's the correct word, but it has changed where running backs are now leased, not bought. 248-539-9797. Hey, what's the perfect way to celebrate life's special moments? It's time to raise a glass and toast to the good times with Cenote Tequila. Cenote Tequila, crafted with care and passion, captures the essence of Mexico's rich heritage. From the moment it touches your lips, you'll experience the smoothness and complexity that sets Cenote apart. Whether you're enjoying a night out with friends or hosting a gathering at home or just watching our baseball team try and stay in this playoff race, Cenote Tequila is a perfect companion. So next time you're looking for an extra touch of elegance, reach for Cenote Tequila. Cheers to the moments that matter. Celebrate with Cenote. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Got another Would You Buy coming up today at 12:20. The Powerball. And if you won the Powerball, would you buy this? Would you buy that?
It's a lot of money.
It is. It's $1 billion, Gator.
That's a lot.
Let's go to Lee next here on 97.1. Hi, Lee.
Hi, how you guys doing today?
We're doing good, thank you.
Good, thanks. Hey, yeah, I just wanted to touch on, you mentioned Le'Veon Bell, Gator. I feel he's a big part of why running backs are devalued today. I mean, you look at him sitting out, and then what happens? James Conner comes in. He has a pretty good season in 2018.
We can barely hear you, Lee. I don't know if you're not talking directly into your phone or if you have it on speaker and driving.
Fading in and out.
But you're fading, so if you could be a little louder.
Okay, how about that?
Much better.
Okay, yeah, I was saying, Le'Veon Bell did his thing, and then 2018, James Conner's plugged in, and he had a really good season. And then James Conner, he's gone. He's over in Arizona. Enter Najee Harris in 2021. The Steelers really haven't dropped a beat in the running game. And I think that's something that the league sees as a whole, and that's part of the reason why, running backs are a dime a dozen.
It's a tough life, man. It's a tough life.
It is, and I wonder if other positions are going to get that way. If this is this cyclical at all? Our team's going to realize, you know what? I can get wide receivers every draft too. I don't have to do this and get that second contract to a wide receiver. Yeah, it'd be nice to sign Devontae Adams, but you know what? I can go ahead and draft somebody in the first or second round, and they'll be fine.
Is it going to change? Absolutely. I mean, the game will continue to change, and right now there's a huge emphasis. I mean, I think it was off the air. You brought up, think about 1985, what a running back would make in 1985, and I said, yep. And the defensive inverse, like the defensive side of that would have been the middle linebacker.
Well, it's just amazing.
Imagine a middle linebacker in 85 compared to an edge rusher. Now the edge rusher is the glamour position because the emphasis is on the pass. Everything's about the pass. And so that position, to pressure the quarterback, is the big money position on defense. And the wide receivers and quarterbacks are emphasized. The left tackles are emphasized, not the running backs and middle linebackers.
I think we're all talking about it, of course, because it's a big topic in the NFL of running backs getting paid. But I think no matter what gets done or changes, if anything, it's only going to help the running backs get paid because it's just like you mentioned, Doug. The shelf life of the position doesn't want you to pay that position. There's only a few exceptions to the rule, and those guys will maybe get paid, and that's it. But as a whole, these guys they're not productive after 5 years. And so you got to move on. The receivers, they are productive after 5 years, and everyone needs more than one receiver. They need 2 to 3 at least. And you can mention Devontae Adams or Tyreek, whoever. They go to other teams, and they still put up huge numbers. Stephon Diggs, right? That's why the Vikings probably aren't going to let Justin Jefferson go. And if they do, he's going to get paid elsewhere. That running back position is just, I don't think it's going to ever get paid ever again. And this passing league is here to stay.
Well, I'd be surprised if there isn't changes. And I'm not talking about in the next 5 years. I'm talking about the next 20 years.
There might be, but like I said, I think it's going to be slight.
Because you know what's going to happen? Somebody's going to win with a rookie quarterback, with a Brock Purdy, and then the people are going to start. Because it's insane. Like, if you talk about a player's actual ability and where they rank at their position, the Daniel Jones will make more money than Saquon Barkley is a little bizarre, but it's just what the market is right now.
It speaks to the value of the quarterback position and the devalue of the running back position.
I found something to show the highest paid NFL players by position from 1986. Highest paid player in the league was Jim Kelly. He made $1.4 million. Highest paid quarterback. Also highest paid player. The next highest paid player in the league outside of quarterback position was running back, and it was Marcus Allen, who made $875,000. The highest paid receiver was Steve Largent, who made $800,000. Todd Christensen, the tight end from the Raiders, made $783,000. Then you get down to the highest paid lineman was a guard, $699,000, Dean Steinkuhler from the Oilers.
I mean, that makes sense, right? It wasn't a tackle. It wasn't the guy who protects the quarterback. It was the road grader for the running back.
Bill Fralick was the highest paid tackle at $508,000, and then center Joe Fields, from the Jets made $460,000. On the defensive side of the ball, the highest paid player on the defensive side of the ball was Mark Gastineau, defensive end, made $815,000. So kind of like the same thing, edge rushers, right? But there wasn't a whole lot of disparity between an end, a defensive tackle, a linebacker, or a corner. Actually, technically, Lawrence Taylor was the highest paid player. He was a linebacker, made $850,000. Mike Haynes, the defensive back, made $791,000. But you fast forward to today, and it's so different. Everything's flipped. Quarterbacks make 3 times the money that anybody else makes.
So that was like 35 years ago. I bet it's different 35 years from now.
Yeah, it probably will be.
And we'll still be taking your calls. All right.
Venus, hello.
Speaking of football, I watched episode 2 of Quarterback yesterday on Netflix. Have you watched it at all?
No.
Kang, you haven't watched it, and that surprises me.
Does it?
Yeah, because you're a big NFL guy.
I know, but
Kang's
I have
got no
kids,
time.
man. I got no time.
That's true.
He's doing laundry, Doug.
That's a good point.
Folding it.
Yeah, my roster's getting smaller. Yours is still expanding, and they're taking up more time all the time.
Dude, I can't even talk to my wife for 5 minutes without someone saying or screaming or asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone sit down and watch Netflix.
Yeah, my bad. Well, maybe after they go to bed.
Yeah. Doug doesn't get it. He doesn't understand.
Yeah, what do you have, kids or something? Come on. Did you have kids?
I got to tell you, I'm in a really weird spot with this show. It is a behind-the-scenes story where they follow 3 quarterbacks throughout the year. Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota, and Patrick Mahomes. And so far, I'm completely relating to Kirk Cousins as being, dad and all that. And I love his house in the backyard and the fire pit. Patrick Mahomes, I can't tell yet if I absolutely love this guy or if I think he's fake. Because he's saying so much stuff that I think is cool. And it's including when he's on the field. And the thing about when he's on the field is he has to know he's mic'd up. But I would think when you're in the middle of an NFL game, the last thing you're concerned about is being mic'd up. I don't think he's playing up for the cameras. He's playing the game. You'd have to be completely consumed by your job. But the stuff that comes out of his mouth, I think he just might be actually pretty cool, which surprises me. Now, maybe again, I'm being fooled. That's why I want you to watch it.
I'll get to it.
You're not going to get to it.
I'll get to it.
But
he doesn't want to open an app.
That's true.
I got a million things. It's funny because every time I go golfing with my buddies and we start talking about TV, he's like, "Oh, if you watch this show or this show or this show," and I'm like, "I haven't." And he's like, "Oh, you got to see this show," and like, there's so much good TV out there that I need to see, right?
Yep.
And everybody is probably in the same predicament, But it's just you get around to when you get around to. I watch other stuff because I enjoy other stuff too.
That's fair. I hear where you're coming from. I'm intrigued to get your opinion on Patrick Mahomes. I think you would think he's fake, but I'm not sure that you are spending any mental time worried about in the middle of a game.
I can't. I mean, the guy has that much success.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how fake he is. I think it's just. I don't know. I have to. You're right. I would have to watch it and give you my review.
He's big on telling pass rushers good rush after they get to him, even when they hit him. He'll tell a guy.
It's a mind game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit habit by now too if he keeps doing it.
Yeah.
It's.
He did say, I kind of hope that when they have that chance to give that extra little when they're sacking me, that maybe they'll go, he's a good guy and lay off a little bit.
You get the respect that Joe Namath had at the end of his career.
Yeah, the
guys are literally trying not to land on him, and they're helping him up every play.
A little bit different, huh?
Yeah.
Well, now that's a rule, Gator.
Well, no, you're not. There's a whole other thing with the NFL and the running backs thing. The least protected player is an NFL running back. They take the most punishment. It's like the league doesn't care. Quarterback, whoa.
Yeah, the whole league has devalued the position, not just the GMs and the coaches. It's an entire thing here.
Lions rookies report tomorrow. We'll talk about when it really gets interesting at 12:05. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'll follow up on something there in Falar's update. He mentioned the Tigers were in the middle of the pack to get Shohei Ohtani, 25-1.
In terms of the odds, yeah.
Yep. The teams that they are lumped with that are also 25-1 are interesting to me. The Miami Marlins, the Colorado Rockies, and the Boston Red Sox. If I told you the Tigers had the same chance of getting Shohei as the Red Sox, one would think that would be rather encouraging. But there's so much unique about this case. First of all, we get sent odds like this from BetOnline all the time. Like we just got one of Joel Embiid's next team, if not the 76ers. And they'll list 10 teams. Or Damian Lillard's next team, if not the Trailblazers, and they'll list 12 teams. Shohei Ohtani lists the entire league. Is this one of the rare players that may become available that literally every team in the league would want? I mean, that's not every free agent or every player in trade. But there's, guys like LeBron that every team would want.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's prospects like Connor Bedard that every team would want.
Sure.
But here's Shohei that every team would want him.
Absolutely.
Every single team would want him. And so every single team is listed. Is the 25-1, is that more encouraging or less encouraging? Like, think about what your expectation was for the Tigers to actually get involved.
This is for trade, right?
Yes. Although, no.
Or this is
it just says Shohei Ohtani's next team, if not the Angels.
So it could be free agency. So the odds mean nothing to me. I mean, it's just about what reality is. And reality is the Tigers have money to spend in the offseason. They have a ton of it. And if they want to allocate $70 million a year for a contract for Shohei Ohtani, I think it'd be tough for other teams to say that they're going to match.
Yeah, but every team doesn't have money. But I guess they could trade for him as a rental. The thing, I find this to be encouraging, actually. We've talked about it, and I've thought of it in long shot 50-1 kind of term. Like, okay, let's talk about this possibility. Even if it is a long shot, you should do your homework on every single player in the league, and any player that you would covet, you would think that you would do your homework on whether or not you can get him. I was pleasantly surprised to see them at 25-1. I see how many teams have better chances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 teams have better chances. That's it.
Well, that's half the league.
It is. And I would have thought that the Tigers, given their position in the league, would have been bottom third. And so they got a better shot at it than I guess I really expected.
Well, again, it's odds. Everything in life is 50-50. Either it happens or it doesn't. So I never look at the odds and get too blown away by it. I mean, if you want to get blown away, look at the top teams. What are the odds for them to land? All right, because those are the teams that are going to get them.
Yeah.
It's not going to be some team like the Tigers.
Okay, but let me ask you this. At some point, when it gets down to the nitty-gritty and there's trade talk, the top teams are the Dodgers, Mets, and Yankees. I bet there's somebody outside of that group that's involved.
Well, for trade, yeah, but it's I'm not.
Never mind. You just don't care. I just thought the odds were interesting.
I don't care. I don't care about the odds. The odds mean nothing to me. I mean, what means to me is, okay, can the Tigers get them? I don't look at odds. Do you think the Tigers have a path to get them? They have a path to get them if they wanted to trade for them, and they have a path to get them if they wanted to do free agency because they have the money. Those are the realistic things you can talk about. Do they want to put together a package of prospects that would get Artie Moreno to say, yep, let's make that deal? Absolutely, they could. They would decimate their farm system. They're trying to populate the farm system with real players right now, and they're doing a decent job over the last few years to get some more prospects back in there. But do you want to erase all that to add Shohei? Shohei's a great player. There's no question. He'd be amazing for this team because he's like two players in one. But is he likely to sign a long-term deal with the Tigers afterwards? Is it worth it for a short-term run? Absolutely, it's not worth it. Is it worth it if you're able to sign him?
You said absolutely it's not worth
it? To trade for him? No, because there's no guarantees I'm going to be able to sign him in the offseason.
Okay. I keep going back to I don't even trade for him unless you know you're going to be able to sign him.
So let's just say that you don't even trade for him because you're not. You don't
if you
have
think
the
you can
guarantees.
sign him, he's absolutely worth it for the short term because they'll win the division if they trade for Shohei Ohtani.
I disagree with that. I don't think
I think
there's
he adds,
no guarantee there.
I think he adds the bat, and I think he becomes immediately a dominant starting pitcher. And yeah, I think they win the division.
Well, is he not pitching right now? Is he?
Well, he
got
hurt
a
his
finger
back.
issue?
He hurt his back last night. Tweaked his back last night, but they say he's fine. But we'll see. All right, so rookies report today for 9 teams in the NFL. The Lions report tomorrow. So what we're going to get out of training camp is a lot of injury updates. This is how it starts with so-and-so's doing this, so-and-so's limited, so-and-so sat today out. And that's just typical. But where things really get interesting to me is when they start having the joint practices. And the Lions have 2 of them this year. They have joint practices August 8th and 9th with the New York Giants, and they have joint practices August 16th and 17th with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think that's the time where you really start to get a feel over who your football team is. And maybe even more so than the games, because the games are so controlled and so kind of scripted for the first teamers. Sometimes it's fun to watch, 2s on 2s, and then a good portion of the second half snaps are useless. But because they're guys that just aren't going to be in the league. But what I'm really looking forward to, as much as I will eat up every little nugget of information that comes out of training camp and rookies reporting, and there'll be little nuggets of information, I can't wait till we have those joint practices. And in fact, I think we're going to be out there one of those days.
That'd be nice. It's fun to see other teams for sure. The players would like to do that because it hit somebody other than their own teammates that they've been doing for a while. There's usually spirited.
Yep.
Might be a flare up here and there, which is fun for fans to watch. But it's also a chance to just, like, for instance, if you don't think the Lions have a good defense, and if you hear that the Lions offense is tearing it up in practice, and a lot of people will go to sure, look who they're going against every day. Well, what if they go against one of these other defenses, and see how that looks, and vice versa.
It's always better to hear that your team's doing well in the joint practices as opposed to regular practice, because for every positive, there's a negative. It's just the way it is, and there's no 2 ways around it. But, tomorrow we'll start to get a feel. Tomorrow we'll start to get a sense for, I guess, the most interesting thing that'll come out tomorrow is the first health update on Hendon Hooker, on what the plan is with Hendon Hooker. Outside of that, we might get heights and weights. I don't know about that, but I think if they address the media, we'll get a sense for where Hendon Hooker is in his return, and that's probably a story that the Lions are going to want to keep somewhat dulled because they don't want to create a quarterback controversy.
No, and there is none at this point. I think it's, at least to this point, it's thought that he would miss the whole season. But there's plenty to be gained for being around this team and being part of training camp. I can't imagine he's going to be taking, snaps in shells against a defense that could, hit him. Or certainly not in full pads. But is he able to contribute at all in running the drills? I hope so. That's the kind of progress I want to hear about. That he's doing great. He's nowhere near ready with his legs to run, but he's able to throw, and he looks great throwing the ball. He's picking up the offense. These are things you want to hear about.
All right, couple things. One, you can stream the Carson Anderson program through the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, and stream the video with twitch.tv, where you can see us, plus participate in the streaming chat on the right side of the screen. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Also streaming on our website, YouTube. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. I want you to look, Gator, 2 things we just tweeted out this morning. One is who won champ and who won chump. The second thing, or I guess the first of the 2 that we tweeted out 2 hours ago, I want you to go take a look at it. and give me your impression at 12:16. Whether or not somebody got caught. We'll get to that at 12:16. Open lines, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did, with the new Connecticut system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, well, you aren't getting the best tasting water, but you're also, well, you become the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified, great tasting water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Connecticut Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. So I was thinking of doing something just to get my kids' reaction. I think I want to play, next time I have all three kids in the car, I'm going to play Tracy Chapman's Fast Car.
Why?
Because the Luke Combs remake that is so wildly popular.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't know there was a remake. Okay.
That I know my kids, certainly I know my son likes it. I wonder if they even know it's a remake.
They don't.
I just want to play it.
Yes, do it, Doug.
And just see if they go, who's this singing the Luke Combs song?
Do it. That Luke Combs cover, by the way, I do like it.
Yeah.
I think he did a really good job on it. It's very, very popular right now.
Yep.
It's being played all the time. I guarantee they don't know it. My wife did something similar to me this morning, and I'm like, crap. But see, this thing, does that just make you even older to them? You know,
Well-
not that you're trying to get younger to your kids, but
I think they're pretty well aware.
yeah,
Dad's
exactly,
older than
but
them.
even more ancient because my wife brought up a song I told you this morning. It was it's called "Somewhere Only We Know," and I guess there's a remake or a cover of it that's going around on TikTok that everyone's using this song. And she's like, "Hey, do you know this song?" She played it in the car because we drove together this morning, and she said, "Do you know the song?" I guess this song's really old actually, and I'm like, I heard the song. I go, "Yeah, I know this song. That song's really old because." I remember a band called Keen played that song.
Right.
And that's not that old. She's like, she went and looked it up. She goes, no, I guess Keen wrote this. And I looked at her, I go, don't you ever say that song's old again. Because she made me feel old.
Right.
I was like, because I heard the original. Now I'm like, oh my God. It's getting to that point where, like, our parents probably heard people cover songs that they, originally heard. And it's just, this is not going to stop. Like, how many times I asked you, Doug, do you think Fast Cars will be covered by the time my daughters are 18, 20 years
Like
old?
it'll be covered again, I'm
Yes.
sure. And I do think that it's funny that a song that I was reading a story in Yahoo, it quickly became a lesbian anthem, has now like it's infiltrated country music, and it doesn't
Fast
hit.
Car from Tracy Chapman was a lesbian anthem.
Yes, and I do think it's an interesting cultural blending, if you will.
Well, people don't know though, Doug. They just think probably it's the Luke Combs' new song.
Yeah. But I'm gonna play it in the car next time I have the kids and just see if they go, wait, what's this?
I'd like to hear that reaction.
I like you know this Toto Africa. I liked when Weezer covered it.
I didn't know Weezer covered it.
Really? It sounds pretty similar. That's probably why I like it.
Yeah.
Because I like the original as well. But
Remember, years ago when Diddy had, I think it was Diddy, had the song and it was with the sampling of Led Zeppelin's Cashmere in the background. Zach Wilde, who was and still is kind of a guitar player for Ozzy Osbourne, he said his kid was with him one time and kid goes, "Dad, you got to hear this new song by Diddy. It's amazing." And he's like, "Okay, well, go ahead and play it." He plays it, and Zach's just shaking his head, and the kid's like, "Oh, don't you like it?" And he's like, "That's Led Zeppelin."
it's offensive when it happens
Right,
to you.
Right. It's not Diddy.
Yeah.
It's Zeppelin.
I'm like, that's Keen. What are you talking about? We just got a text, Doug, from Todd in Ann Arbor. I'm 32. Did not know Fast Cars was a cover until about 3 days ago.
Well, there you go.
So
I was today years old when I found out.
I haven't heard the new version, the Luke Combs version. Is it similar? Is it acoustic?
similar, yep.
Okay.
Just
Very
like
similar.
country, but similar.
Totally.
Because that was when she came out with that. That was what, mid 90s?
I think it was 80s.
Oh, was it 80s?
Yep.
Damn old. Early 90s maybe. But
Tell
it
him
was-
90.
Tell me, please.
Gator, it was 2006.
Thank you.
Also known as the late 80s.
But when that song came out, it was a totally different sounding song.
Totally different.
You know, it was just, I mean, a complete departure from what music was at that point.
God, we're getting him now, Doug.
What?
Everyone's telling us their age and that they didn't know this was a cover. It's like, oh my God.
Oh, the Luke Combs one?
I'm not as old as you guys, but I even knew it was a Tracy Chapman song.
Right.
And people are like, I'm 26, no idea it was a cover. My girlfriend loves this song. I'm 33, no idea. Like,
They thought it was a
Luke Combs original. Yeah.
A story in Yahoo, although she's an incredibly private person, the upside to having her song barreling onto the charts again is that Billboard estimates Chapman has already earned approximately $500,000 in publishing royalties since Combs' album was released in March. When Fast Car hit the airways back in the late 80s, it quickly became a lesbian anthem and was loved for its working class theme and lyrics about escaping to find a better life. Now Combs has breathed a new life into the song by including his cover of the folk pop tune on his fourth studio album, Getting Old. The success of the Love You Anyway singer's version makes Chapman the first black woman as the sole writer to top the country airplay chart since its inception in 1990. I'm telling you, this is a fascinating
Breaking barriers.
blending of cultures. Yeah, I'll do this. We'll do the experiment and see how it plays. I'll play it for my kids. Apparently, we just let the cat out of the bag. Half the audience.
It's not a Luke Combs song?
It's not a Luke Combs song.
I really like that Ed Sheeran song. It's called Lose Yourself, I think. He played it recently in concert. It was pretty cool.
Played in Detroit.
Some rando showed up on stage and sang it with
He
him.
ruined it, right? That guy
was,
that
yeah.
rapper?
Total rando.
Yeah. What was he doing?
I don't know, because Ed was having his moment.
Yeah, I don't know why he
was talking about
bring
stepping
everything
up
to a stop like that, but
Ugh. Hilarious.
it was good of Ed Sheeran to let somebody else have a spotlight.
Gator, we got some college football stuff we'll get to today at 12:35. Rule change and interesting fan reactions. There was a fan poll about the health of the game. We'll get to that today at 12:35. In the meantime, time for another edition of Would You Buy? Okay. Powerball, $1 billion. All right?
All right.
So,
Dare to dream.
If you win the Powerball, how would being a billionaire change your wardrobe?
This is a great question. This is such a great question.
How would it change your wardrobe?
I don't know if it would. My day-to-day, like what I wear on a daily basis, going out, like doing the show and stuff, wearing T-shirts and shorts, that's probably not going to change. Where it would change is evening wear.
When you go out on the night,
I'd probably look pretty good.
You know what? I'll tell you the one thing. There has been a rare occasion where I have liked a shirt, and like the extra large was way too, like I'm wearing a parachute.
You get
and the
custom
large
fitted, my friend.
And so I've bought the extra large and had it tailored. I have like 2 tailored dress shirts, which they're so out of style. They're so old right now, but I love the way they fit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that you can afford to find stuff that fits well.
Stuff made.
A well-tailored suit.
Yep.
I would have, and then you can have fun with it with different colors and patterns. I would have quite the wardrobe.
All the paisley you could ever want.
Maybe not paisley, but I would have quite the wardrobe. I would like to look good when I go out.
Kang, what about you? You win the Powerball, how does it affect your wardrobe?
I would start buying more clothes, for sure. I don't like, you get to a point in your life, it's different for everybody, where you just don't give a crap about what, like, whether, what's cool or not. Or,
I read years ago in Men's Health magazine that your style freezes at your happiest point in life. Like you kind of evolve. And then when you kind of reach peak whatever you're wearing at that time, you carry that out for a long time.
I'm sure that is for a lot of people. I just switched over to just comfort more than style at some point, where I'm like, hey, these shorts have more pockets. I'm gonna need to carry crap later, or or this shirt, it's gonna be hot out there today. I'm gonna make sure this shirt's like sweat ready, or
Would you have a crazy shoe collection?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't want to say collection, because collection means that you wouldn't wear them. But would you have buy a bunch of shoes?
I would definitely buy more shoes
Hats?
that I wouldn't buy now because of just price. But yeah, I would definitely shop more and buy more clothes than I do now.
How many hats would you have, Doug? I mean, you have roughly 40 right now, 60 right now.
I'm north of 60 for sure. I would have a lot more hats. I mean, I would have.
You wouldn't even think about it.
I wouldn't even think about it.
You wouldn't have to think about it.
I am
there's one, got it.
It is a battle every time I walk into a store to not buy a baseball cap. If they have any kind of baseball caps, I'm eyeing another one. It's probably the first thing I look at if I'm in a clothing store is if they have hats. And I'm like, stop. I got to stop. If Valenti's been pushing that Padre hat on me
I don't
forever,
know how you not gotten it yet.
Because I'm trying to show discipline, one hat at a time.
When was the last time you bought a hat?
I got one about 2 weeks ago.
You do have issues.
I know.
But you've been talking about this Padre hat for a long time. You should have gotten that months ago.
Here's why. Because I'd have to order it. It's not the immediate gratification. I can't put it on my head and go, God, that does look sweet, and have to buy it. So I'm showing more discipline.
Well, I finally got a guitar for the first time in like 4 years.
Yeah. Well. Anyway, so it would affect your wardrobe.
Yeah.
Okay. And you hit the Powerball, become a billionaire. Would you join a country club?
Yep. Without question.
I knew what your answer would be. I'm more interested in that guy's answer because he doesn't golf.
Yeah, probably not. It'd just be wasted on me. I don't golf enough. I don't really golf at all.
Take the kids to the pool? Or would you have a pool in your backyard?
Well, you know I'd have the pool in the
Yeah,
backyard.
pool in the
It'd be a lazy river in my backyard. Are you kidding?
I thought about the lazy river.
Dude, I feel like the lazy river would be perfect for you. You like to just chill.
I do like to just chill.
Stone cold chill in your backyard?
Yeah, get like a 5-acre property and just build the lazy river all around the property.
Well, are you talking about someone we both might know? You guys hear about Matt Ishbia? What he's trying to do?
No.
Oh, I think it's bigger than 5 acres. I think I had to look up the story. 60,000 square foot house he's trying to build.
What?
In Bloomfield Township.
Wow.
And part of it is, I'm not going to go through everything, but he wants a lazy river in his backyard. And so he's got to go through the homeowner association, go through the city, get all this zoning and all this. Yeah, so right now he's trying to do that. And like one of the things he wants to build is a lazy river in his backyard.
Get off my dream, man.
I'm guessing he's going to beat you to the dream. Game.
Yeah. He's got a head start in that billionaire thing.
I think he called dibs first.
All right, college football questions. We'll get to that today at 12:35. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, we got sidetracked. If you follow us on Twitter, at DunGator971, two things that have been tweeted out today. One, Champ and Chump. So you can go see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Follow the link. A little surprised. The other is a picture that surfaced on the socials last night. It was during the Tiger game. It was a cutaway. Or it's like at the end of an inning or getting ready for the next inning. Whatever it was. And it's from what appears to be the Bally Sports feed. And it's the Royals pitcher, Jordan Lyles. And he's like adjusting his hat. He's got his hands above his head, and he's adjusting his baseball hat, his cap. And there appears to be something on his arm, like near his wrist. And, you know, when you put your hands over your head, sometimes your sleeves kind of ride up a little bit. So it looks like it's possible that there's some sort of substance on the inside of his wrist, like the palm side of his wrist. Could be a lot of things, Gator. Could be something completely innocent. What do you think it is?
I think it is blatantly obvious he's a mean, dirty cheater.
Do you?
Yeah. Unless he sneezed on his wrist.
Here's
your first clue.
Then he's disgusting.
Yeah, well, I think he's that because he's a cheater. You watched the game last night.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like it was warm in Kansas City.
Yes.
A little humid in Kansas City.
Yep.
You going to wear the skin-tight undershirt?
I probably wouldn't have chosen that, but I'm looking at highlights, and it looks like a lot of players did. Is it possible it wasn't as warm as it looked?
I don't know. I remember looking at Matt Manning, and he was dripping sweat.
He sure was.
And I've heard that Kansas City is incredibly humid this time of year.
Yep.
It's on his left wrist. He's a right-handed pitcher, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's cheating, and I think it's obvious.
Well,
that
they check players all the time now, right? I mean, it's not.
They check their palms
and they check their gloves. I swear I've seen him roll up sleeves, but maybe he's hoping to get away with it. Look, the dude's 1-11. That's why I don't think it possibly could be anything.
Well, that's why he has to.
Wouldn't you be better?
Wait, was he good last night?
Actually, he was pretty good.
Was he good the previous time he played the Tigers? I believe he was.
I don't know. The guy they're facing tonight dominated the Tigers last time out. Daniel Lynch, through 7 innings, gave them no runs. But
no, this guy was cheating.
You think?
Obvious.
No.
And he should be banned from baseball.
Well, you can go see the picture at DunGator971 on Twitter.
I agree with Jed, who sent us the tweet.
What did Jed say?
Ban this man for life at Major League Baseball. If I have to watch him shut the Tigers down one more time, I'm going to need section. I'm going to need section. I don't know what that means. Ban him is what he says. Yes, 100% ban him. He's a cheater.
Okay. So a couple interesting things from college football. One is from the SEC media days going on right now. They were talking about a rule change in college football, and it was kind of a gray area. So something we've seen new, the proliferation of it in the last few years, snap back to the punter, and the punter starts to roll out, right?
Mm-hmm. The rugby-style punt?
Rugby-style punt, but they're starting to roll and run and kind of wait to see how the defense responds. And so as the punter is rolling out and getting closer and closer and closer to the line of scrimmage, the defense has to decide, commit to going up and forcing him to punt or try and tackle him,
mm-hmm.
or go back and start blocking. What we've seen is the punters be very good at waiting to the last second, then punting, getting drilled, and getting a flag for roughing the kicker.
Right.
From the SEC media days, Pat Forty tweeted out that if the new rule is if the kicker is displaced by more than 5 yards from where he was originally standing, roughing or running into the kicker will no longer be called.
All right. This is something I'd love to be addressed. I think that might be going a little bit harsh. I think you treat it like roughing the passer is what I think. So if he gets outside the 5 yards, rolls to his right, kicks the ball, and you hit him immediately after he kicks it, it's like roughing the passer. It's not, because the passer just threw it and you happen to hit him, and there's a little bit of grace period that you allow before it becomes roughing. I think it should be the same thing with a kicker.
Well, it's 5 yards. It's not like
but you're saying 5 yards once he gets 5 yards past.
No, it's 5 yards from where he catches it. He's got 5 yards, and once he goes 5 yards, he's free game to be hit after he kicks it.
Right. This is what I'm saying. I'm disagreeing with this because I think it should be treated once he moves past that 5 yards. He's like a quarterback that's going to throw the ball, like on the run. If the quarterback throws the ball, he's running towards the sideline, guns it downfield, 2 seconds later gets drilled, it's going to be roughing the quarterback.
Well, I don't know if it's 2 seconds later. It's because what happened is a Kentucky-Missouri game. I think it was Kentucky was punting, and their punter started to roll out, and Missouri came up to rush him, and the punter just got the ball off. Like, it just left his foot as he got hit. It was a flag for roughing the kicker.
I understand the spirit.
And so I think that it's very similar to what you described.
Yeah, that is, and that's why that needs to be corrected.
And that's what they've done.
But what they've done is gone too far, haven't they?
5 yards is too far?
I think it's not the 5 yards. It doesn't say that. It basically says if he goes 5 yards away from where he caught the ball, that he's fair game regardless of how long after he kicks the ball.
Well, it's not regardless. It's just if it's a bang bang play, I think is what they're saying.
Okay. Well, if it's that, then that should be changed absolutely, and I applaud the change.
Yep. So the other thing is The Athletic did a poll of college football fans. Now, I was trying to figure out if this is a true sampling of the way the country thinks, because The Athletic is a paid sports website. I pay for it and absolutely love it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fantastic.
I think it provides great content.
I think it's good for the show, but I find it interesting outside of the show.
Great writers.
Yeah, and they really do a lot of deep dives and behind the scenes stuff. So if someone is paying for a subscription to The Athletic, is that truly someone who represents the average? I mean, that's a pretty hardcore sports fan, is my guess. Would you think that that's true, or is that?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think the same people that pay for ESPN Insider or ESPN Plus or whatever, people that do that, I think it's the same type of thing.
5,444 people completed this survey. Answered questions like, what is your attitude towards the future of college football? 1, very concerned. 10, very excited. What do you think the biggest issue facing college football is? How do you feel about Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC and USC and UCLA joining the Big Ten? On a scale of 1, I hate it, to 10, I love it. And I think there's one more here. There were other questions, but which first-year Power 5 coach is most likely to succeed at his new school? Names like Luke Fickell, Matt Rule, Hugh Freeze, Deion Sanders, Jeff Brom. And are you rooting for Deion Sanders to succeed or fail at Colorado? We'll get to the results of this, and I want to get your take as well. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, college football fan survey done by The Athletic. Now, I think that I'm not sure this is a true representative of the average fan because I think people that subscribe to The Athletic would be rather hardcore fans. So it might be skewed a little bit towards the hardcore fan, but here we go. Gator, I'll ask you to answer these questions as we go. What is your attitude toward the future of college football? 1, very concerned, on a scale all the way up to 10, very excited. Now, let's remember we've had a lot, probably the fastest change we've seen in any sport. We've seen the playoff go from 4 teams to 12 teams. We've seen rampant conference or realignment. We've seen name, image, and likeness. We've seen transfer portals allowing for immediate transfer. So there's been huge changes to the game. Many have called for a long time. Others, when you combine them, seem to maybe having some unintended side effects. But here we are. So on a scale of 1, very concerned, to 10, very excited, where would you fall on that scale?
I am probably a 3.
Okay.
I'm concerned. And that 3 seems moving closer to 1 than it is towards the middle. I think they've got a real mess on their hands without really policing NIL. I think the transfer portal is going to work itself out as we're getting further and further away from the COVID year. And I think as teams and players start to figure things out. But it's the NIL stuff and the playoff stuff. I don't like adding the more teams to it. I think there's just so many things that I don't like about it. The conference realignments and all this and poaching from other conferences. And I don't know. We'll see what happens. The Georgia situation with their off-field stuff, how that gets investigated. Is that going to knock another big team off a pedestal? And perhaps deservedly so if what is being alleged is true. There could be some big time black eyes going on college football.
Kang, where are you on this scale? 1, very concerned, 10, very excited about the future of college football.
I'm probably a 6, right in the middle, maybe a little above, obviously. I just think it's when change happens, and this is pretty drastic change. I get that. People are, they don't adapt quickly, easily. I think this is just new college football, and it's going to be I think they're still working out some kinks, obviously, but the old way isn't going to happen anymore. That's in the past. We're going to have to get used to the new way of this is a new college football. It's not your dad's college football. It's not your grandfather's college football. It's not maybe 5 years ago college football, right? This is the way we're moving, and I think we just we need to accept it.
Yeah, I'm probably between a 7 and an 8. It's because one thing you said there, I agree with, although a different topic. I think NIL is going to work itself out. I think there's going to be some settling down of a lot of these things when we get a few years into it. The biggest problem I have is realignment. I think realignment is taking the footprint of college football and making it smaller. And like I'm worried like the West Coast is going to be deemed obsolete. And I guess it doesn't super affect me, but I like it that it's a full country thing. I'm a huge college hockey fan, but I know it doesn't mean anything in the South and the West. And I think those schools from the Pac-12 that have joined the Big Ten are going to get killed by travel. I don't think it's going to help them at all. And so I think everything we've done is really, I mean, we're benefiting from it in Big Ten territory because we're adding 2 major brands to the conference. And I don't know that those brands will be able to maintain their level of success. I think those kids in the West Coast who are being recruited by West Coast schools or schools that play half their games in the Midwest, I don't think those parents are going to want to send their kids to those schools. But it's still my favorite sport. It's still my favorite sport.
I love college football, but my love is waned over the last couple of years.
Well, there's a few things here. It says the 3 most popular answers, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, your level of excitement for the coming season, 1 being or for the future of college football, 1 being very concerned, 10 for being very excited. The 3 most popular answers were 8, 7, and 10. 8 had 16.9% of the vote, 7, 15.3% of the vote, 10, 12.1% of the vote. All are concerned about the future of college football. Our subscribers remain very excited about what lies ahead. Some fans were honest about their rating, answering that their answers were based solely on the outlook of their favorite teams, but in general, positive feedback far outweighed the negative. In total, 53.1% of respondents chose an answer between 7 and 10. So at least these
So that means that 47% chose
less than 7, yes.
Yeah.
But these are pretty hardcore fans because they're subscribing to The Athletic. What do you think is the biggest issue facing college football? Is it managing name, image, and likeness? Is it managing rosters / transfer portal? Is it conference realignment? Is it lack of parity, aka same teams playing for the title? Or is it something else?
I think it's NIL.
You go with NIL?
Yeah, because they're just different rules for different states, and you've got to find a way to make it uniform all across. I think there's a lot of tweaking that's going to have to go on. It's the Wild West right now. There's no real policing of it. I mean, even when you get, like Tennessee just got slammed, right, with all these recruiting violations. Mm-hmm. How does it really affect them? They lose some scholarships, right? But with NIL, it makes up for the lack of scholarships. So there's no real bite to any of these policies yet. Will it change? It needs to change. Otherwise, my number goes from 3 to 1.
My concerns are mostly the first conference realignment, name, image, and likeness, and managing rosters. The lack of parity thing, whatever. I think those things are cyclical. The number one answer from the fans was conference realignment. 27.1% said conference realignment.
Well, I mean, if I had to rank them, it might be my second one, because of just seeing conferences decimated, the Pac-12 being decimated. We're clearly going to an area of, at the very least, 2 super conferences. Mm-hmm. But is it going to be? And what's the end number? Is it 4? Is it 3? I don't know what the end number is, but we're destroying some of these conferences.
Yeah, and I don't think it's better for the fan when you lose the central geographic alignment. I mean, it's a hell of a lot easier to make a trip to Champaign than it is to Los Angeles, Yeah, but and more expensive.
Yes. But I think people also in Big Ten country, Michigan State fans, let's address it. That's what we're at. When our school plays in Los Angeles, is that a road trip we want to make?
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It is, but it's just so it just doesn't make sense.
Well, of course it doesn't make sense.
It
doesn't make any geographic sense. It makes sense for,
I mean,
for money.
It's like the day and age when the Arizona Cardinals were in the NFC East.
Yeah.
I mean,
that would be my number one concern is conference realignment. I think I understand the NIL thing for a lot of people, but I chalk that up to that's just part of recruiting. And there's always been schools that have the high, the leg up on other schools in recruiting. And this is just another factor in recruiting. The conference realignment is my number one because if you want to keep any form of college football, what you thought traditional college football was like, the geographical, placement of conferences is one thing you can keep. Yep. I get everything else. Money, it plays a huge issue now because there's billions and billions of dollars in this. So the NIL is going to be there. Players are going to try to make money off their name, image, and likeness because guess what? Other college students that don't play sports are able to do it. Why not us? The conference realignment thing is when now it's become, that's the wild, wild west to me, where I just have no idea where everyone's in.
You're right.
If you want college football traditionally, right, that's the one thing you can kind of keep.
If you want to make a case for name, image, and likeness, it's that now everybody can do what some have done for a long time. And it's above board. Once we figure this out, I suspect that everything will have to be reported and followed through on. And there's starting to be more thought being put into that. But paying the players has been going on for a long time. It was against the rules. Now everybody is allowed to do it. And so there is more of an equal playing field. Your point about different rules in different states, which is different laws in different states, is a very valid one. They got to sort out the inequities there. But once they do that, I'm not sure this isn't going to make it for a better place for everyone.
Well, in some schools they have deeper pockets than others,
Yes.
so the playing field will not be level.
But it wasn't before. It has a chance to be level, but it wasn't before. How do you feel about Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC and USC and UCLA joining the Big Ten on a scale of 1, hate it, to 10, love it? This is the one that I hate.
All right, for me, I'm at a 5 because it's a love-hate relationship. As a fan, a fan of Big Ten football. I love seeing USC and UCLA here for competition-wise. I love the idea of maybe I'm going to plan a trip out. Not a road trip, I'm not going to drive it, but maybe I'll plan a trip out, see my best friend in California, and watch Michigan State take on USC or UCLA. To see programs like Texas and Oklahoma go to the SEC and just make that conference stronger, it's going to be interesting to see where they end up. How is this going to change the scheduling we just saw the schedule for Georgia for this year. It's their non-conference schedule is bad enough, but it's their conference schedule sucks. But if you add teams like this, then it's going to make it tougher. I like that part of it. Here's my hate part. I hate it because these schools have no business leaving the conferences they were in.
No. The most popular answer, I'm at a 1. I don't like conference realignment at all for any of the sports. It's done for basically one sport, but there's a little bit of college basketball influence. The rest of the athletic departments, the parts that I know that I will get bombarded with feedback that nobody cares about, they're going to get killed with the travel. But I think even the primary sports will, and it just makes no sense to me.
I mean, they torpedo the Pac-12.
Yep. So I'm at a 1. Kang, where are you?
I'm at a 2. I'll leave myself for a little room, but yeah, I don't like it either, Doug. It's so hard to keep college football. I think that's the one way you can kind of do is keep them in the same conference.
The most popular answer on a scale of 1, hate it, to 10, love it. The most popular answer was 1, collecting nearly twice as many votes as any other response. It earned 24% of the vote, ahead of 5 with 13.5% of the vote. So not very.
So it's kind of like the same reflection of this show.
Yeah, kind of.
I was at a 5. Your guys are at a 1 and a 2.
All right. We'll have a few more of these when we continue. There's a college football survey of fans that subscribe to The Athletic. Over 5,000 people responded. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, a couple more of these I want to get to, and then we'll hear from you at 248-539-9797. This is a college football fan survey. What's your attitude towards the future of college football? 1, very concerned, to 10, very excited. Gators at a 3. I'm at an 8. Kang, you're at a 6. What do you think the biggest issue facing college football is? Gator, you said managing name, image, and likeness. I think it's conference realignment. Kang, you said name, image, and likeness. Or did you answer that one? Biggest issue?
Conference realignment.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. And the fans, 27% said conference realignment, 24% said name, image, and likeness, 20% said transfer portal and managing roster. Conference realignment. How do you feel about Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC and USC and UCLA joining the Big Ten? 1 on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being hate it, 10 being love it. The most popular answer was 1. I'm at a 1. Kang, you're at a 2. Gators at a 5. All right, here's one that we hadn't answered yet. Which first-year Power 5 coach is most likely to succeed at his new school? Jeff Brom at Louisville? Luke Fickell at Wisconsin? Hugh Freeze at Auburn? Matt Rule at Nebraska? Or Deion Sanders at Colorado?
Luke Fickell at Wisconsin. It's been a pretty solid program, regardless of who the coach is. I think Luke Fickell is a very good coach. And I think Wisconsin's recruiting does what Wisconsin's recruiting does. They recruit big guys in the offensive line, and they always get a good running back. And that shouldn't stop. Luke Fickell might be a little more high profile because of how successful he was at Cincinnati and his ties to Ohio State. So maybe that helps him get a couple different recruits. But I just think things are probably set up better for him to succeed than the other coaches.
Kang, who would you say on this one?
I think Fickell's probably the safest bet, Gator, but I got a feeling it's going to be Matt Rule at Nebraska. I think Nebraska, they can be a good football program. I think everyone was kind of shocked at how bad it was, right, with Frost. So I'm going to go Matt Rule, though. I think he's meant for college football. That whole Carolina experiment obviously did not work out.
I'm going with Jeff Brom at Louisville, and I think he's a great coach, but I also think he has the easiest path to success. I think life for Wisconsin is about to get a lot tougher without the Big Ten West and that being eliminated. And I think Nebraska's killed its recruiting base by joining the Big Ten. They used to pull great players out of Texas, and they don't at the same rate anymore. And in the new Big 12 without Texas and Oklahoma, I think Louisville can get a little momentum here behind a good coach. So I would go with Brom.
I wasn't sold on Brown being a good coach to begin with. But then again, your love for Purdue is never ending. So
won the Big Ten West last year.
Was it the year that you finally didn't predict them to?
Exactly. And you'd think that my love for Purdue would have me hating Brom, but I don't love Purdue.
Right.
I think they're a good sleeper to
pick.
pick.
You keep telling yourself.
The number one answer was Luke Fickell, Wisconsin, 49.1%. Matt Rule, second, 16.2%. Hugh Freeze, third, 13.3%. Deion Sanders, fourth, 6.5%. And Brom also has 6.5% of the vote. Final thing, are you rooting for Deion Sanders to succeed or fail at Colorado?
I hope he succeeds like nobody's business. Mm-hmm. I really hope he does. He is doing something incredibly brave, I think, and that is to blow everything up. He has gone in there hot. He's brought his top recruits with him. Made no bones about it. Yeah, your quarterback. Who's the quarterback for Colorado? My man right here. It's my son. That's who's the quarterback. He told everybody right from the get-go, your scholarship isn't welcome here anymore, basically. And if kids wanted to be there, they had to fight to stay there and let him know that they wanted to be there. There's a mass exodus of players, which leads to entering the portal like crazy. And he's basically building a whole roster through the portal for the most part. And that's good and bad. But I think he might struggle for a year. But I think Deion Sanders is a pretty good coach. I think he knows how to get through to kids. I hope that it sounds like he doesn't have any aspirations to move past college football and go to the pros. I hope his health is there. To me, that's the one thing that could cancel everything out is if the surgeries haven't helped his leg and his foot, and that could really be a downer for the whole experience here. But I'm dying to see what he does. I hope he succeeds because he's a likable guy.
I love that state, and I've always kind of rooted for Colorado, my favorite Pac-12 team. So I hope he's successful. And it's so weird that I've taken special interest, but I really have. I want the Pac-12 to succeed. I want them to get their teams back. I want them to be a strong conference. And if Deion's there and successful, it will only help. Kang, what about you? You're rooting for or against Deion?
I really don't have any rooting interest, but I don't root against people in general, so I guess I'd have to say yes, I'm rooting for him. But to me, it doesn't matter if Deion is successful or not. He has come in there hot, like you said, Gator.
Yeah,
he's kind
coming in hot.
If anything, he's entertaining for sure. I mean, he came in and said, everyone's got to earn their position, and then he named his starting quarterback his son. So
right.
I don't know about the earning part. But either way, he's entertaining, so I hope, like I said, I don't root against people in general, so I guess I'd have to say yes, I'm rooting for him.
Who did he just bring in for his assistant coach? Former coordinator with the Giants, Pat Shurmur, right?
Oh, did he?
Didn't he just bring Pat Shurmur as one of his assistants?
He needs some long-time, deep.
I think that could be a really
assistant coaches.
Sneaky good hire for him.
The fans responded 63.8%. Are rooting for him to succeed, 36.2 rooting for him to fail.
Haters.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to James. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, what's up, Doug? This is your favorite neighborhood linebacker dad, Josh and James dad.
How you doing?
Man, listen, I sit back and it's kind of over for me in terms of the way it used to be. So when you talked about this, I talk about it all the time, though. But I have to say, as a parent, going what I went.
And just so people know, he had two sons play at Michigan. You said the portal's your biggest concern?
Yeah, because now you take all the essence of college football. The only reason I speak of it is because if the portal exists the way it did and perception exists the way it did back when my boys was coming through, would James make it past Madison? I don't know. You know what I mean? I just don't know what would have happened. So them digging in, to me, created what we experienced at the end. Now, what other people go, because it's different from me. I got my nephew. I go out, I'm flag footballing and paddling, and it's a lot different vibe now. But you got these kids out here doing 7-on-7s now. It's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous about 7-on-7s?
It's not ridiculous. It's just the fanfare that goes into it. And I think it's more fanfare than actual commitment to work and making the kids better at times. You know what I mean? That was always my thing. But now, all these kids I've worked with and coached, I see them leaving places. So early on in the process, before perception changed with the portal, now you just understand, if I get hot, I'm out. But when is the time the integrity is built in the kids to say, is it just you? Or is it the situation? You know what I mean? So at the core of it all, like the money, everything, like you talk about the realignment, money will take care of it. If you make it a big enough deal to play college football here, because it ain't about, education. If you really want to know the truth, they worried about the brand. But if they build a big enough brand, I think the realignment will work out. But it's just the dedication from who you need it from, the players.
Well, James, thank you for the perspective, and good luck to your boys, James and Josh, who played at Michigan.
So that's a problem I have with the NIL part of it. And I guess this is also perhaps a portal problem, but it's kids are going to choose where they're going to go based on how much they're going to get paid rather than their love for the school. And 15 years ago, it was all about the love for the school, and it's changing, and I don't like that change.
I don't like it in theory. But I think kids were going to where they were going to get paid before.
In some respects, sure.
248-539-9797. Andrew is next. Hi, Andrew.
Hey there, guys. How are we?
What's up?
Hey, so I thought about making, instead of the Big Ten, non-conferences. Why wouldn't you just make it like the NFL and make it 4 conferences? So you'd have a West, a Midwest, a Central, and then an East. And then you put your teams in there. So the West is USC, UCLA, Nebraska, and Iowa. Midwest, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern. Central, U of M, Michigan State, Ohio State, Purdue. And then the East is Rutgers, Penn State, Maryland, Indiana. You play 2 games in your division, and then you play your cross-conference games, 5 of them or 6 of them, and then you have one non-conference cupcake, Western Michigan.
So you're talking about splitting into 4 divisions, having a semifinal and a final.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that'd be fine. So you would take your 2 conference winners, your highest ranked team, or maybe your best record team, plays 1, 2 plays 3, and then you have a championship game.
I mean, I guess the only thing I don't like about it is, and I'd have to give it some thought, but the biggest thing is you could go 3-0 in your division and not win your division because you play so many conference games.
Yeah, I think that's something to think about when they add more teams, which is inevitable. So when Washington and Oregon come over,
seriously, they literally they did something that in theory fixes the West. They added USC and UCLA, and then they eliminated the West, right? I mean, I think they're going to struggle, but USC and UCLA could bring balance to the Big Ten's East-West dynamic, and now they've gotten rid of it. I think that's also very bizarre. At least give that a look. I mean, why are they getting rid of East and West? Because the East has won every single Big Ten title since we've gone to this format.
Well, I don't know if UCLA, I don't know if that fixes anything.
I'm not saying it fixes. It certainly balances. USC is better than any team that is currently in the West.
USC, without a doubt. I'm saying UCLA is not.
UCLA is stronger than the team that they would likely lose. I would say UCLA is typically better than Purdue.
Well, here's what UCLA's record is over the last 10 years, starting with last year, 2022, which was their best in a while. 9-4, 8-4. COVID was 3-4, 4-8, 3-9, 6-7, 4-8. And then you get back to 4 years in a row where they were pretty good with 8 wins.
Is the Big
10,
Ten West
10,
stronger with USC and UCLA than they are in their current configuration?
They are because of USC.
There you go.
I'm just saying I don't know if UCLA brings a whole lot.
They're
no stronger, no weaker.
If you want to
than
argue
what they
that
do.
it's not any stronger with USC and UCLA, go for it.
That's now an American.
97 the ticket. All right, so the executive producer of the TV show Quarterback on Netflix, which is following Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota through all of last year, behind the scenes. They're mic'd up all the time. Cameras in their homes with their families, during practice in the practice facility. Just it's kind of like an all-access type of deal. And I typically love these things, regardless of the sport. And how much did I love them? I started watching one on Formula One racing. I didn't care at all about Formula One racing. I guess the irony is I'm not even sure I care that much about Formula One racing now. I know a lot more about it, but I love the TV show and these Euros and their passive-aggressive way of dealing with problems. But, Gator, they've just announced another season. There'll be a second season of Quarterback. So the early release, it's obviously doing well. Peyton Manning's the executive producer. And was it Peyton Manning that just announced that he was... All right, so... let's predict which quarterbacks they're going to follow.
So 3 more?
I assume it will be 3 more, yes. And what are the odds it's going to be our guy?
I don't think I was going to say not very good, but then again, look who they've got now. It's Patrick Mahomes, the best.
Yep.
And then you got Kirk Cousins, who's, middle of the pack quarterback. And then for Marcus Mariota, which was strange.
I think they were looking for quarterbacks in different points in their careers to tell different stories.
So then would they do the same thing for season 2?
I'm going to suspect that they do. So, which superstar quarterback will they follow?
Joe Burrow.
Okay, I wrote down 2 names for the superstar. Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, I think that they're all. My guess here is they're going to look for guys that are different, and I think they're going to kind of want to be spread around the country. So it might impact who else. What else? Because Burrow's a great selection, and Burrow's got a pretty good personality. What about? So Kang, anybody else to add that would make sense? I don't think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers because they've already got Hard Knocks with him, and I don't think
he didn't want to do Hard Knocks, let alone one specifically just focusing on him. So it's definitely not going to be Rodgers. I like your Josh Allen pick, to be honest. I think that's the guy that everyone's going to try to. They're proclaiming him as basically the next guy, next to Joe Burrow. So I got Josh Allen.
Okay, so Kirk Cousins, veteran.
Mm-hmm. I got a comp.
You got a comp to Kirk Cousins?
Yep.
Okay. I think I got a comp. Kang, you think you got one?
Yeah, I can come up with one. I'll be third.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go first. Oh, you're still
after
coming.
I just said I'll be third.
Okay, my bad. My bad. Derek Carr with the Saints.
Interesting. Interesting because he's changing teams, so that would be interesting. The guy I go with is Russell Wilson.
I think the quarterback coach combination might make him the choice. I think they might find him to be more interesting because he's in year 1 with Sean Payton, and to see the differences. Little West Coast representation as well. I think that's probably a pretty good call. All right, Kang, sorry. Now you're up.
No, it's okay. I was thinking Matthew Stafford. I think the fact that he's in LA now, he started an Instagram account, his wife's got a podcast. I think maybe he's looking for get his name out there, maybe for the next chapter in his career.
Okay, so I'm going to eliminate Derek Carr. I think Russell Wilson and Matthew Stafford are better choices. And again, we're casting the next season of the TV show Quarterback, which they've just announced there'll be another behind the scenes with 3 quarterbacks. All right, young guy trying to establish himself. I guess Mariota isn't really young.
No,
Are we looking
not.
for somebody who's struggling? Somebody at the end of their career? Or do we go completely off the board and do our own thing? Who's the Mariota comp?
Is it Daniel Jones?
No, well, Daniel Jones, he's locked in on his. Mariota was not locked in.
So
as a starter.
Baker Mayfield?
That's not a bad one.
That's not bad.
No.
I got Taylor Heineke. just because I think his personality would suit it. And he'll probably end up starting some games because wherever he goes, he does. I feel like. And he really wants to be a starter in this league, but he also had this great quote about, accepting being a backup is not bad either. So I think Taylor Heineke.
Yeah, I'll go another one too.
Let's hear it.
Just throw another name out there. See what you guys think. What about Gardner Minshew in Indianapolis? I mean, is Indianapolis going to go right away with Richardson, or are they going to?
I think they are going with Richardson right away. But
if they aren't, I think they love the idea of the drama of a quarterback change.
So Minshew,
because I'm only through 2 episodes, but when they tease future episodes, they show like people asking Mariota, "Do you understand why a quarterback change would be considered?" And and so I think Minshew would be really good. I think Baker Mayfield would be really good.
Looking at their depth chart, their other quarterback is Sam Ellinger. So it would be interesting drama because Minshew's got the personality too.
Mm-hmm.
And Richardson, obviously, that whole dynamic of being the ultra talented quarterback, but with a lot to work on.
This guy is a veteran, but he's not hanging on. But I think it would be a story they would love to tell. What about Lamar Jackson? He's certainly not hanging on, but he's a vet. He's been around. He's coming back from injury. He's not really threatened.
Got a big contract.
But I think behind the scenes with him would be intriguing.
I think there are a lot of guys. Now that we're discussing is, you can make a case for a lot of quarterbacks and why they'd be interesting. The high end quarterbacks are easy. It's the guys that are middle of the road or lower that you're making your case for. Like, what about Mac Jones?
I thought about Mac Jones. I also thought about could Justin Fields be a guy? I think he's considered a pretty exciting young prospect.
Yeah, and catch lightning in a bottle, up and coming, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
And none of us mentioned Goff.
No, I would absolutely love it. We'd probably see the other end of him doing his interviews with us.
Yeah, I don't think Goff was too receptive of the last Hard Knocks we had here, so I just doubt he would, like I said, kind of like the Aaron Rodgers thing. I don't think he would want a full focus show on basically him, not the team,
Yeah.
I think
you're right.
This might upset Doug, but I think would be an interesting follow week to week is Tua Tagovailoa.
I think Tua would be good.
That doesn't upset me.
Why are you so pissed?
I would look at it as a chance for confirmation.
But interesting to follow him. The constant questions about the concussions, the second he gets hit, the concern about is he okay?
See, I think they should definitely go with a younger quarterback this time. I mean, they went with Mahomes and Kirk Cousins are established,
right?
And then Mariota was at the end of his, he's a backup essentially in this league. I think they should go with a Trevor Lawrence, a Justin Herbert, like some Justin Fields, like you guys mentioned. I think one of those quarterbacks should be a young and up and coming quarterback.
Joe Burrow's not that old.
No, but he's pretty damn good too. Right?
Is there something else that Peyton Manning's doing that's great?
I can't say I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I like the show.
Well, he's attaching his name to it. I don't know if it's his idea. I mean, he's smart to attach his
producer.
name.
It's under Omaha Productions.
Yeah.
So I know he's one of the lead dogs in this. I think him and Eli.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. New season of Quarterback, if you watch the first one. A neighbor in Waterford. He found something that belonged to his neighbor in his house. How would you handle it? We will get to that today at 1:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. So Tigers back in action tonight, and nice win last night. They've won 3 of 4 after the All-Star break. Their starting pitchers have given up 4 earned runs since the All-Star break. Their staff ERA since the All-Star break is 1.50. Last night, one of the players who did poorly early, Akil Baddoo, with a pretty brutal throw home, which helped lead to a 2-0 lead in that he had the ball in his glove before the runner had touched third base. Then the throw was so bad that the guy who singled got down to second and later scored on a single. So it had 2 ill effects. And they were down 2-0. But then Baddoo legged out a double, turned a single into a double with some real hustle. Part of the Tigers' 3-run rally in the 8th, made a catch in the corner, which probably saved the tying run. And Tigers' bullpen got the job done, including Foley in the 8th and Lang in the 9th. 9th, 1-2-3, easy. Didn't he strike out the leadoff hitter in 3 pitches?
Something like that.
Yep. And
that's really good.
So with Seattle taking care of Minnesota, the Tigers are now 5 games back, and we're all searching for what the definition of hot after the All-Star break means, because that's where Scott Harris said it could change their approach to the trade deadline, which is a smart thing to say, no matter how you really are going to approach it. It's a smart thing to say. So Tarek Skubal goes for the Tigers tonight and is 2 games back since injury. He's gone 57 and 63 pitches, respectively. He's only pitched 8 innings, but allowed 2 hits and struck out 11 in that time. I suspect they're going to try and stretch him a little more tonight, going against Daniel Lynch, whose numbers aren't great, but he did shut out the Tigers last month, 1-0 over 7 innings. And that was one of those befuddling Tiger losses that we get every once in a while. Something to look for tonight. Javi Baez has had some success against Daniel Lynch, 4 for 13 with a home run. So maybe this is the night to come back. But, they've come across opponents like Kansas City. Remember when they dropped 2 or 3 to Oakland a couple weeks ago? And that was like, you got to be effing kidding me. They do stuff like that, and then they go take 2 or 3 from Seattle out of the break. Just beat the teams you're supposed to beat. I shouldn't even say you're supposed to beat, because the Tigers aren't particularly good. To be average, which is the goal in the division, because an average team is going to win the division. To be average, win the series in Kansas City.
Yeah, win 2 of the next 3 games, and you're off to a really good start. If you sweep, that's even better. But you got to take care of business tonight. I like their chances with Skubal on the hill. I think he's their best pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he's just come back, but I just something about him just screams to me he's the best pitcher they've got. And they've got a staff that's pitching pretty well right now. I was thinking of this too. If they are in buy mode, let's say that they do stay hot,
mm-hmm.
and we've talked about players that they would give up, or even if they're not hot and they're in sell mode, but they want to get somebody for the future. Does someone like Matt Manning become available?
Well, I hope not. Why him?
Because he's kind of in between. He's young, but he's not that young. And he's showing promise now. And is this like, I'm just trying to think back to like when the White Sox were able to make their moves years ago, because they had their pitching. The pitching that they got rid of was at the right time. Like these guys were about to become, I don't know if they were about to become free agents or they were. They made the deal with San Diego.
Yeah.
Was it Jake Peavy stuff? Maybe it was after Peavy stuff. Quintana comes to mind. But they made some big moves with some younger talent that they just tried to, I guess, move off for better talent.
I wouldn't think so. I would think that they consider him part of the staff moving forward. Just made me uncomfortable. I don't even want to think about it. No, I mean, if they become a buyer, I think of minor league talent being sent the other direction. And if you're really going after somebody good, that minor league talent is Colt Keith.
And if you stay, I don't know, hot is the right word, but if during that 17-game stretch leading up to the trade deadline, if they, if they've got 11 wins, if they're 11 and 6, and there's seconds to go on the trade deadline, but they're less than, let's say they're 3 games out of first place, Do you need to move Lorenzen? Is it irresponsible not to move the guys that are free agents?
Some people would think so.
Rodriguez is pitching well. It looks like he would opt. He's got the opportunity.
I would
to
move
opt out.
him. I would move him if I got offered a war chest of prospects. I can't move off a contending team without really getting paid. So I drive a very hard bargain. So I would try to move them, driving a very hard bargain. If I didn't, I'd say, okay, we'll stand pat and make a run for this thing.
Wouldn't it just be nice if Javi Baez learned to hit again?
I mean, honest to God, if adding one hitter it's so much better than having to trade for one, is one guy getting his act together, and maybe two.
Yeah.
And I include Torque turning a corner.
I think Torque's got a lot more to give, and I think he can. I'm less convinced that Javi can do it because this has been the problem all season long, and he hasn't shown any improvement. He's had like 3 different weeks during the season where he's looked really good. Torque, at least, has been consistent with his exit velocities and barrel rate and all that stuff, and he has improved from last year to this year. Javi Baez is so far away from that.
All right. I'm trying to figure out this story from Waterford Township, and I want to get your take on it. There's a pet owner by the name of Jack Louderback who went to his grandparents' home in Waterford Township.
Okay.
He took his pet with him, Mr. Squiggles.
His pet with him. We know what Mr. Squiggles is. Is Mr. Squiggles a dog, a cat, a pig?
Mr. Squiggles is a python.
Oh. Mr. Squiggles. He's a python?
Yep.
What else would you name a snake?
This is according to
Mr. Slithers?
Click on Detroit.
Where's just Slithers? Yeah.
So Jack Louderback said he was unloading things in the garage when the snake must have noticed there wasn't a lock on its cage and pushed it open to escape. He slid away from the home and somehow successfully crossed a nearby major road at nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
The owner's family said it's amazing the snake didn't get hit by a car while stretching out his 11.5-foot body across the roadway.
That's too big. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big-ass snake.
Later, Waterford Township police were called by a resident who found the snake coiled up outside their home. Not knowing Mr. Squiggles was a pet, authorities wrangled the reptile and brought him to the Oakland County Animal Control.
And brought him to justice.
Mr. Squiggles eventually made its way back to its owners, who say they're sorry if the snake scared anybody after it escaped. Oh, do you think it might have scared someone? An 11.5-foot python?
Coiled up or not.
Owner Louderback says he got a new lock for Mr. Squiggles' enclosure. So according to the story, July 15th, Mr. Squiggles went missing while visiting its grandparents' home in Waterford Township.
So he brought Squiggles with him.
Yeah.
Because his grandparents, why would his grandparents not want to see Squiggles?
If it says on July 15th, a pet python named Mr. Squiggles went missing while visiting its grandparents' home in Waterford Township. Does the snake have grandparents?
It came from somewhere, Doug.
Well, I mean, my parents asked to see Lois all the time. Are you bringing Lois?
Has Lois been known to escape?
Lois would not be found in the house next door, I'll say that.
It's across a major interstate.
Yeah, well, she's definitely crossed major roads before. But yeah, I mean, like, I could see my parents, and my parents have said, "Oh, you're going to bring Lois over." Oh, yeah. Could you possibly see somebody saying, "Hey, can you bring Mr. Squiggles over?"
Why don't you bring the snake?
Yeah. How big is Squiggles? I haven't seen Mr. Squiggles in a while. Why don't you bring him by?
It's just like any other pet, guys. If maybe they're from a snake family here. Maybe it's a long
line of snake owners.
Yes, exactly.
Python.
Dude, these kinds of things, these stories make me uncomfortable because at some point I was out in the community. My children were out in the community, and so was Mr. Squiggles. You never know when somebody's exotic pet is roaming your streets.
I just don't feel comfortable around snakes at all. I don't feel comfortable talking about snakes.
All right, I'm looking at the Channel 4 story, and there's a picture of Jack Louderback, snake's owner. And then they show, somebody else here. This is Christian Louderback, Snake's uncle. So I guess the Snake's grandparents are the grandparents of Jack and Christian. But they're just out there.
Are the grandparents or the parents?
It says, maybe it's their parents. Yeah, on Saturday, July 15th. If the Snake's uncle is the brother of Jack, I guess it's Jack and Christian's parents. If the Snake is considered the child in this drama.
Does it say how old Jack is?
No, Jack looks like he's, I don't know, mid-20s.
Oh, boy.
I like how in the story, you read this. Read it back to me if I got this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Squiggles noticed the lock was unlocked?
Yes, that's what it said.
Because, like, Mr. Squiggles like, oh, the lock is unlocked.
Hey, wait a minute.
Now's my time. Wait, yeah, right? Like, how did they quote him or something?
I don't know.
I'm walking. Yes, indeed.
Like the Snake.
Nice little day planned ahead.
He didn't fully close that.
Yeah, right?
Here's my chance.
Mr. Squiggles, when did you decide to leave the cage? Oh, I noticed the lock was unlocked.
Yeah.
How about the owner was dumb?
No.
Right?
No,
and forgot to lock the lock. That's probably the correct.
He's got a new lock for the enclosure. And by the way, enclosure or
what? Do you need new lock? How?
Wait, if he was going to the grandparents' house, is the enclosure? Or is it like a carrying case? Is it like a kennel? Like, if you're transporting the animal, it's not. You don't transport them in an enclosure.
I don't know how you transport a python.
Well,
I'll
an
be
11
honest,
and a half foot python, an enclosure, it would be like the room this size. It would be an enclosure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe it's a smaller one.
Half the size of this room, fine, but it's not. When I hear enclosure for a snake, I'm thinking of a room size thing. I'm not thinking of like, oh, I gotta, get the pet carrier and take it over to the house and call it an enclosure. How does one transport an 11 and a half foot python?
Again, things I've never thought about that much. Paula Tutman, the reporter for Channel 4, she really got into this story, man. She's got squiggles while she's reporting live. She's holding squiggles.
She's holding squiggles?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah, she's holding squiggles.
Like a scarf, like Jake the Snake Roberts?
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This might be a story I'd just pass on as a reporter. Give me the traffic stop and
what about squiggles?
South Lyon. I'm not doing. Wasn't there a drug bust somewhere I can go cover? Isn't there a gunman at large?
Look at this thing.
I know. I did.
Wow.
We'll have to tweet out the story so people can see it for themselves. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I'm nervous about this.
The live read? You're nervous about the
live
live read?
read so much. You need to call the live read would calm me down, okay? Because when I talk about snakes, I get nervous about snakes, creepy crawlies, all that kind of stuff. I get creeped out by it. But what'll ground me is talking about some delicious bourbon that Flying Ace Spirits has provided. Flying Ace Spirits, if you haven't tried this bourbon yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. It is affordable. It's not going to break the bank. It's only $30 a bottle, which is awesome. The other thing that's awesome about it is that you can drink it any way you want and feel no guilt. You want to do shots of it with your friends, you celebrate a win or some great event, go ahead and do that. You want to drink it out of the rocks, pour a little bit of a water net, change the flavor profile a little bit, try it out like that. You want to drink it neat, you're cool, that works. How about with a mixer like ginger ale or a cola? Yeah, any way you want, Flying Ace Spirits is great. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan, and yep, it's part of the Coppercraft family. Artfully crafted for the brave of heart, it's good stuff. It's also a tribute to the American airmen of World War I and Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. You can stay up to date on their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly. Paula Tutman is
I'm
showing
not
no
joking.
fear of this snake.
I'm not joking.
Whatsoever.
She got into this story.
She really got into this story. She's handling the snake while she's talking about the snake. She was lying down on the ground next to the snake while the snake's hanging out. I got to tell you, watching this story without any sound on, Mr. Squiggles seems like good people. All right?
The 11.5-foot yellow python?
Yes. Seems they do a great job in this piece of making Squiggles seem like he is completely harmless.
Snakes are people too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm still terrified of snakes, and I want nothing to do with it.
Snakes or spiders? Which scares you more?
Snakes.
Okay.
But here's the thing. I'm fascinated by both. I'm more inclined. Let's say there's a wrangler, okay? I'm more inclined to go check out the snake than I am the spider, even though the snake scares me more. Because there's not, I mean, it's not like a spider's going to show you any affection. You know, a spider's going to take off, go quickly, and it's going to freak me out. A snake, if it's, look at this, Mr. Squiggles. Does Mr. Squiggles seem like he's cool? Like,
I have a
gets him a warming up period, and then he's just like, hey, let's hang out. And
maybe I'm
you
just
touch
not
him. He doesn't seem
educated.
like he's affected by that at all.
Maybe I'm just not educated, but I have a hard time judging the emotions and the personalities of snakes.
What?
Call me crazy.
I remember years ago when back in my producing days, before we were all sports.
Yep.
We had a there was an animal show that was on the weekends, and Brian, who was one of the hosts at the time, would bring in. Occasionally, he and his partner would radio partner would bring in all these different wild animals and stuff like that. You know, sure, they had dogs and they had cats, whatever, but one day they brought in a couple different kinds of snakes. And I was fascinated and terrified at the same moment. I had to see it. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, well, you want to touch it? I'm like, yes, I'd love to touch it. Make sure you got a good hold on this thing. And I did. And I touched it. It was really kind of cool to feel it. I mean, it's like warm leather. It was really, and they're beautiful when you look at the markings on them.
Okay.
At some point, they needed to do some publicity shots for the show.
Yeah.
And Brian is holding in the picture that they end up using. He's got his dog in his arms, and the dog is a whippet, which is kind of like a smaller version of a greyhound. Basically, is what it looks like.
Okay.
His partner has this giant albino python wrapped around him, I think it was, and much like Mr. Squiggles, it was an albino one, so a little bit yellowish but whitish. And they take the picture, and it turns out great. But there was a backstory to the picture in the photo op that apparently the snake bit Brian in the face.
Really?
Yeah. And he's like, oh, he didn't mean to, but he was okay with it. There wasn't a whole lot of damage done, but he's like, well, I think that the dog kind of spooked the snake. Like, why would you do this? Why would you be put in that same position?
On top of that, what do you mean he didn't mean to?
Mr. Squiggles doesn't normally do that.
All right, finally, Gator, I want to bring up the final of the player position rankings that came out on ESPN, put together by executives, scouts, coaches, GMs, film people around the NFL. Every position group ranked 1 to 10. The last one that got some love, the last position group was revealed today. It was the wide receivers. Now, we have talked about how there seems to be a disconnect between where the Lions players rank. As so far, every position group but wide receivers has been done, and only 3 Lions got ranked in the top 10. But there's a high expectation for the season. The 3 Lions were Penei Sewell was ranked the 6th best offensive tackle. Frank Ragnow was ranked the 10th best offensive interior lineman. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson was ranked I think it was 8th best safety. But Goff didn't make the top 10. Aiden Hutchinson didn't make the top 10. We got Cam Sutton, Alex Anzalone. I mean, whomever you want to name. Jonah Jackson didn't make the top 10. Taylor Decker didn't make the top 10. We get to wide receivers. Do you think Amon-Ra St. Brown made the top 10?
No.
Do you think Amon-Ra St. Brown made the 6 players in the honorable mention category?
I'm going to say yes.
You would be incorrect.
Oh.
Amon-Ra is in the other receiving votes category.
Oh, that's where we see votes.
Yep. So, look, what does this mean? Well, it's fuel for Amon-Ra. We know that he's already used this stuff in his career. We talked about it yesterday with the Madden rankings when he was the 19th rate. It was 19th, wasn't it?
Something like that. Yeah.
19th rated wide receiver. I don't need Amon-Ra St. Brown to be in anybody's rankings. I just want him to help the Lions win. And when you start winning and winning big games, your name shows up on these lists. I would like to see a projection of what they think this list is going to look like in 3-4 years, because that's where I think Amon-Ra would maybe be in the top 10, is what this list will look like in 3-4 years.
He might be. That'd be awesome if he were. I also wonder, is there a cap on how good Amon-Ra can be? Being the slot receiver, is he ever going to be the guy that's going to be, 1,600 yards receiving in a season? Is he ever going to be the guy with 15-plus touchdowns where he gets into that rarefied air? Nothing wrong with being what he is and slightly better than what he is, because it's really valuable to be somebody who's going to catch over 100 passes a year.
Yep.
And, be a big part of this offense and the go-to guy. 3rd and 4, we need it. What are we going to do? Throw to Amon-Ra, first down.
Yep. Mike Valeni and Rico Beard have made their way into the studio.
Yes.
How we doing?
I'm great.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm going to do something I don't like doing, but I'm compelled to do it.
Which is?
I'm going to defend Michigan at 3 o'clock.
Defend Michigan?
Yep.
In regards to?
I think there needs to be more respect, shout out Birdman, on their name. I read an article. Your boy Feinbaum, your guy Feinbaum, had something to say that I didn't like, and I'm going to defend Michigan.
I'm intrigued that you're even paying attention to Paul Feinbaum.
What do you mean?
SEC Media Day.
Yeah, it's just
this is his time to shine.
Yeah, it's in the news, and I just don't understand the lack of respect for U of M. And we're going to have a conversation.
Paul Feinbaum's respect for any program doesn't really change my day one way or another, but I'm intrigued.
But that's
you've definitely got me intrigued.
A newsflash, I'll sleep tonight too. It's just I want to bring something up. So we're going to do that. Rico and David are going to scream at each other at 4 because out there was something unholy.
Really?
Regarding the running back thing. And I said something yesterday. I said, look, I like Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he'll be very useful. And at the end of 5 years, I'm going to hit him with a garbage can and get rid of him.
So
I'm not paying him.
I asked Gator this question earlier. When's the last time a drafted Lions running back got a second contract in Detroit?
Dutch Clark. I don't have a great answer.
No.
Kang thinks he has the answer. Do you think you have the answer, or you know you have the answer?
No, because they didn't draft James Stewart, right?
No.
Remember when
got him
Rooch
from
ran him
Tampa.
into the ground and tried to get him killed? It was like 13 straight carries against Buffalo.
Oh, I thought you meant the 4th preseason game. When he
Yeah, that's
it.
it.
Was against Buffalo. Yeah.
Kang, do you know that's the answer, or you think it's
Was
the
it
answer?
Barry?
That's a guess.
He's guessing Theo Riddick was
Not
the last
bad.
drafted Lions running
Not
back that
bad.
got a second contract. And before that, it might be Barry.
Right.
It could be an R2 Spinner or somebody like that mixed in
Oh,
there. They got like
God.
a 1-year deal,
The
and they
Toosie
signed him to a
Loose.
second one. But
But it's this idea.
This is the pimp
Look,
roll.
the sport's evolved, and I'm done with it. We don't pay running backs. So him and David are going to banter because I have a list of the top 10 leading rushers in the Super Bowl and what their salary was. It is yet another sign we do not pay running backs.
No, we don't, and I think it needs to. I think the rules need to change.
What do you mean?
I think they should be able to get to free agency quicker because their careers are shorter and because they are incredibly valuable in the first few years of their career. That's when they should be able to do
I
it.
actually heard you talk
You
about
can join the yelling. I'm sitting back.
No, I actually heard you talk about that on your show, and I like, you know what? Not like you said 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's actually not a bad idea.
I'm also addicted to
I got Rico's endorsement.
are you addicted to quarterback? Did you see they've announced that there's going to be another season?
Yeah, and I hope Goff's on it.
We were trying to predict the quarterbacks. Goff would be the Kirk Cousins.
He'd be the middle ground who's playing above his head, playing elite. You get Joe Burrow on there or Josh
That was
Allen,
what Gator said.
and then you need a scrub.
Hurt. I was about to say
Get Daniel Jones on there.
Well, it's not. I suggest a Russell Wilson.
Oh, so weird. I'd have to turn it off.
I think
But it'd
they
be an
might
interesting
go-
dynamic.
I would go
Doug
Jalen
brings
Hurts.
up because of
new coach, new
yeah.
How about
player.
Lamar would be
I
fascinating.
thought about Lamar. How about Justin Fields
And-
trying to establish
Yeah, I'm
himself?
down. The point is,
Just
it's
know
one of the
I'm
best
my guy.
sports documentaries I've ever
It's good,
seen.
isn't
Who's
it?
your guy?
Fabulous.
I can't.
Jalen Hurts was
Hurts. I thought Hurts might make sense. Yeah, right there. If they go top guy,
He may
Hurts
be
or
the
Josh
most
Allen,
disrespected
Joe Burrow.
quarterback in the league. Like nobody gives him love. It's like, oh yeah, he's good too.
I can't figure out if I really love Patrick Mahomes or I think he's a big giant phony because the stuff he says on the field, I love what he says on the
He
field.
has time to be fake.
I
You're
agree.
out there getting killed.
I
like-
agree, and that's why I think I'm really starting to like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, me too. And I
Yeah.
hate Cousins. We're going to talk about it.
All right, stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, I have to tell you, that's how I felt listening to David and Rico in pre-show. We'll get to that at 4. Just a blood war between these two regarding, of all things, ready? Not religion or politics. No, the running back market. But we will make sense of it at 4.
It's called passion.
No, it was ugly. And it was a pastor and a man who loves church saying things that you generally don't hear. And I enjoyed every moment of it. We're going to do it at 4. But I want to open the show with something. 3 o'clock, I have to tell you. I'm going to do something I don't want to do. But I don't do the things I want to do. I do the things I need to do. I'm going to defend Michigan at 3 o'clock. Because I have to tell you, what I'm getting tired of doing this job is the low caliber and low quality of media at large. And the amount of absolute clickbait, trash bag, nose-picking garbage that gets written. It's horrific. And CBS Sports is on a roll. I mean, wow. But guess what? They were trumped today. They were trumped.
Because they've had some pretty interesting takes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. A major voice in college football, I think, basically went on TV and ate his own boogers today. So I'm going to defend Michigan on something. And I think I have absolute strong footing to do so. But I wanted to start with something a little lighter, a little easier. And I want to see where people are at with this. Now, look, sports TV, sports documentaries are generally better than games at this point, unless you're in a town where your teams are really good. And the Tigers, shout out championship DNA, big comeback last night. And, man, Kenny, you can't be mad when they win games. This isn't the NBA. So
I'm not mad. I'm fired up.
Championship DNA down 2-0, an insurmountable deficit in the 8th.
Nobody walks into Oakland.
No, Kauffman Stadium. So I want to do this. I am absolutely like crackhead addicted to the new Netflix show Quarterback. I can't get enough. It is, to me, the best piece of sports television I've watched. Better than The Last Dance. It's better than 30 for 30 because it's the NFL. It's 3 quarterbacks that we know their play, but we don't know a lot about them. And it's Patrick Mahomes, it's Kirk Cousins, and it's Marcus Mariota. Now, I think the last one was a budget issue. I think they spent all their money to get Mahomes and Cousins, and they're like, all right, who's a bum we can put on TV? They found Marcus Mariota. But here's what's interesting. If you haven't watched it, guys, with camp opening Friday, football, we're under 40 days to college. Guys, it is the best access, Rico, I've ever seen given. It makes Hard Knocks look like kindergarten.
And I was going to say, is it just basically Hard Knocks for 3 individuals?
Except there's no editing, full language.
Cousins getting down and dirty.
No, that's part of the problem. We're going to get to that.
Gosh, gee willigers.
Dag nabbit. So they're in the homes, they're in the practice facilities, and it's the game footage. All mic'd up all the time. The hits, the interactions, the moments. I'm telling you, it's awesome. But here's what's come out of this for me. And this is where you need to tell me I'm off base. I started the show thinking, okay, I'm going to get annoyed by Mahomes, and I'm going to end up probably liking Cousins more than I do. Mariota, I don't care enough to formulate an opinion. I've never been a big Cousins guy. I'll always be thankful for his time at State. All-time great Spartan. But, like, as a pro, he's an annoyance. Well, unfortunately, the opposite has happened. I have walked away loving Patrick Mahomes. Now, I've always said he's the best quarterback I've ever seen, but I'm talking the person. I love this dude. Love him. Love the competitive nature, the fire, his interactions with play. I love it. And you know what? I hate Kirk Cousins. I hate him. I hate him. He is such...
How do you hate Kirk Cousins?
He is like Ned Flanders in a helmet.
Okay.
I hate him.
Now I understand.
Shoot, I burned my shirt.
Oh, gosh darn it.
You dropped the pass, but that's okay.
No, but it's
You'll
also
get it the next time.
Kirk Cousins pity party. Oh, there's an episode you're about to see, David, when you get deeper into the season. Oh, my God. Listen, Kurt, enough. Mahomes is out here getting his leg ripped off, and he's telling Andy Reid where to put it and what to do. And I'm getting back in there. Cousins is like, ow! I'm like, I can't take any more of this guy. I know he's a Spartan. I know I should like him. I don't. And I've walked away. I love Mahomes. People, have you watched this and are you into it? And look, this isn't reinventing the wheel, but we're in mid-July. Right. Camp is opening. This is an 8-episode run. And again, Peyton Manning, executive producer.
Now, is it all 8 available or it comes out weekly?
Oh, they're all there.
All there.
So all 8 are there, so you could just binge it if you want.
Yeah, I'm halfway through the season. I'm telling you.
You convinced me.
If you're a football fan, Rico, you should watch it.
Well, because I was iffy because I've had people say, yeah, it's good, and I have other people like, it's like Hard Knocks. So I was like.
Yeah, but those are for the people that lack a little bit of nuance.
So I'm like, I'm not a big Hard Knocks fan.
It's way better.
Okay, but what about Mariota? Have you drawn any conclusion on Marcus Mariota?
He doesn't like playing football. He just likes the money. He's like,
True.
I don't want to ruin this for people, but he's like, I often ask myself, why do I bother? Okay. I'm like, awesome.
No, I mean, I didn't know.
He did say to start the series that he almost quit football. So maybe he's just not there anymore.
I don't know. Look, all I know is I remembered a kid at Oregon who was awesome, and this ain't it.
Well, see, that to me is the one that I want to see because I thought he was going to be something in the NFL. Like watching him at Oregon, I'm like, I don't even think the NFL is ready for Marcus Mariota.
I whiffed on him. I thought he was going to be a really nice player.
Yeah.
Look, here's the point I'm making. They've already greenlit a season 2. And I would like to advocate that Jared Goff is the Kirk Cousins selection. That Goff is that guy who's not top 5, but he's not trash. I think we need Goff on quarterback season 2. People, I'm telling you, it's not Hard Knocks because Hard Knocks is overproduced. Hard Knocks has the cheesy narrator, the cheesy music. It's not good. This is great. I just want to know. If you've watched it, are you surprised at how you feel about certain players? Rico, I never imagined I would like Mahomes more, but I do.
Really?
And I like Kirk Cousins.
So I'm taking this more Mahomes, less wife and brother?
The brother has only been in one scene, and I think there's clearly a reason. Yes. I will tell you, I'm okay. I am not annoyed.
See, Mariota is the reason why I said I want to hear what his story is because I want to know why was I wrong? Why
are you terrible?
I think he wants to know why.
Like I believe I felt like Tyra Banks. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
It was terrible.
See, I'm a little bit different than you, Mike, because I went into this. I hate Mahomes. Can't stand Mahomes. I'm sick of him winning. I'm sick of the commercials, all of this stuff. But now watching him, I'm kind of like, all right, you know what? He's a dog, man. I think I like him now. I think I like him.
That's my point.
I really
have walked away really liking him. Forget the football player. I like him. And Cousins. I mean, he's Ned Flanders. So wholesome. So boring.
Well, I think just the
fact
that
his wife dresses him, which I have no regard for. You're a grown man. I don't like Kirk Cousins. I can separate what he did at State from this. I cannot support this.
So because of how the man dresses.
No, it's all of it. It's all of it. He's got his tiny violin out the whole series. I can't do it.
Okay.
I want to know.
Are they hour-long episodes?
Roughly.
Okay.
That 45 range.
Okay. All right.
Rico, they're really good.
I'm going to start it tonight.
Listen.
The fact that you like somebody,
I love it,
tells me there must be something there. Because I know how you felt about Mahomes.
I know.
And now all of a sudden you flip the script. It takes a lot to change your mind.
He's become my favorite player in the league.
Wow.
I love him.
More than Daniel Jones? Vanilla Vic?
Well, Daniel Jones doesn't speak. He's like Charlie Chaplin.
Maybe he should be.
Yeah, put Danny Jones on. He'll save a lot of budget. Okay. He won't speak.
I think you already know who the quarterback should be for season 2. Because I just want to see what he does 24 hours a day.
Burrow?
No.
Aaron Rodgers?
No. We know what Aaron Rodgers is.
I guess we know what he's doing.
I don't want to be in a cave. I don't need to see him 3 days in eating tree bark. Don't need that. Especially because you said it's unedited. don't need to see that.
No, it's great.
Kyler Murray.
Oh, I'd be fascinated.
Kyler Murray.
Yep.
That's the one.
I'd be fascinated.
What do you do when your car leaves the facility?
This is my video game room.
That's.
Hey, guys.
Kyler, your team absolutely sucks. And you're not that good either. What do you have to respond to this with? Oh, that's what I want to see.
I don't mind that suggestion at all. Here's my question. A, do we just have a baseline? Are you enjoying this as much as I am? I think Rico should watch it because it is, to me, it's some of the best sports television I've seen. I think Peyton Manning's onto something here with his production company. I like this. I could watch a few seasons of this. But did anyone walk away liking or disliking any of these players in a surprising manner? Like, I love Mahomes now. And it has nothing to do with the ability. I've always loved his ability. I thought I couldn't stand him. But this is good. Cousins, I can't take it.
So is it equal time, each person?
I think they do a pretty good job, David. I mean, it's not quite a third.
Because Mariota is what I really want to know.
I mean, I'm only 2 in, so it seems even. Okay. I don't know if it gets different later in the
I mean, honestly, it must be good. Wow. Don't know what that has to do with anything, but just had two friends simultaneously text me saying the show is great. So
because you have smart friends who listen to the show. It's the idiots you associate with who don't like quarterback.
Or running backs.
Truth. 248-539-9797. We'll get to a football today. I'm going to defend Michigan at 3 o'clock because I just cannot make sense of the atrocious opinion that was delivered. And we'll get into it. And again, I'm not telling you who to like and dislike. I'm only speaking for myself. But guys, maybe everyone went nuts about The Last Dance because it was the pandemic. We didn't have anything else.
No, that and the Tiger King. That was it.
It didn't age well.
No, it didn't. But
Did
at
not.
the time, man.
That was something.
Zooters.
Oh. Pizza, pasta, chicken Alfredo. That Tiger King thing was insanity. 248-539-9797. Give me the review of quarterback. If you haven't watched it, no stress. I'm giving you something to watch to get you to training camp. If you have, I'd love to know your feedback because it's very rare where I can say something unequivocally like A+. It's awesome. I really like it. We'll get to the people. We'll get some ticket texts. I want to know if anyone else dislikes Cousins the way I do. I can't take it. It's too wholesome. It's like fake. It's like a movie character. 97.1.
All right. Look, my baseball team's in the division chase, but you know what? I need fast internet because I need to apparently watch this show. I don't want any interruptions. I don't want anything like that. I want to be able to watch it with no frozen screens, no pixelated video, just pure uninterrupted streaming bliss. That's why Xfinity connects me to more of the great shows that I love and games that I love. You get the speed that you need at a great price. With Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with the speeds that will make your head spin. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruption. That means I get the latest scores as they happen, the latest injury updates, fantasy stats, and binge watch the latest shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
You spend a third of your life sleeping, so why not make the most of it? Why aren't you sleeping on a more comfortable mattress? The brand new iComfort Eco from Serta, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, coming up at 3, I am going to defend you, the Wolverines. Because we don't do what we want to do, we do what we must do. And I'm telling you, I think someone who's a very powerful voice in college football is screwing you over. Or as Birdman says, you need to put some respect on my name. I wish we could have that drop on this show, but pesky copyright. All right. I
thought it was just music.
No. Well, do you want to test it out? It's better to ask for forgiveness later. David, go ahead.
I'm turning 30 in September. The quarterback documentary put me to sleep. That is from Will.
I wish I knew why, but I can't talk to a texter.
I watched all 8 episodes in like 3 days and forced my wife to do as well. And she said she even really enjoyed it, Luke, at work.
I just think it's so well done.
See, I thought it was just an extended version of Hard Knocks, which
way better.
Like it's the same every year. You just change the colors of the teams, but
way better.
Really?
Honestly, this show should put Hard Knocks out of business.
Love Quarterback. It's such a good show. Cousins is annoying, though. Mahomes is the best, and they even make his wife look fantastic as a person.
Thank you. I'm telling you, the Cousins thing, I know I'm not alone. He's too perfect. He's too wholesome. I can't take anymore. Stop it.
Someone says, how can you hate Kirk Cousins?
Wait, how can you be too wholesome?
It's
in
just,
this day and age, in
it's too much.
2023, how can you hate somebody who just actually is a nice person?
No, it's not that.
We need that.
Right,
It's not that.
This is what
It
the world
feels-
needs.
It feels fake. He's serial
But
killer
does it-
nice,
but-
it's too much.
Does it feel fake because he may be the last great person in the world? I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I don't know. I shouldn't dislike him, but I do.
But it seems like the more he's nice and does things, the more it fuels your fire to hate him.
He just cries a lot on that show.
I can't wait, Rico, for you to watch the first episode and you text us. I see what you mean.
Okay.
I'm telling
Expect
you.
the text tonight. Expect it tonight.
He cries a lot. Not literally, like not emotionally. I'm saying he whines.
Whines, okay.
It's like, oh my God.
I was about to give something away, but I won't give something
No.
away. You'll see it when you watch it tonight, Rico. The Quarterback Show is exactly what football fans needed in the middle of summer. Netflix Go. Thank you, Peyton.
Yeah, and
Corey from Roseville.
I'll tell you the other one they're going to produce that I think is going to be a fabulous series. Now, it's probably a little too much.
I was about to say the running backs with everybody under a bridge with a tin can.
Right. They're on Skid Row in L.A. No, they bought the rights, I think, for $50 million to Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. They are doing a Last Dance style 10-episode.
Yeah.
Well,
you weren't here, so I don't know if you know this or not, but that whole Omaha Productions is bidding for bits and pieces of ESPN because Disney's trying to sell them off.
Yeah, they're trying to spin ESPN. Well, they've realized ESPN is nothing more than rat bait.
And Omaha Productions is one of the people who are like, hey, we may want to buy this.
Yeah, we'll help you out with that.
Yeah.
And you can keep Desmond. David, and then I'll get to the people.
The correct answer for quarterback next year is Dak Prescott. That would be the most ridiculous thing to watch from Dan.
That's just every day on ESPN right now.
True.
You see
The
Dak
middle of the summer, yeah.
Everything about Dak, whether you're making fun of him or whether you love him. So that's Geno Smith.
I'm in. Just no more Kirk Cousins, please. Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. And again, maybe I'm on an island. I know a couple texters agree with me. I should not dislike Cousins, but I do. I'm telling you, I can't take it. Go to Leo, 97.1. What's up, Leo?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? It was exactly what you were saying, Mike. Cousins got on my nerves after a while. It was like the Bible thumping quarterback from North Dallas 40 kind of thing, and I'm like, he can't be this wholesome. And his wife like looks staring at him at the honors, and I'm like, oh my God. But the Mahomes thing, it was like I literally was saying the same thing Rico said earlier to one of my coworkers this afternoon. I'm like, Mahomes is a dog. I mean, straight up dog, man. You find out that he and his wife is not as annoying as I thought she was, and she's so supportive of his career. But the thing I took away from more than anything about Mahomes is that everybody's hooked a star, and he is the man. I mean, he is everything to that whole organization. I mean, more than I even thought. You could put any parts around him, and he's going to flourish. It's scary how good this guy is.
That's how I come away with it too. I mean, they show some of the study habits. They show some of kind of how he prepares his body, the work that he puts in.
Absolutely.
I think it's a good reminder how much goes into it, whether it's surviving the league like Mariota, whether it's being pretty good with Cousins, or whether it's being arguably the greatest quarterback I've ever watched. The amount that these guys put in. It's why the two things in sports to me that rise above everything else, hitting a baseball and playing quarterback. Those are the two things.
Really?
The one thing, another thing I took away from Cousins, I had a little more respect for his abilities as a quarterback, and and I felt for him like how he got played in with the Redskins. But another thing that you're going to find out, because I binged through it, they kind of dissed Detroit, and you'll see why. I don't want to spoil it, but I mean they kind of dissed Detroit with the Vikings thing. So I mean, you'll see what I'm talking about, and you'll be like, "Oh man, what the hell?" But other than that, it was great for my perspective. I mean, the Mariota thing was, he's next thing you know, he's on a beach. You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell happened to him? But it was really good, and I'm looking forward to another one.
Me too. Of course, Detroit gets this.
Hitting a baseball.
What do you? Well, like
quarterback.
I just feel like that's the two hardest things to do. Like quarterback, you have the ball every play.
See, I guess I always thought it was just hockey because you do all of that on ice skates, and that's boxer fair. Because
you could die.
You make one mistake and there's no teammate.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike, I was just saying, if you got a girlfriend or a spouse and she's kind of mediocre on sports, these are the shows that will hook them in. I'm telling you. It started with my wife when she started watching The Journey on the Big Ten Network. She had zero interest in men's college basketball, and she's an absolute freak right now when it comes to Big Ten basketball. When women get to see the spouses and to see what the players are like, somehow for them that's a connection. I don't understand it, but for women it rings a bell. And my wife reminds me when I come home, what time are we going to watch the quarterback? She has got it scheduled before I do.
So Mike, you're saying it's like The Journey on the Big Ten Network.
Oh, I think what Mike said, it's better. I mean, Manning has knocked it out of the park. You got three different personalities, and obviously you're going to.
No, I like The Journey because they tell like three different stories in that half hour. So okay, you two are both Mikes are selling this to me.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna connect with one of the quarterbacks, whether your lifestyle is Christian or non-Christian or party or whatnot. But the Cousins thing, that's funny. When my wife was even commenting, as Christians, that they're kind of nerdy, but in a weird way, we kind of like that. But his fashion sense is kind of, lost in the 70s and 80s. But I think Manning's onto a winner, and I would just encourage guys, get your spouses, get your girlfriends into this, and you're going to have a fan for life.
I'm telling you.
So Cousins is out there in the Bo Shane collection?
No, it just listen. I know I will be in the vast minority, but it's just the goody two shoes routine. It's just it wears on you.
Would you invite him and the wife over?
No, absolutely not.
Just nothing.
No, because
they were your neighbors.
No, I'm okay. I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be rude. I think they're the type of people who would roll into your house and demand you say grace at your own table, except we don't do that.
No, I don't think that. I think it's what the caller said.
do.
He is nerdy. He's just
Listen, man.
Nerdy.
Listen, man. When the game was on the line, see, I don't want to be mean. See, I'm in a good mood. But like, I don't want to ruin this, but she does something with the game on the line. And my eyes rolled to the back of my head.
That's what she does.
It bounced off the back of my skull and back forward, and I went, I hate you. David, I'm not giving it away. I'm not. In no way am I giving it away.
I can't wait for you to see that.
You
Byron.
just need to
You'll know
watch.
exactly.
You know what? How about you take the show from 3 to 6? I'm
Done.
going home.
Binge watch it. Come back at 4. But watch Quarterback. Camp opens Friday. You guys, I'm telling you, it's good television. Good stuff. Rico, wait till you see what Cousin's wife does.
I'm tempted
Game on the line.
I'm tempted just to leave for 3 o'clock to go watch the episode out here.
I'm sorry. David, it was too much for me. You know what I'm talking about. It's too much.
Let me guess. You had everybody in the section hold hands.
No, worse. Far worse. Far worse. Just read something.
All right. Guys, about 40 days until the fall. I know, sounds a little depressing. We're in the middle of summer. You don't want to hear that. But you're interested in a career in radio, TV, or graphics design, you do want to hear this. Why? Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. Specs at LTU is getting ready for the fall semester, and they're waiting for you to sign up. So you've always said you wanted to start over. You wanted to do something in radio. You hear the fun that we're having. You could do this as well. It's very simple. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, you're about 40 days away from the fall, so you need to hurry up. Head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs.
All right, David, let's get a little football. Obviously, the franchise deadline done. Lots of news around the league. A little football today. Here's your daily reminder that there's a lot that goes on in this world we don't pay attention to. Are you guys aware Chad Kelly is lighting up the Canadian Football League?
Yes, I am. I've watched
Toronto
him.
Argonauts football.
I have watched him.
Wait, what did you just say?
I have watched him. Yeah, on a Friday night, ESPN2.
Oh, David. Okay.
I need football, man.
You poor thing. Good God. Carry on.
He's counting down to the Hall of Fame game.
In fact, I am. All right, so let's get into this here real quick. I got some other things, but I want to start with this. USA Today had a list of second-year players that need to step it up. But the question I have is the first three that they mentioned, and it's the quarterback position. We all know how important this is. Sam Howell, Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder. What do we expect from these two going into year 2 for their teams?
I have no idea on 2 of the 3, but I actually think Kenny Pickett might end up okay. I think Kenny Pickett, it's the biggest pressure spot to me, being a Pittsburgh Steeler and following Big Ben. Don't you feel like with Deontay Johnson and Pickens and Najee, he kind of takes a real step?
Well, it's a good system to be in because, Pittsburgh's, they're not flashy. They're not going to ask him to do a ton of things. So I think that may work. Desmond Ridder is the one for me because Atlanta's giving him a lot of toys to play with and saying, okay, son, you know what? Hey, now you got Bijan, you got receivers, you got tight ends, you got it all. Let's go out there and let's make this thing happen. So Ridder is the one that I think could take that step in year 2.
And then on the defensive side for the 2-year players, one guy that really stands out for me because, Mike, you say they're going to take the next step. They're going to win their division, maybe win a playoff game. And if he's for the Jacksonville Jags, it's Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
What do they need from him on the defensive side for them to take the next step?
To play like the number 1 overall pick?
To play like Aiden Hutchinson, to play like Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, really, Kayvon and Aiden both outperformed him. I understand it's a different system, and he's a different player. But the one thing that scared me with Trayvon was a complete lack of production, which I know Kenny could speak to. When you play for Georgia for 2 years and you have a grand total of like 4 sacks, I don't care what your job duties are. He wasn't a guy that got a lot of pressure. He didn't produce a lot of sacks. I don't want to hear that Rashawn Gary line of thinking of, he was asked to set the edge. Stop. Okay, edge setters might go 12 overall. They don't go number 1. So, yes, I would agree with you. That's a guy, you better have a big year because that team is expected to have a big year.
Because, Jacksonville fans are looking at Detroit and New York saying, we could have had one of those guys instead.
So, Rico, you've been known to say on this show, and you just said it, that you're not a fan of Hard Knocks per se. Well, neither are the Jets. They are limiting access to HBO when it comes to the show. Says the Jets, of course, they were forced to be on the show. They fought a tooth and nail. But here's a quote from them. It says, Hard Knocks won't be getting the same access it usually does. According to Schefter, they're not going to be given the same access. They just don't believe it's a humane to show players and what they're doing and what they're being released. So they don't even want to show players being released on here. And then it says the Jets are only going to do the bare minimum when it comes to cooperation. Then why are we showing the Jets?
Then maybe it's time to shut the program down because nobody in the league wanted to do it again. Because I've often wondered, why do teams give just full access? And the Jets are saying, nah, you can get very little. If you don't have a key card, you can't come past this door. Then I already didn't want to watch it. Why do I want to watch you standing outside the building talking? That's just every ESPN and every news piece talking about practice and what happened. And here's a 30-second clip of video, and now back to you in the studio.
I've got something for you guys. So in the vein earlier we talked about quarterback on Netflix, I'm going to give you 2 more projects that are dropping August 1st. I want to know if you'd watch one, both, or neither of these, okay? They have a series called Untold. One of them is going to feature the story of Johnny Manziel. The other is going to feature Urban Meyer's Florida Gators. It's titled Swamp Kings. August 1st. One, both, or neither.
You had me at Johnny Manziel. So, yeah.
You had me at Urban. That's the one I'm watching.
I'm watching both.
Yeah, okay, so both.
Oh, I'm watching both.
That's August 1st.
It's both, but Johnny Manziel, I think, is top of the list for me.
Guys, our job here is to provide you with football damn near every hour of this show at some point, but now we're giving you programming options.
I mean, the Florida Gators that may have been the most interesting championship team since the U.
Well, they
back
did.
in the
Yeah,
80s.
they had a cold-blooded killer on the team. So, yes.
And a Christian as their quarterback.
Right. God Squad, murderer. God Squad, murderer.
Opposite. So I want to know what you have to say about this. And I looked up the stats, and it's very interesting. Justin Fields was talking to reporters, and he basically put himself in the top 5 as the greatest running quarterbacks in NFL history. He put him with Steve Young, put himself with Michael Vick, and he put himself with Cam and Lamar Jackson. Now, he did have 1,100 yards rushing last year. Michael Vick only had one 1,000-yard rusher as a quarterback.
Yeah, because Michael Vick could actually throw the ball.
Is that going to be the difference then? Is he really going to be the greatest running quarterback of all time?
Put another season on paper like that this year, I'll have a conversation with you. I can't do it.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. If you had real receivers and a real offense around you, I don't think you would have had to run. He was the only option. It reminded me of Michael Vick when he played for Virginia Tech. And you're thinking to yourself, dear God, if he had anybody else on this team would actually win a national title. When I watched, you felt sorry. By the end of this Bears game, man, I just felt sorry for him. Like,
Kenny, what were you, 5 years old when Vic was playing at VTech?
Yeah, about
All right,
that.
here's what I want you to do. I'm going to give you something fun. Oh, my God. On your laptop right now, I want you to go to YouTube. Type in Mike Vick, Boston College. You want his greatest highlight in my world. He walked into Alumni Stadium and flatlined all 11 defenders.
Better than the playoff game against the Pack?
I'm talking college.
Oh, college.
Vic.
Okay.
No. Nothing compares to. No, I'm saying I want to give Kenny something maybe he hasn't.
Oh.
It is electric.
That was an amazing
Electric.
Because he ended,
highlight.
We talk about, the Lions ended Rodgers' career. He ended Brett Favre.
Tell you one thing, the Jesuits wanted no part of
sure.
it. They wanted no part of him that night. Poor BC.
People just falling down. Oops.
Dude, torn ACLs. Every guy on the field was wearing an Okuda mask.
Oh,
My neck. My back.
my God. That's ridiculous.
Dude, all 11 defenders had a shot to tackle him. 9 torn ACLs, 2 concussions from falling.
From bumping into each other.
Done. Like bowling pins. Sorry.
And then he did something similar when he got to the NFL again, the Vikings game, when he was a quarterback for the Falcons. So,
But no,
man,
I
he's
just
amazing.
I wanted to provide some value to Kenny's day. That's an old school highlight. That's big time.
Yeah.
Well, let me do my my annual ESPN topic here. Dak Prescott says, I won't have 10 interceptions this year. He's coming off his highest in his career, 15 interceptions last year. What does he do this year? Does he have the weapons to even do anything?
So he's saying he just won't have 10.
He won't have 10.
So 11, and he's okay. 13, and he's fine. Yeah, that's not that great of a statement. I understand where he's trying to come from, but I stopped believing in Dak Prescott years ago. If one man could be the epitome of the Dallas Cowboys, it's him. Every year, high expectations, gonna be great. This is his year, and falls flat on his face. Until next year, wash, rinse, repeat.
There's part of this that does go back, fellas, to the shoulder problem, to the inability to put zip on the ball, to throw the ball. He looked broken at points last year. I really have no idea what to do with him. I still think Dallas's best self is to ground and pound and play good defense. This idea, they want to do this air raid thing. We're drafting weapons everywhere. I don't think Dak's capable of it.
Well, that and the fact that now you're going to get McCarthy out there showing that I can call these offensive plays, and I think that they're going to ruin this man.
It's too late. He's already ruined.
No, but I think that now it's really going to, I was the head coach. I was calling the offensive plays. So, yeah, this isn't going to work.
That is in football today.
Northville Lumber, we've talked about them for a long time. The largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Trex decking galore because it's in stock. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason. Because there's nothing lost in this supply chain nonsense. There's no lead times. There's no special orders or rush orders. You buy it from Northville, you get it. It's in stock in their warehouse about a mile down the road. And deck season is here. So don't wait. Beat that springtime rush next year. Get that outdoor project done. And if you need someone to build it, they got you covered. Easy. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Hatchet, a couple of ticket texts. 10 minutes from now, I am going to defend the Michigan Wolverines. It's not because I want to do it. It's just because I feel I have to do it. I cannot.
It's necessary.
Rico, sometimes you just feel like, damn it, it's needed.
Yeah, or somebody has to explain to me where we're wrong.
Well, that's the key, right? So, here comes King Sparty. Yeah, I'm gonna run to your rescue because here's what I don't have patience for. And I don't know, Rico, in any other sport, if I feel as strongly as I do about the world of college football, with the level of dirty diaper opinions and content that is released. It is really the lowest grade. It's like college football has the highest media idiot quotient anywhere.
You know what? I'll explain that to you.
I can't wait. Tremendous.
A little bit later.
I'll learn what I've been missing. But we're going to talk about it because I think Michigan's getting disrespected. We'll talk about it in about 10 minutes. David, a couple ticket texts, then we'll go on the board.
Yeah, they agree Hard Knocks needs to end. I'm glad the Lions got on once, but it used to be the coolest show and has fallen off big time. It is done.
I think quarterback is an evolved version of it. It's just better. It's done better.
Someone says Ritter is a winner. Live in Cincinnati, go Bearcats. I bet on him all day, every day. I think he's biased. I'm originally from the Detroit area, now live in West Michigan. Different world over here. But cousins grew up a fan of the Chicago teams. Now that is annoying.
Oh, disgraceful.
Well, they're technically closer. That's why.
That's exactly why.
And it's also, I mean, we've already established this, that people from Holland, Michigan are weird. They're awkward.
Can't just generalize an entire city.
Sure I can.
Based off of one
awkward.
person.
You meet a lot of people from Holland. They're awkward. The west
can't
side
do
of the
that.
state are weirdos. They're awkward.
Look, you're not the lone representative of Troy, New York. I'm sure there are a lot of great people.
Well, no,
there.
that place is a hellhole too. I'm just making a point to you.
Put it in there.
Just Holland's a weird place, man.
Okay.
How many cold cuts are you going to give Kenny to watch Vic highlights?
That's how we get Kenny to do his work. We have a fishing pole with a slice of mortadella on the front.
I got you a
Kenny, how's
cold
that
cut.
editing coming along? I got you a slice of roast beef.
And then this one says, you're exactly right. Make your wives watch. They will be hooked. My wife bought us tickets to the Lions-Vikings game. Tried to buy the Chiefs tickets until she realized it was in KC.
Small detail, but okay.
Watching the show, I guess, got him something.
I want to thank Kenny Cott because he steered us away from a bad pick last night, even though he made a bad one of his own. I said, hey, let's take Tigers run line. Mistake. So we didn't do it because they only won by one. See? Dirty. But Kenny bet against his own team. Shameful. Let's see if we can get back on a winning track here. Let's go on the board. Boy, not long. Maybe a little later in the week, David, I'll just give some horse picks out. It's all ponies right now. It's Saratoga season. I don't have time for such low-grade payouts as sports betting. Let's start with Rico. Do you just want to go Ohtani grabbing his nuts against the Yankees at minus 600?
Funny you said that.
Best bat flip ever. And Aaron Boone's an idiot.
At 35 home runs, I'm gonna now do what I did with Judge.
You're just going Ohtani.
I'm going Ohtani. I think if he hits one tonight, would be 6 in a row. Plus 255.
I can't make fun of it because the man is arguably becoming one of the great unicorn players in any sport ever.
And it was like when Judge last year was on that streak.
Right.
Even if he hit 5 in that week, you made your money for the 2 days he didn't hit one.
It got to a point hitting 2 was still getting you paid. But look, Ohtani, the only reason I don't call him the greatest ball player I've ever seen, he doesn't play defense. He's a DH.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you don't play the field. That's a big component. But no, I can't laugh at that. And hey, with the game on the line and a base open, Aaron Boone's not going to walk you. So he'll give you a chance to hit a 2-run pizza on you and lose the game. Wish Boone would just go away. Kenny?
Yeah, we did Kansas City yesterday, and it didn't work. The championship
No,
DNA.
you did.
I did the
You
Kansas
did.
City, yes. And the championship DNA, the Tigers came out. So I'm wondering if I do that again with Scooble on the mound.
Nope.
Do we just emotional hedge with money?
No, how about under 8.5?
That I don't hate either.
Look, Lynch is a bit of a gas can, but the Tigers' offense doesn't really show. Now, look, they have one game every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
It's like they're
Softball City.
Yeah, they're a Dave and Buster's and just earning tickets.
They got the beer keg at second base.
Right. But the rest of the time, offense is a bit of a struggle. Scooble has been nothing short of splendid. Under 8.5, any interest? Minus 110.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's good with me.
I don't want you picking against this team. They're trying.
They are, but last time I did, they won, which is, a win-win.
That's not the object of this.
That is
You're
the
not
object.
paying for your team to win.
It seems like I am.
Well, you are a Georgia fan. Let's go to David.
So what I'm gonna do until the tournament starts, I'm gonna give people a betting choice for the Open. Yesterday I gave Rory McIlroy was plus 750. Today I'm gonna go John Rahm at plus 1200. Great value, like
Shout out
Costa likes to
cookies.
say, because he has 4 wins this year, and he also won the Masters. Hasn't played well since the Masters, but still he's won a lot this year. So why not at plus 1200? Put money on that.
The one thing I would say, and Evan Jenkins is excellent at this, and he does the golf for cash the ticket. Evan has a interesting way of playing. You can pick the winners, but you can also parlay top 10 finish odds.
Mm-hmm.
And what Evan will do is he'll take someone that's way off the board, he thinks is going to have a good weekend, take a favorite who he knows may not win it, but will be there. And he pieces it together, and it builds some really, it's almost horse racing level value. Like, interesting stuff. Betting golf is fun. I will tell you it's enjoyable based on the payout. That's where betting games is so difficult for me as someone who loves horse racing. You would never accept minus 120 in a horse race. You just wouldn't do it. You'd sit the race out and get a hot dog.
Well, that's why I love the prop bets. So
Yes,
it's kind of like
I
that.
agree.
Because if you do a little bit of homework, it's that one you're like, really? That's what you're betting? Yeah, because in the end, I'm going to get paid for it.
We got under in the game. We got an Ohtani bomb, and David giving you John Rahm to win the British Open. That's on the board. I'm going to defend Michigan next. 97-1. All right, 3:00, and I am very excited to do this, even though it's something I'm not a big fan of doing, which is I'm going to defend Michigan on something. And I've made no secret of this. Both of these things are true. I hate your guts. I wish you didn't exist. In fact, I wish Ann Arbor would sink to Middle Earth. But I also believe the Big Ten goes through Ann Arbor because you've earned that right. You've gone out. Sure, it took too long, but it's sure as hell fun once you got there. And you've broken Ohio State because you have the kryptonite for them the way State used to have the kryptonite for you. You physically batter them. You bully them. And as Rico put it in pre-show, it doesn't matter if the game's in Columbus, Ann Arbor, or right down Woodward Avenue on concrete. Ohio State is yet to show an ability to respond.
They're broken.
Right, mentally, toughness quotient. So why would I say that? I say it because it's SEC Media Day. And I say it because Paul Feinbaum, to me, said one of the most disrespectful things you could say. Now, again, you could tell me he's biased, he hates Harbaugh, so blah, blah. You know what? I don't care anymore. I'm tired of ESPN's bias. How about you just call it straight? Am I not biased? I hate your guts. But I can give respect where it's needed. So here's what Feinbaum, he was asked about, can anyone stop a Georgia three-peat? And mind you, a true three-peat has not been done since the 1930s. It's really hard to do.
I guess you're right.
It's really hard to do. Now, I'm not talking when you reach in the bag of cookies and claim stuff 50 years later, or it was, stop. Just cut it out. So he was asked, and he goes, there's a couple of teams that have a chance at possibly beating Georgia. Outside the SEC, I like Ohio State. You know who he didn't say? Michigan. Now, let me ask you a question. What does Ohio State have to do that Michigan doesn't? It's called replace a quarterback. It's called replace a top 3 pick in the NFL draft with a guy who has never played, Kyle McCord. We don't know if he's any good. You know what Michigan doesn't have to do? Replace quarterback. Why is anyone, Paul Feinbaum or otherwise, invoking the Big Ten and this idea of who can beat Georgia if you are, forget about if you want to say, hey, I was impressed at what Ohio State did in the playoff. If Harrison doesn't get hurt, okay. But you are not allowed to bring up Ohio State if you're not bringing up Michigan. Because the last I checked, Michigan has blown them off the field the last 2 years. Once at your place, once at theirs. And where's this year's game, Rico?
Ann Arbor.
With a new quarterback on the road. And I got to listen to Feinbaum.
It could be right here in the Odyssey parking lot.
Right. We could play on Kaz-Tech's 92.5-yard field. The point I'm making to you is, it is disrespect. Now, leave it to a Spartan to use the disrespect card, right? But I'm being serious about this. Right here, right now, as we go across college football, excuse me, I apologize. Georgia's replacing a quarterback. Bama's replacing a quarterback. Ohio State is replacing a quarterback. There are 2 teams I care about that aren't. USC is one problem. The Pac-12 bleeps down their leg every November. And Michigan. How are you having a good faith conversation about who could stop Georgia's three-peat without bringing up Michigan? Now, people, don't adjust your dial. I'm shooting you right down Main Street here. Feinbaum, to me, that's out of order.
It is, but it's on brand. We're talking Paul Feinbaum. Who does he not like?
James Harbaugh.
Yeah. So what better way to stick it to Harbaugh and Michigan fans? The ultimate sign of disrespect, I'm not going to say your name.
Come on.
I'm not. You're an afterthought. You are Ohio State, but you're right. Ohio State, plethora of receivers, running backs. Now, here's the other thing Ohio State doesn't have. Ohio State used to have lights out defense. They would put a defensive lineman top 5, top 10 every NFL draft.
The silver bullets.
Man, Chase Young graduated a long time
That's
ago.
right. The Bosa's. Not there anymore.
So now when you look at this team, they can't stop the run. Hey, what can Michigan do? Well,
pound the rock.
They can run the ball. Harbaugh, we got on this show and blasted him because he was running the ball 60, 70 times in a game. We're like, are you ever going to throw it? Why? You can't stop the run. Thought it was a big mistake. He's done that strategy to the playoffs twice. We're just going to jam it down your throat. You can't say anything about it.
Now, the benefit of this show, which sometimes can be a curse, is we have a real, live, breathing, with a full set of teeth, Georgia fan. And Kenny, I know.
Flag, you actually do have all your teeth.
You do. Great dental care. The point is, Kenny, you can call it a pillow fight because no one is saying it's going to happen. We're saying if you had to make a short list of teams that could make it happen, how the hell is Ohio State on that list and not U of M?
I don't know how at least both of the teams aren't on the list. If you want to put Ohio State on there,
Right.
we saw how they almost handled Georgia, and you could make an argument, well, it could have happened, and it could have. But if both teams aren't on that list, I think that's a little bit disrespectful to Michigan.
But see, isn't that something that we only see in college football media?
Mm-hmm.
The ridiculous agendas and the narrative and the rest. I don't like Michigan last I checked. I'm able to come on the air and just tell you how I feel.
This is like the SEC's blue wall is what this is.
It is. But it sells interesting because no other sport, pro football, pro basketball, baseball, college sports, especially college football, it brings out the fan in everybody. You love your team, whether they're good or bad. If a baseball team is bad, you'll write them off for the year. If your college football team is bad, you're going to stick in there with them regardless. There we go.
You had to know that was coming, Rico.
Come
on, dude.
Kenny, as the words left.
You were trying to get him back.
Right, I'm grabbing them like, no. Why did you just set that up? That was just...
Usually he has to work for that transition.
Right.
But no, not that time.
Right.
Nice and easy.
I thought maybe it would be a Javi Baez swing and he would just miss it, but no.
No.
He turned it around like Otani.
So let's bring this up. 248-539-9797. Guys, we're under 40 days to college football. Michigan's damn near a 40-point favorite in their first game. You don't have a hard schedule. And I'm not saying it's for sure. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I'm just saying if we're having a conversation about the teams that could unseat Georgia and derail a historical three-peat, I think you're on it. The fact that Feinbaum with a straight face went up there and said Ohio State and not you, I'm bewildered by it. Because you know what we've never seen? Kyle McCord throw a single pass of relevance. And that is something that's kind of a big deal.
It's the fact that I guess he's looking at the Ohio, like Marvin Harrison Jr., the Ohio State wide receivers. You probably got 4 wide receivers going to the league.
So the thought process is what? That Ohio State loses to Michigan again, but still makes the playoff again, and then would somehow beat Georgia and then be in a winner-take-all on a fast track against Michigan and what?
Well, Mike,
not give up 5 zillion yards rushing?
Well, Mike, you actually hit upon my second point. I think a lot of this is recency bias. What did Ohio State almost do until Marvin Harrison Jr. got injured?
Beat Georgia.
Right. And Georgia won the national title. So you saw Ohio State toe-for-toe battle Georgia, and if it wasn't for Kirby Smart sniffing out a play fake on a punt, Ohio State wins that game because they would have lined up, got the first down, game over. You saw Michigan in the playoff going up against TCU. I thought you were going to go not going good. And then what did TCU do when they played Georgia? Georgia players eating chicken wings. So I do think for Paul and a lot of people, you can't give Michigan the respect because you lost to TCU. And TCU never should have been in a championship game. You were given a pass. That was set up for Michigan, Georgia, 2. And you blew it. TCU proved to themselves, man, it was ugly. It was done after about the first 3 series, whereas Ohio State, it took an injury to a top receiver to derail that team.
See, and that's all well. That's all great. You're right. Great examples. You're exactly right. I mean, we couldn't hang with Georgia,
Man,
and we should not have lost to TCU. But here's the problem I have. Fine, bring up Ohio State, but they're not the top dog of the Big Ten right now. You have to mention Michigan.
David,
They're not
the top dog of the Big Ten, but even Michigan fans, you have to agree, are saying it's championship or bust. We've been to the playoffs.
Correct.
Ohio State went to the playoffs, and they had the game won, and Marvin Harrison Jr. gets knocked out the game on an illegal play, and that cost him. If he doesn't get knocked out, Kenny is not wearing back-to-back championship hats. Georgia loses that game, and Ohio State, I think, would have probably just went ahead and boat raced TCU. So that's why nobody values the Big Ten. We do here because we live here.
No,
but outside of that, the Big Ten doesn't win championships in the major sports.
I understand that. I think that the other thing you're fighting against here, and again, 248-539-9797, Georgia's trying to do something no one's done in damn near 80 years, 90 years. A three-peat is next to impossible. No offense. Now, they have, Carson Beck, and they got Vandergrift. They have talented guys that might win the quarterback job. But again, they're replacing one of the all-time winners in college football, basically mini-me Tebow in Stetson Bennett. This idea, I just think it's so dishonest for Feinbaum to get up there, say Ohio State without even a mention of U of M. And what I'm tired of is that in college football media. It's the dumbest thing in the world. You don't have to like Harbaugh. Nobody does. But you give it up when a guy accomplishes something.
It does.
They own the Big Ten right now.
Mike, they own the Big Ten, but I think this goes past Harbaugh and Michigan. I think this shows that nobody respects the Big Ten. And at least Ohio State was the only team that put up a challenge to the vaunted SEC. Because it is recency bias. You couldn't handle TCU. They almost beat Georgia. So you know what? We're going to ride with them.
See, but if you want to have that argument after candidates are listed here in his
exactly,
and he's not mentioning Michigan. That's the problem that
How
I have.
How is he putting
Mention
USC?
Yes,
who plays no defense whatsoever? How is he putting USC on that list and not U of M?
And they continue to not win the Pac-12. What are we doing?
My whole point is, I remember back when MSU used to be good, back in the black and white TV days. I remember when we used to be good, and the disrespect was strong. We were damn near underdogs in every bowl game we played, and we won them all. And we were underdogs every time we played OSU. We were underdogs when we played Michigan. We beat everybody. Mm-hmm. You never could get the respect because you weren't one of the invited guests. My point is, with U of M, they're a blue blood.
Right.
They're an invited guest. They have stormed the gates and taken this conference from OSU. I think it's ridiculous for national media, whether it's pettiness, whether it's agenda, whether you're bought and paid for by the SEC. You got to at least say the words.
I agree with you. And please don't get it twisted. I think that Michigan is the king of the Big Ten. I've said it over and over again.
Sparty.
But I think what hurts Michigan is they lose their bowl games. And that's the last impression that people have of them.
Well, and
when you lost to TCU and TCU gets embarrassed by Georgia, but Ohio State almost beats Georgia.
That's fair.
That's the difference.
Harbaugh now in the last game of the season is 1-7.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? 1-5 in actual bowls, 0-2 in playoffs.
Yeah, and when you played Georgia the year before, wasn't close.
That wasn't, mistakes were made. It wasn't good.
2-7.
I'm sorry. Sorry, David.
What, we caught in COVID?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It 1-7. 2-7's overall. My bad.
Or did they just go and claim another victory like they like to do?
No.
Oh, the Blue beat the Maize in COVID year.
Up next in the When Black People Didn't Play files, we've claimed another title, 1860.
All right.
I'm sorry, but it'll always get me when they claim 1901, 1902, 1903. Right. People didn't even have indoor plumbing.
Mm-hmm. We're going to teach you how to play football. Oh, by the way, we beat you.
We kept score.
And now that counts.
And we win. Leave now. 248-539-9797. It's funny, people. What is it? Your brains can't handle when I say something nice? Or do you just agree? And there's really nothing to say? I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not Miss Cleo. Feel free.
Call me now.
Call me now. 97.1.
Let's talk about that Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, 14 Mile and Mound. You've always wanted a sports car. Summer is here. How about this? Go to Hamilton. Go see one of my guys, Andrew, or one of his sales staff. They'll hook you up in the July Rico deal. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down, and you are driving out of there with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, I said it right. An auto transmission Chevy Camaro, the car that you wanted a sports car. You've been dreaming of it. It's right here at Hamilton Chevrolet for $399 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see Andrew or any of the wonderful sales staff right there at Hamilton Chevrolet. Drive away in a new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months, the July Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
We've talked about David Femininio. We've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, we also want to tell you, when you get David for your injury case, you get communication, you get the best legal team in the state, and when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell him to get David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Not a mention of the team that has drilled OSU the last 2 years. You know, kind of hard where, God help you, if OSU loses a game and Michigan beats them, they're going to be out. Like, ridiculous by Paul Feinbaum. David, ticket text coming in. We'll get to some of the callers as well.
They should be mentioned, obviously, but Ohio State's talent level will always have them in the conversation. They might set a record for players drafted in April.
Yeah, but that has, okay, I'll say this one more time. That has nothing to do with the fact that they are an underdog to win this conference if you have a brain. I don't care where Vegas has them. How am I supposed to bet on Kyle McCord, who's never played? And the fact is, the quarterback has never been the problem.
See, that's the head scratcher, though, Mike. Because you of all people, Vegas knows. Vegas knows.
But what do you think they know? Like, do you think what? I've overvalued Michigan?
No, I don't understand this either. But I'm just so apprehensive because Las Vegas is not in this thing for discounts and to lose money. And when I see the odds are always Ohio State have better odds to winning the Big Ten than Michigan, and the games in Ann Arbor, none of that makes sense to me. You have JJ coming in, who's the established quarterback. And, yeah, I think that they're going to actually they're going to let him make the plays. You got the running backs there.
Or does this come down to, just thinking about, listening when you're talking, does it come down to that the criticism we've both levied, I think a lot of Michigan fans have levied in the shadows, the fact that Michigan's offense is dated, that while it's able to crack the code on OSU, you're not going to be able to do that to Georgia.
No.
That the fact is, if you want to beat Georgia, you need to do what Ohio State does. That in many ways, without being slanderous, basically what Harbaugh's recreated is what Bo had. A team that could bully 11 of the 12 teams on their schedule, and in some years all 12.
Yeah,
but then they'd go to a bowl game and get drilled.
Well, the close calls.
No, hold on, David. That's not slander. That's factual.
No, and it's like, think about it. Think about the close calls they have had every year where 2 years ago it was Penn State and it was Nebraska. And it took plays late in the game for them to pull it. Last year against Illinois, where it looked as if Illinois had that thing going. Or, here you go, Mike, for you, Maryland. First play of the game, ball bounces off the guy's face mask. They get it. They score. Take that away, you got a ball game.
Right.
So
maybe what Feinbaum is saying without saying it is that while Michigan is a national brand and they've got a huge fan base, that from a product standpoint, they're still regional. Regional in that when they get on that national stage, they're not going to perform. That's maybe what he's saying. I have faith in this given year. They are one of the only teams with a returning quarterback amongst the elite. This is their shot.
And I think that you're correct. I think what you're hearing is nationally people are saying the Big Ten is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You guys don't win.
It is
pretty bad. And if this is your best team, well, you're the best of the worst. You're the Power 5 MAC where, okay, you play, but Ohio State is built for the playoffs. They're not built for the Big Ten. And that's why they play better in the playoffs than they do in the Big Ten, because they have the receivers. They have all of that stuff. And, yeah, I think the recency bias, when you played TCU, there was no way in the world you were supposed to lose that game.
No, that was a free square.
And you did. And everybody saw it.
David, take a text.
Michigan built a team to beat OSU. Is Michigan going to run on Georgia? Maybe not. JJ throwing pick six and Harbaugh's bowl record has me questioning that. The problem with Michigan getting respect is it will take a few more years of beating OSU to get the national respect.
But see, why though? See, this is what I never can figure out. Imagine an NFL reporter talking about the teams capable of stopping the Philadelphia Eagles, and you don't list the 49ers. You'd be like, this person's on crack. But in college football, we accept these opinions.
Because college football, most people don't like Jim Harbaugh. So therefore, you don't respect him. He doesn't, air quote, win the big games. So, yeah, you'll find a way to lose.
I guess I'm a weirdo because I've always said this. Like, I don't have to like you to respect you. Like, I respect Jim Harbaugh. I hate his guts, but I respect what he's built. And it's up to Michigan State to change the narrative.
No, well, see, that had nothing to do with that. You just like hitting that button.
I mean, it
really doesn't. He's
pretty
got
awesome.
a 2-1 record over Jim Harbaugh.
Well,
So
and,
it
even
really
if
doesn't.
and even if COVID didn't count, it's 1-1. But
So-
hey, CBS Sports says he's on the hot seat.
Yeah,
You want to talk about a battle of bad takes? Boy, college football's got a lot going right now.
It's July, isn't it?
It is something, man. They got to have the interns off the desk. No more writing for you.
Yeah, but I think it really boils down to you don't like Harbaugh. He doesn't win the big games. When it's the bright lights. Michigan doesn't get it done. Now they're beating Ohio State, but that's it. Okay.
And I guess I'd feel better if Feinbaum would have just said that. Here's the deal. It's no secret I don't like this guy, but put it aside. They've done nothing in the biggest game of the year the last 8 years. They're 1-7. Get at me when you show up to the playoff and you don't show your ass. Now, if Feinbaum said that, you can disagree, but he provided some value to why Michigan's not in that conversation. That's all I'm saying.
All right, but I think I don't like Michigan. He's never liked Michigan. So you know what? I'm not going to even mention you.
Let's go to Dan, 97.1. What's up, Danny?
Mike, you know what? I love Michigan. You're my favorite guy on the radio, and I hate Paul Feinbaum, but he's correct.
Okay.
Okay, he is completely correct. Michigan is built to bully OSU around. You cannot bully the biggest bully on the block. You can't. You can't bully Georgia. Okay? If Michigan, give me any two of Ohio State's top 4 wide receivers and put them on Michigan, yeah, now you give me a chance. Michigan doesn't have a single wide receiver that scares anybody. You cannot sit there and play nose to nose with Georgia or Bama for that matter. Either one of them. You can't sit there and go offensive line against defensive line and think you're going to move those guys and run the ball down their throat. And then when you do that the first 2 plays, now it's 3rd and 8, and you got nobody to throw the ball to.
But we're also, I guess, Dan, for me, I don't fundamentally disagree with what you're saying. I don't like this idea that we assume Georgia's going to be what they were the last 2 years. And I don't like the idea that we don't imagine JJ has no ability to get better, how Michigan's offense might evolve a little bit more. Look, at least they are the ones who have broken this Ohio State program that Feinbaum loves. And to me, everything is about this year. Everything's about this year.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. But again, who's JJ going to throw the ball to?
I mean, you got 17 different tight ends who break your balls.
You're right. You got a couple of tight ends. Other than that, you don't have a wideout that scares anybody. There's nobody on this team, at least that I've seen so far, unless he's a freshman and is just going to jump onto the field.
No, because
scares anybody.
Cornelius Johnson, Roman Wilson, AJ Henning.
I mean, Roman Wilson's a good player.
They're not Ohio State's.
No one is. But
They're
to
not even
suggest,
close.
but to suggest we have 3 Kenny Cotts out here for Michigan is not accurate either.
But you have to. If you're going to beat Georgia, you got to outscore Georgia. And Michigan is not built to outscore Georgia.
No, they're built to run the ball, grind it, turn the game.
They're built to cram it down your throat. They're built to outscore Ohio State.
So stylistically, so what you're saying is stylistically, you're made to win the Big Ten, but do nothing else. That's your contention.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you know
pretty much until we get wide receivers, I don't see that changing.
I mean, it's hard to argue. I guess for me, I'm giving a little bit more wiggle room for development. I'm giving a little bit more wiggle room that Georgia might come down a notch. And like I said, this is only about Michigan being in the conversation. I think it's ridiculous that they weren't mentioned. Yes, David, what?
That's it. It's just be in the conversation. You're on the
list.
list.
They should be. But I think this is also Feinbaum spite store, where I'm just not going to say your name because you don't exist.
College football media is the worst. It really is.
Does he work for the BTN?
He didn't have to. Just say your opinion. Why is everyone bought and paid for? Just say an opinion.
Because he works for the SEC network, so he must placate to that fan base. And that fan base doesn't like Michigan and Harbaugh. Remember, Harbaugh got angry because,
Who cares?
I'm just saying. He knows. I got to play. My consumers are here. They don't want to hear that name.
What's funny is I don't even think he has to say that to himself. He just doesn't want to say Michigan, period. No, it's part of his principle.
The SEC respects Ohio State. They don't respect anybody else in the Big Ten but OSU. That's it.
Oh, man, let's get some more of these phone calls next. And 345. You know, we are a show who has blazed a new trail that we don't pay running backs on this show. Well, I have some evidence as to why Tony Pollard, Saquon Barkley, and Josh Jacobs didn't get paid. And what it triggered is an argument between Rico and David that will commence at 4. Lots left to do today. We've talked about capital mortgage funding for a long time. The home purchase market has changed substantially, and it's stupid again right now. I mean, forget about multiple offers. There's a dozen per house. Overbidding. It's chaos. If you go look at a house and you're not pre-approved, you're not getting that house. You will have no time. Get with capital mortgage funding. Let them get your pre-approval process taken care of in a swift manner. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding are going to make the process smooth, easy, and again, as hassle-free as they can. It's Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker. All right, I want to knock out these calls, and then I have it's a bit of a blitz with a trivia aspect. One of the big stories in sports was yesterday. 3 of the top players at the position, and well, 3 of the top players in the league, kind of. None of them got their money, and Rico, and David are about to battle.
Wow!
Oh, stop! Unbelievable. Sorry.
You know what? You got me back for what I said in the break.
That's right.
We're good.
So look, I will present this in a couple of minutes, and then it is going to spur a topic between David and Rico that it was a holy war before the show. Right now, I want to get to the calls. I think Paul Feinbaum clowned U of M, and I just think it's ridiculous to not bring them up as a team that could stop Georgia this year. But yet Ohio State got brought up. Hey, come on. Brian's in Detroit. What's up, B? How are you?
Man, you know what? Feinbaum is a clown. Because all I know is, and I love college football, if J.J. McCartney improves and they get above corner play at the other corner, nobody's going to beat them. They're going to be very hard to beat. It amazes me everybody else is going to improve, but Michigan might not improve.
Right.
And what I want to, Ricky, you said what big game has Ryan Day won? I never seen a school, Ohio State, get all the credit in the world for losing to Georgia. When everybody tells me they recruit just like Georgia. So
you know what, Brian, I think the reason why is because Georgia knew they lost the game until they had that illegal dirty hit, knocked out the main guy. They had no answer for Marvin Harrison Jr. in that game. That's
Rico, when it comes with what could have happened, I can say that about 2016 on the spot. When Michigan should have won.
No. But Brian, I'll bring this up. But if you think about it, and here's probably another reason why they don't respect Michigan. What has Michigan done since they beat Georgia to show that we've gotten better, and if we play them again, we can beat them?
Well, the overall improvement that could be shown with McCarthy and Harbaugh saying it's going to be 50-50 them throwing the ball. If they try to just keep running and not use all the talent that they have, they will lose. But if they use the talent that they have and even it out, throwing and passing, they're going to be very hard to beat. And Ohio State could keep telling us all these great receivers. They keep losing to Michigan. Well, they can't stop the run. You can have all the great receivers in the world if you cannot get the ball back.
Yeah, Brian.
You can't get the ball back and stop the
Brian, I agree with what you're saying. The only point I disagree with, Brian, like, we can't play this game like Ryan Day's never won a big game. The man's 40.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not. He a great coach, but I never seen the school get all more. He don't have a championship.
No,
I heard Rico say a year and a half ago he's the former coach on steroids. He don't have a national championship. And that's what he got.
I thought so.
For him, when you look at it, Brian, I think he's 45-6 as a head coach. I know he's won a playoff game, and obviously he's won the Big Ten. The problem is, it doesn't matter you're 45-6. If you make losing to Michigan a habit, you're not going to be the coach there. So, look, I'm with Brian up until it was the whole, well, what big game has he won? And I'm like, all right, hold on now. Let's just temper that a little. But I'm with him in that if Harbaugh alters the way they play just a little.
And that's just it. It's the system. Because when you see that system, okay, you're going to just try to, like, you every time you play that bowl game, you're losing. Bowl games don't count that much, but it's the last impression that people see and remember you for.
Well, and at Michigan's level right now, the bowl game's your playoff game.
Right.
That TCU game was a boondoggle.
Right.
And that's the thing. Bowl games may not matter, but those 2 bowl games mattered.
Right.
Or don't worry about us in the – oh, wait. We didn't make a bowl last year.
Once again, let's stick to the topic. Let's just stick – we're talking Michigan, Mike.
It's emotional for me, and you know this.
Okay.
All right, let's
go.
Let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Way to continue to streak, Mike. I think you said it was 180 days yesterday or whatever it is, but continuing to streak with the draft. No, I think it's an unbiased kind of CMU fan. I think the reason why, 2 reasons. One, I think the SEC has adopted Ohio State as like their adopted brother or something like that for some reason because of the way they play football. And they've beaten them in the past, to be completely honest with you. And obviously it's a different team this year. But I think it's similar to, like, you know how Lions fans will call in and they just won't believe it until the Lions do it, right? I think that's where a lot of people are with Michigan and their running game is, well, it's great when you play in the Big Ten and it's cold and, it's snowing and people don't want to go up against it, but we've never seen it. So how are we supposed to believe it's going to beat us? You know what I'm saying, I guess? And Paul Feinbaum is a troll. I'm not saying I agree with him, but I'm saying that's, I think, their thought process, I guess.
No, and Nick, listen, I think you bring up a good point. Part of what bugs me, Nick, we don't accept this in any other sport. Somehow we have accepted as fans that college football media are allowed to be absolute shill-tastic clowns. Yeah. And I can't take it. No. And we deal with it here with Klatt and Gus. Like, it's equally as bad.
No, because everybody wants to hear your team is special, your team is great, your team is pretty. In college football, people want to see that. That's why, you have all the, my God, every different recruiting website, because you want to hear all these great players coming to your school. Your school's the best school ever, and everybody else sucks. And fans want to see all of that stuff, and they believe the polls and everything that they read.
Hey, Nick, can you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
Opening night, will you not bust my balls? Can you just leave MSU alone, please?
What kind of line are you going to give me on that? It's Labor weekend. We'll all be having fun.
Do you know what I saw? I saw an early line. It's MSU minus 14 against the Chippewas.
If you give me the hook, I'll take it. I don't know. They came back and covered last year versus LSU, and that was exhilarating. So,
who the hell's the kid you guys – no, who's the kid you have who's the freight train at quarterback? Is it Perriman? They swapped him in.
I thought it was somebody's son, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, it's a shorter guy. I know you're talking about. And they also got like a 6'8" quarterback. I don't know what McElwain's doing.
No, I don't think any of us do. I watched the game last year that Cookies was at. He was playing a different quarterback every play. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he's crazy. I like him. He's better than what we've had, but yeah. I don't know.
All right, listen. I appreciate you, Nick. I can't start the year 0-1 losing to Central, or I'll just take a leave of absence. I can't do it. I cannot tolerate another year like last year. David, who is it?
There's a Bert Emanuel Jr.
That's him right there.
Like I said, it was somebody's kid. Yes.
That's like government cheese Vic.
Except he didn't throw the ball.
No. That's why I said it is not a finished product. But that kid, they put him in the game. All he does, 20-yard carries. Mm-hmm. Can't wait. I'm sure Scotty Hazelton will really have it dialed in the opener.
Somebody hurt you.
Yeah, it's called MSU football.
How did we get back here? We were talking about Michigan and the SEC.
You know what, Kenny, are you now seeing?
I just watched that go all the way back.
I'm hesitant to even say anything college football because it comes back to this.
I'm sitting here
We're talking Georgia, Michigan. Central Michigan, we can't lose. Who mentioned this game?
I looked down to make an edit to my fantasy baseball team. I look back up, we're talking about Michigan State.
This Mike already wringing his hands. We're going to lose this game against Central.
I don't like only laying 14 there. That's a little scary.
You know what? Win by 1. Don't care.
I do. I want to win by 50. All right. Let's focus. I have something.
They win by 48. You're disappointed.
Oh, I'll be pumped up.
Oh, please. You'll be on here hitting the button. I'm a horse.
Summer is here. We're all excited to get out, go on the road, maybe head up north. Look, Moran Buick GMC, you're all set. The 23 Acadias, flexible third row of seating, make room for everyone and everything. And again, new stock, it arrives weekly. Something's off with your current vehicle, you take it in for certified service at Moran Buick GMC. And unlike other dealerships, you get a free loaner when you schedule a certified service appointment. Scheduling always fast and always easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or on MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Okay, we are the show who has established the very rule the NFL is following. And what is that, David?
That we don't pay running backs.
You're damn right. So I made a comment yesterday, and ticket texters were upset. I said, I don't care how good Jahmyr Gibbs is. At the end of a 5-year run or 5 plus a franchise tag, I'm going to do with him what you do with toothpaste tubes that are empty. I'm going to throw them in the garbage. And people got upset. We do not pay running backs. Well, yesterday, Saquon couldn't get his money. Tony Pollard couldn't get his money. Josh Jacobs couldn't get his money. Running backs around the league are screaming, oh, my God. Well, I wanted to present value to the conversation. What we're going to do here, I have the last 10 Super Bowls, the leading rusher for the team that won, and what they made. You guys have to guess who they are, and I'll tell you their salary. And it is proof that this is not new. It is proof that we do not pay running backs, and the league hasn't been paying them. David, terrible music. Okay. David,
you asked for terrible music.
Okay. David, 2013, the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl. 2013. Can anyone in this room tell me who the leading rusher was?
Marshawn Lynch.
Kenny in with Marshawn Lynch. Rico Beard.
I'm trying to think. Was Lynch there? Yeah. I'll go with Lynch as well.
David.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with Lynch.
You're all wrong. Percy Harvin, $2.4 million. 2014, the New England Patriots won the Super Bowl. 2014, who led them in rushing when they won the Super Bowl?
Just spin the wheel, man.
I know. Think of here. Do you want me to give you a hint?
Yeah.
Assaulted teammates both in college and the NFL.
LeGarrette Blount.
Kenny wins. We can save time.
Okay.
LeGarrette Blount.
I was going to go Najee Davenport.
He led them in that Super Bowl. Do you know what he made? $730,000. 2015, the Denver Broncos. This was the Peyton Manning bolts in his neck game. Who led the Broncos in that Super Bowl in rushing?
Wow.
I think he had a cup of coffee with the Lions, if memory serves me correct.
I got nothing.
Reuben Drone?
No, come on. Reuben Drones is dead. No, I'm kidding. I don't know where he is. Kenny, any guess? C.J. Anderson.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
He had a suitcase in Detroit, and then he left.
$585,000. 2016, the P-Men were back, and they won it again. This was the comeback against Atlanta, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, that was 18. I'm sorry. Oh. So 2016, they win the Super Bowl again. Who led the Patriots in rushing in that Super Bowl?
Was that the Rams Super Bowl?
No, this is the Atlanta Super Bowl.
16 or 18?
This is 16.
16? Yeah,
That's the Atlanta Super Bowl.
Rico Beard, any guesses?
No, because I think for the...
Kenny Cott, any guesses?
It was Freeman, but he was for the Falcons.
Can I just guess LeGarrette Blount again?
And you'd be right again.
All right.
But the Patriots gave him a major raise from $730,000. $750,000. 2017. Nick Foles, the Magic, if you will. The Eagles win the Super Bowl. Who led him in rushing in that Super Bowl?
Philly special.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Boston Scott? Did he lead him? Was he there yet?
No, I don't think he was there.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's David's guess. Rico says no. Rico's passed out.
Yeah. I'm going
I
to
gave
the
you
portal.
like 2 LeGarrette Blunts in a row. I'm out. I don't have a guess for this one.
Well, it's too bad you didn't make it 3. LeGarrette
Are you
Blount
serious?
led the Eagles in rushing.
He did.
And he got a major raise.
He did.
From $760,000 to $900,000. 2018.
Back to back.
Yeah, 2018. The Patriots win the Super Bowl. Who led them in rushing in that Super Bowl?
I think I actually know the answer to this, and I don't think it's LeGarrette Blount. Only because he's a Georgia Bulldog, I'm going to guess Sonny Michel.
Kenny's on fire, and we have found your calling in life.
Oh, my God.
Sonny Michel.
That's the only reason I remember that, by the way.
$480,000. David, catching a trend here?
We don't pay running backs in that. Let Kenny guess.
Too right, Mr. K line. All right, here we go. The Chiefs win it in 19. Who led them in rushing in that Super Bowl? Here's a hint. For a hot minute in the league, his name started with playoff, his name. Playoff, his name. Kenny Cott, you're the master of the universe.
I'm out on this one. I
No,
can't figure this one out.
Just say LeGarrette Blount for old time's sake.
LeGarrette Blount.
Okay.
No, I was going to say, was that? No, that wasn't the year Le'Veon went there.
David?
No, I don't think he was.
It
there.
was playoff Damian Williams.
Oh, my God.
Who made a flat $1 million. 2020, COVID. Tampa Bay wins the Super Bowl. Who led him in rushing in that Super Bowl?
Had to be Leonard Fournette.
Kenny, we have found your calling. $2 million. The highest paid running back in the last decade. $2 million. Rams, 21. Who led them in rushing in the Super Bowl?
It has to be Sonny Michel.
Oh, Kenny Cott first.
Oh.
You're out of order, sir.
It has to be Sonny Michel. I don't know the answer to
Does Rico want to say anything?
I was going to say it was Sonny Michel.
Cam Akers, 800.
I thought he was broken.
890 grand.
I think the next year he was broken.
And this past year, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl again. Who led them in rushing in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, Jerick McKinnon, I believe.
Kenny Cott?
Yeah, that would have been my guess, too.
Yeah.
Rico Beard?
Yeah.
All of you are wrong.
Hilaire?
7th round selection, Isaiah Pacheco. $700,000. So, whether you're at the office, you're at a dinner party, or you're just talking to yourself, when you want to ask yourself, man, should my team pay our running back? David, what is the answer you should come up with?
That we don't pay running backs.
Damn right. So the Giants, Raiders.
LeGarrette Blount.
LeGarrette Blount is the answer. No one in the last 10 years has had a leading rusher in the Super Bowl make north than $2 million. All but one made under $1 million. Tell me again why everyone's up in arms about what went down yesterday. And that is your little Super Bowl, we don't pay running backs finger snap blitz of the day.
That was good.
That's an oldie but a goodie. Odyssey.com, rewind if you want to hear my issues with Paul Feinbaum. I think he dissed Michigan.
And there he is on TV.
Hi, man, please. But look, the topic we just did, I did it partially because I know the ticket texters were upset yesterday. Look, it's not slander on Jahmyr Gibbs or even David Montgomery. Montgomery makes about half of what a franchise tag costs you at the running back position, right? Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't care if he's best player in football in 5 years. I'm not paying him. The data's the data. I'd rather pay Penei Sewell in 5 years. I'd rather pay Aiden Hutchinson. I'd rather pay Jack Campbell. Pay whoever you need in the secondary. Pay your quarterback. Pay J-Mo. Pay Amon-Ra. The least important position in football right now, in my world, is running back. And I think the league has been trending that way for quite some time. So look, pre-show, I had to record a few things with Evan. And I walk out to, it was a holy war. It is the same power struggle between David and his uncle down at the church, the yelling, the screaming. My sermon was better than yours. You're a has-been. I'm the future. It was bloody. It was Rico
flag
versus.
Right. He's turning into Jeff Rieger right now.
Your bow tie's crooked. So listen, you two were going at it. I looked at Kenny, and he had the look on his face of like, I hate it when mom and dad argue. And you two were going in on this running back thing. So I said, guys, just save it for the air. So please, let's get back into this because you two have this. You are diametrically opposed.
Right. What happened was I came in and said, you know what, maybe we should just talk about the fact that I think that the NFL owners are colluding to not pay running backs. They're not. It's nothing official out there, but they have across the board said, we're not going to pay these guys. We're going to devalue the position. If you ask for money, we're not going to give you anything. To kind of put it in perspective, in 2018, when Le'Veon Bell went through all of the stuff he went through, his franchise tag was for $14.5 million. Saquon was $13 million. So it keeps coming down more and more. The NFL is treating these guys like rental cars where we're just going to run you in the ground. We're going to give you a bunch of carries. And when your career is done, we're not going to pay you the money. Go find work someplace else. So I said, if I'm the running backs, I get together and I say, okay, well, how about we start to limit our own carries? You can't quit because if you quit, you're going to be labeled a quitter and nobody's going to want you. But if after carry 15 in a game, you all of a sudden come up lame and you got to come off the field because you know the team doesn't have your best interest at heart. The team's going to get rid of you. The team's not going to pay you. Why put the wear and tear on your body? Because what the NFL is doing right now is going to more 7-on-7 rather than actually using the running back, which I don't understand because it's a key part of the offense. Because you can do it for cheap doesn't necessarily make it right. When you have a guy who is really good at a position, you shouldn't be punished because you play that position.
All right, but time out. And then, David, your side of it is totally different. Look, how many Super Bowls has Derrick Henry appeared in? How many Super Bowls has Saquon won? How many Super Bowls has Christian McCaffrey won? How many Super Bowls has Zeke Elliott won? I'm naming the highest paid backs in the league. Rico, I don't disagree that you'd rather have a great back than not, but the reality has been for the better part of a decade, everyone saw what New England was doing and they copied it.
Right.
We're just going to go get bums off the street. Look, the year the Giants won the Super Bowl back in 2007, Ahmad Bradshaw led us in rushing, a 7th-round draft pick out of Marshall.
Right.
I'm telling you. So, hey, man, look. I'm not going to kill the Lions for taking Gibbs 12. I'm just telling you, if this does not reverse, you're never re-signing that kid.
No, but then again, you'll pay top receivers, and most of your top receivers haven't won a Super Bowl as well, but you'll break the bank for these guys.
It's a passing league. That's why you pay your wide receivers and you don't pay your running backs. Derrick Henry did get paid. Zeke Elliott did get paid. Christian McCaffrey did get paid. And you're talking about the 3 running backs that didn't get paid this year? Josh Jacobs, they didn't even pick up his 5th-year option. He happened to have a good year. He's not getting paid. Saquon Barkley, always hurt. Tony Pollard still has to prove it.
Saquon Barkley is the New York
And
Giants.
he still has to stay healthy to pay a guy that. I don't think it's collusion.
But the fact that you are willing to pay Daniel Jones $40 million and spit in the face of Saquon Barkley tells me he was never going to get the money.
There's
you
no value for running backs. You're
Jones.
right. You're never going to get the money. There's no value to pay a running back. You can pay somebody else.
So therefore, if I'm the running backs, I'm not going to let you just wear it down. No.
What is this, the Screen Actors Guild strike or whatever's going on in Hollywood?
How in the world would that ever work? Every running back is going to agree up 15 and we're done?
No, 15 carries.
You got a guy in Alexander Madison who now gets to run the rushing attack for the Minnesota Vikings for the first time ever. And he's going to say, you know what? 15 carries, I'm done.
And I would simply say, here's the thing. You can do all of this stuff and think that you're going to be different. You're not. All you rookies who think, oh, they're going to pay me. No, they're not. So in 3 or 4 years, you're going to be me and you're going to try to convince the next set of rookies, guys, you may want to take it easy. The NFL's not going to pay you. Save the wear and tear in your body. And if they won't give you the money, then you know what? Give them the same amount of effort that they're going to pay you in money. If they're not going to give you top dollar, but give you pennies on the dollar, you give them pennies on the dollar when it comes to carrying.
Here's both questions that your argument formulated for me. One, is the system regarding NFL running backs broken in the mind of a fan? My answer is no, because the sport has evolved. But here's the other angle. And I mean, this is where it gets a little bit difficult. When you look at how to build a football team, rank out, if you believe running backs are important, that is fine. I do not. But rank where the position's importance lies amongst all positions. For instance, the most important position in the NFL is your quarterback. We can all agree on that. Now, I have thoughts on what number 2, number 3, number 4 would be. But where does running back fall in this power rank for you guys? And for the callers? Like, I will tell you, for me, I'm not speaking for either of you, quarterback means more. My left tackle means more. Unless my quarterback is left-handed, then it's my right tackle. My edge rusher, my defensive tackle, my lead corner, my lead wideout. Like, just about everything is more important than running back. Running back is down there with linebacker for me.
See, I would rank the running back higher because with the running back, you're allowed to control the flow of the game, the tempo, so that your play action now works. It's not just you dropping back and throwing to one of your 5 receivers, but now the defense has to decide. You want to play 2 high safety? Fine. We'll just eat up chunks of yards. Now you got to come up closer to the line of scrimmage. I can go over the top, and now I can hit for that big play. If you have that running game. If you don't, then yeah, it truly is just 7-on-7. And that's where football is going. That look, there's going to be less and less kids who just say, I want to be a running back because they're seeing you're not going to make any money. Heck, 7-on-7 leagues, if you ever watched them play, I know you don't, Mike, but the running back is the least useful position in the game. He is simply a safety valve when the quarterback is running out of time on the play and he just dumps it off to the running back. Other than that, kids are taught, look long, throw it deep, and go for the touchdown.
See, but that's the thing, and you just said it. And the Lions are already saying what they're going to do with their new running back, Jahmyr Gibbs. To get the value out of your running back, you got to use him in the passing game because that's what the game is.
Right, but here's the thing. Even if he lights it up and he is the next whoever,
I'm never paying him.
You're not going to pay him.
You know why?
And he's going to be like, well, I gave you everything, Detroit. Well,
here's what we'll give you. We'll give you the franchise tag for a year. Maybe 2.
Which means it's a slow goodbye rather than a quick get out.
Oh, no, we're going to drain you of all your blood.
Right.
Then we're going to get rid of you.
And that's why I say, if I'm him, you're not going to just run me into the ground. Sorry, not going to do that. If you're going to play me like that,
well, then here's what happens.
Then I'm going to limit the amount of snaps I play on the field.
Okay, try that, and you'll be dead. The locker room, they'll murder you.
If you get injured, you get injured.
Oh, stop it. Oh, my Lord. Rico, you cannot tell me. What do you want, a running backs union?
Yeah.
It would have to be a separate union.
Yeah.
Oh,
because the running backs have to look out for themselves because the league is not doing it. You're not going to get the money, but yet they're going to stick you out there and say, just keep running into that line, keep taking the abuse.
Then how come nobody breaks out the tiny violin for the NBA center? That position's dead. Sports has evolved.
Because for the NBA center, you're not getting hit by a bunch of defensive linemen when you go.
No. Now you're not even getting drafted. Do you see the difference? Now, guys who go to college and are dominant bigs, they don't get drafted.
No, Mike.
Hunter Dickinson is unemployable.
Not getting drafted and taking abuse on every running play is a lot different.
Yes,
you're
you
not
get
getting
paid for one of them.
Well, you can go overseas, or you just stick in college and play for 6 years and go to Kansas.
The Hunter plan.
But
Right.
that's why I'm saying there's no collusion. It's just the game changes. Every so often, the game just shifts and evolves to something else.
David, you saw
and the running back just doesn't have it anymore.
We saw collusion just a few months ago with Lamar Jackson's contract. They said, we're not going to pay him, and everybody came out 5 minutes after he was, nope, I'm not going to pay him. I'm not going to pay him either. Hey, Adam, hey, Sheffy, not going to pay him.
Yeah, but until I see a team say, you know what, we're not going to sign any running back.
Well, David, you won't, because that kind of spits in the face of collusion. That's proof. Collusion means there's no proof, but you know it's happening.
I don't believe it's happening.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Is it collusion or is it evolution? I mean, there's probably an element of both. I did what I did 20 minutes ago just to show you it's not like this just happened yesterday. It really has become the way to build a winner in this league.
Right.
You have a rookie QB, rookie scale deal, and you never spend on a running back, and you can buy, and I'm not exaggerating, you can buy 6 high-caliber players to insulate your team.
And I was going to say, the quarterback has evolved to that as well, because normally it used to be when you drafted a rookie, the rookie didn't play for 3 years, where they sat and they learned and they watched.
And what happened? The game evolved.
And then what happened? No, this is where you walked into the conversation, Mike. If all of a sudden teams start saying, hey, we can win with rookie quarterbacks if we surround them with a lot of talent.
Right.
We don't need the veteran anymore. So let's just start drafting quarterbacks and going that route. That's what happened with the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You don't need the Emmitt Smiths, the Derrick Henrys of the world to win. Let's just go cheap. We spend the money elsewhere.
Well, like what I compare it to is like baseball, right? There's no place in today's baseball for a Greg Maddux. Doesn't exist. A soft-tossing, location-oriented, really, a guy with some of the best accuracy of any pitcher you've ever seen. Greg Maddux couldn't pitch today. He'd be assassinated. Like, there's no place in the league for Ozzie Smith, a wizard defensively, who really didn't hit a whole lot. No place for it, because shortstops become something we want 30 bombs from. So I'm just making a point. The evolution appears in different ways in different sports. It's just this running back thing has become a narrative. Not by you guys. I'm saying the media. Like, Derrick Henry's out there crying. Derrick, I have bad news for you. They tried to trade your ass this year. They don't want you. You're a waste of money.
If that's the case, and I agree, then let's call it what it is. We go full 7-on-7. Just call it that. Because that's what it's all about. Scoring. It's not controlling the clock. It's none of that. It's
and part of it, hold on now. Part of that, you blame the league. You blame the rules changes. Mm-hmm. You can't play defense on anybody anymore. I'm with David on this. It's a passing league. Now, I know the Lions are going to do it a different way. All right, I compare it to what the Cleveland Browns did a couple of years ago. They're going to pound on people, and they are just going to take the air out. They're going to score. They have a chance to be dynamic. But in this league, look at how you can't play defense as a corner, a linebacker, a safety. You can't touch anybody, right?
But see, that's why I said,
no one.
If I'm the running backs, yeah, guys, we're not going to take this abuse.
Rico and the screen actors, the screenwriters, they're all walking out. Can you imagine?
Running backs, actors, writers, all of them together.
Right. What Rico wants them to do, you should have Pacino as the coach. It's an Any Given Sunday moment. Cracked out Lawrence Taylor, running backs walking off the field, eyeballs popping out.
You just pull a Scottie Pippen. I'm not going back in the game.
Because they drew the shot for Kukoc?
Migraine.
Yeah.
Guys, I you know what? I tweaked something. I'll be back next week, though.
Good Lord. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people next. 97.1.
We all know somebody who thinks they have the best life hacks, things like opening a can with a spoon or using your Wi-Fi hotspot for your internet at home. Well, those hotspotters don't know that there's a much better hack out there. See, Xfinity gives you 99.9 reliable internet, so you don't have to settle for using your phone for home internet. It means you can get more gaming, streaming, and looking up other life hacks that, really work on your connected devices. It's time for real home internet, the next generation Xfinity 10G network. The future starts right now. And now through July 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet and one line of unlimited mobile together for just $50 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Only from Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just simply stop by a local Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for that first hot day to find out your AC's on the fritz. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered with a $78 AC tune-up. Get the air conditioner working in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill. Mastercraft, plenty of generators in stock too. Schedule that tune-up today or simply visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, good response to this. What started as a pre-show argument, and it's evolved into a conversation. I mean, yesterday, all the NFL running backs revolting on social media, wah. And it's like, guys, this shouldn't be a surprise because all these dudes bitching and moaning, they haven't won nothing. No, we do not pay running backs. So, of course, Saquon wasn't going to get paid. Pollard wasn't going to get paid. The guy's on one leg, for Christ's sake. And Josh Jacobs, they didn't, as David put it, they didn't even pick up his fifth-year option as a first-round pick. Oh, you think you're going to get $100 million? Running backs are disposable.
You're absolutely right. It started as an argument and has evolved into an argument.
Yes, it's a more nuanced argument. But it's a good response. David, what are people saying on Ticket Text? And we'll get to the calls.
Elite QBs today are their team's best ball carriers. The running game, with very few exceptions, is as good as the line. Good O-line, good passing game equals good running game. Bill on a sell. Running backs are down there with kickers and punters now. That's why they don't get paid. Their value has lessened.
Hey, look at Minnesota. Great example. Now, it's irrelevant what Minnesota does because we're winning this division and we're winning a home playoff game.
But they run the ball too much here, so I don't know.
Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook but was let go.
Right. Why? He's a dime a dozen. You can get somebody else.
That's my point,
Keep
though.
it going.
Dalvin Cook's really good, but you know what Minnesota decided? The money could be used elsewhere.
Right, so we'll just keep it going. We got the best receiver in the game, and we'll win the division.
I mean, that's their thought process. I think their defense sucks.
And we got Kirk Cousins. God bless you.
But that's what they needed to use their money on, was defense. Oh, my. The word collusion gets thrown around way too easily these days. It's been trending this way for backs in the league for years, and it's now boiling over.
Yeah, and again, like, what's the end game here? Let's really think about this. The thing you're hearing a lot of, and I heard this earlier today on one of the shows, it was, well, kids are going to stop playing running back. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to sound like the old NCAA commercials, like 99% of kids go pro in something other than sports. But like, there's still scholarships to be earned. There's still a pretty kick-ass pathway here.
No, Mike, there are. But I can say if you have a choice between being a running back, a wide receiver, or an edge rusher, or a linebacker or something like
others,
that,
yeah,
you're going to say, I'm going to make more money doing this. So that top running back who would have gone off to college, it's not. And that's the other thing, too. Colleges may be the only people who benefit from this. Because you're not going to get paid in the NFL, you may get running backs saying, I may want to stick around an extra year, NIL money. Maybe I can pick up another $2 or $3 million because I pay for this USC. And
why don't
I
you
got
just say his
here.
name? His name's Blake Corum. It happened right in our backyard.
We got hurt, so that's different.
He still is a fan.
He still would have been in the second round or third, probably.
Right, but I'm saying he got injured, so he kind of had to come back. Now, like I said, Donovan Edwards, I think it's a guy who can just say, you know what? I don't want to go to the league right now. Michigan's going to pay me $2 million.
He's the next Tony Pollard. What are you talking about?
Whoa. Tony Pollard?
He can catch out a backfield.
He was comped to that.
Yeah, he was.
And people got angry because I was like, hey, that's pretty accurate. And they were like, it's insulting. Tony Pollard's in the league. He's one of the best running backs. How is that insulting?
It's a glitch.
I know.
Let's go to Dwayne.
Mistakes were made.
97.1. Dwayne, how are you?
I'm great, guys. Thank you very much for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
So 2 points. The reason linebackers are devalued because running back positions devalued. So you really don't need that run-stopping front seven like you used to. But the reason I think that Gibbs is a little different from running back standpoint, which you mentioned, he's probably going to be lined up more in the slot and used as a wide in the receiving game way more than he is going to be as a running back, which is kind of like the kid from San Francisco, but they have him on the out, and then they bring him in to run the ball a lot. Sweeney, I think it is. So you can see a little more value in paying that position because it's a hybrid. To me, it's a new hybrid position.
But remember, Dwayne, here's what'll happen. So they've got him on his rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
They can have him for 5 years and then franchise him at 6, franchise him at 7, throw him in the garbage.
Right. And here's the other thing. If they line him up at wide receiver, it's going to be what happened with Deebo Samuel. He's going to say, no. I'm a wide receiver. I'm not a running back, meaning if you're going to franchise me.
Right. Kelsey tried the same thing. I'm not a tight end. I'm a wide receiver.
Yeah, that's more money.
So, yeah, I get you. I get you. But don't you believe, though, that position is going more to it's just a hybrid. I mean, you have to be able, if you cannot catch the ball or line up in a slot as a running back, you really don't help your team very.
I agree totally.
As you did before.
Yeah, but again, let's be clear. There are very few backs in this league now versus back in the day that are ever going to approach 300 touches.
Right.
It doesn't happen.
Right. Derrick Henry's, I think, is a dying breed. Yeah, I think Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey are going to probably be the last two running backs who actually got big contracts.
Let's go over to Sully, 97.1. Sully, how are you?
All right, fellas, my main midday maniac.
Hello,
Man,
sir.
I've been waiting for this subject for a long time. You guys, you caught me off guard. It's not a shot across the bow. It was a torpedo to my wheelhouse. Running backs, they are basically the most useless position on your team. You know, I remember back in the day when people used to devalue linemen. You know, O linemen were scrubs and D linemen were scrubs. Well, now everything's, guess what? It's cover two. It's a passing league. In the running back, you build a line like the Lions got, and I'd get in that argument any day of the week about Goff and Stafford. Look where he went. Look what happened. Goff's banished to hell, but now they got him aligned. You can hand the ball to any scrub.
Yeah. Okay. Sully, I'll give you an example. I thought one of the more, and it's not me getting in an argument with Rico. I'm making a point. It's not. One of the most ridiculous trades I've seen is what your Niners did with McCaffrey. Why? Because you and I would joke all the time. They could hand the ball to you and gain 100 yards. Hey, look, it's Jeff Wilson. Hey, it's Jermichael Hardy. Hey, look, it's Kenny Cott. Hey, look, it's Peter Griffin. Right. Hey, look, it's Dan Aykroyd. Right. The Niners would find people off the street.
They would, but I think what happened there was they saw an opportunity. You know what? Let's just try to win this thing. We're going to blow it up with Jimmy G, so let's see what happens. When they got McCaffrey, they went on a winning streak. They just, ran out of QBs.
I know.
But
my point is.
You're correct. They said, and it was shocking when they did it, because I didn't see it coming, and they were like, yeah, let's just go get the best running back, put him behind this line and see what happens.
Right. And again, in a different universe, if you don't lose all your quarterbacks, maybe it's different, maybe it's not. I'm just making the point. The way to build it, your team has done it. Look, the Lions doing what they did, David Montgomery at $6 million for 1 year, that borders on expensive. But it's half of what the franchise tag will be in a year, which is 12, right? Half. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to make okay money. My point is, never paying him.
Right. I mean, I can only wait for those shows in 4 years from now, because that's going to light up the phone lines. Do
I
you
can
pay
tell
him
you,
or you don't?
If I'm a GM of a team, here's how it works. The average. All right, let me ask you this question, and it's. I'm not ambushing anybody here because I don't have this answer, and I'm not putting you guys on the spot. What are the actual, how long is considered prime for a running back in today's league? Because here's what I would do as a GM. I would bet that when I take a back, which first of all, I would never draft one in the first round. But if I did, I have 7 years. I get 5 on the rookie scale, 6 on tag, 7 on tag, throw them in the garbage. I would argue that by his age 28 season, I'm not in the business of wanting him.
On average, Mike, I would say most running backs, as you know, don't last 3 seasons.
Okay, so by the end of the rookie wage scale, I can throw them in the recycling
They're
bin.
DeAndre Swift.
Okay, there you go. So that's how I would view it.
But what happens when you get Derrick Henry? What happens when you get
They regret paying him. What happens.
I'll tell you what you do.
Uh-oh.
Next. That was great. All right. No, seriously, I will tell you next. Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor, the 50 years of creating delicious pizza and using actual real toppings and real cheese. There's no Wisconsin space cheese. It's real mozzarella. They also have a ton of new menu items. Special editions, special limited time only stuff like right now, the Bee Sting Pizza, Hot Honey Drizzle. You pick the 2 toppings, $12.99. And any night, you just don't feel like getting dinner on the table, mix and match deal, any items on the menu, $6.99, match them up, put dinner on that table stress-free. It's Hungry Howie's. Try that Bee Sting Pizza today for a limited time only. It is Hungry Howie's. Quick question, guys. Is anyone, before we get to these calls and kind of round out this running back discussion, anyone in the mood for some Stafford slander? Or do you want me to tell you what you do when you find that Derrick Henry or Saquon? What do you want first?
Let's just stick to the running backs for now.
Okay, I got Stafford slander for you.
That'll just derail the whole show.
No, here's what you do. You do exactly what Tennessee tried to do. You trade him. Or what I wanted the Giants to do. Trade him on draft night. That's not me post-haste making up an opinion. It's on the air I've said that. I would have traded him draft night because I was never paying Saquon. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for a wild card win. Now be gone with you. I'm done.
No, it's fun. But here's the funny thing. Because we say, okay, the NFL is evolving, but it's like the Lions are going full throwback, where we thought that they would take a receiver. They didn't take one to damn near the end of the draft. They took a running back early in the game.
Who's going to be used in the passing game.
So why not just go get a receiver? Let's go get a mobile.
I think my only
the
disappointment,
running back is cheaper.
My only disappointment is the Lions didn't bring in another veteran receiver, which they could still do.
Right, but it looks like, you know what? We got this offensive line. We're going to just pound the ball. We're going to get this going. They're going old school football, whereas you guys are telling me, no, it's changed. It's 7-on-7. I don't see 7-on-7 with this team.
No, I think there's always outliers. And I think the Eagles are a little bit weird too. I mean, Sirianni with the running back running game has supplemented it, but the Eagles don't pay running backs.
No. They let go of Sanders.
In fact, ESPN actually just talked about that, and I was looking. They grafted all of their running back salaries and compared it to what Miles Sanders got with Carolina.
Right.
He's getting more than all of their running backs.
And they've reallocated that money to the best offensive line in football.
Right, but the Eagles also have two pretty good receivers.
Right, which is, to me, way more important.
Detroit has one.
Stafford slander?
Go for it.
Just real quick. Interesting note. And, you just hate to see it. Because for years, everybody told me what a wonderful guy this was. So, according to Colin Cowherd, the Rams desperately tried to trade Stafford this offseason, which is weird considering, didn't 10 minutes ago they just gave him a 4-year, $160 million deal?
Mm-hmm.
Quote, I was told by a source I trust the Rams wanted to redo his contract. He wasn't interested. It limits what they can do, and they were very frustrated with him. Close quote. You just hate to see it.
You do, but I don't feel sorry.
Now Stafford, he wins the Super Bowl, and you know what's going to happen to him? It's called getting Philadelphia'd. He's going to end up like every athlete in Philly ever. He is public enemy number one. Mm-hmm. He is going to be... Well, who am I kidding? No one cares in L.A., so it doesn't matter.
Right, because you saw 10 people showed up to the parade. But here's the thing. It's what we always talk about. He's got the ring. Give me the ring, and I don't care what happens afterwards. I'll be public enemy number one. You can ship me off wherever. I got the ring.
This is like the circle of life. He started on a team that was ass, and he will finish his career highly paid, but on a team that is ass. You just hate to see it.
What if you bring him back?
No, okay, no. You're stop it
That's
right
now.
That's
the true circle of life.
Let's go to George 97.1. What's up, George? How are you?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing this day?
Good, George.
I agree that I say that it's not a collusion or nothing like that. I guess my theory or my thinking process about this whole situation, they need to figure out a way how to pay. I mean, not pay. They need to figure out a way how to shorten the contracts up for the running back. I'm saying like a 3-year, and you only can franchise tags one time, and you only can team option. You can't team option because it's always favored for the team, to have the option. I've never heard a player having the option and saying, "Hey, I decide to come back." Kind of like the NBA where a player might, like Westbrook when he came back this year and it was $45 million. The Lakers didn't want him, but he had the option to come back, and the Lakers had to eat that. But I'm saying that to say because you're getting to the point now where basically, you're taking somebody's career 7 years. Who wants to run it back at 28, 29 years
Nobody.
old? Who do? I mean,
nobody.
So
but to me, look, it's the same
think
thing. Hey, we just saw DeAndre Hopkins. He's 31 years old. He's not Jerry Rice with bad cornrows the late years. He's 31. DeAndre Hopkins
Right.
could not get a team worth a damn to pay him anything. He got 2
Exactly.
years and $13 million per from a garbage Titans team. George,
Exactly.
it's a young man's game. It has changed.
Yes. Yes.
So for me, that's where I look at it. And look, if you want to talk about the inequities regarding the CBA, lack of guarantees, you want to tell me they need to change the structure, then I'll tell you you're headed for a labor war.
Well, yeah, because Gator kind of brought this up in his show earlier today, that what if running backs just had 3 years before you can renegotiate their contract, which sounds great on paper, but yeah, I know a position group named the wide receivers will be like, okay, well then we want that money too because we're bigger divas and we want the money sooner. But I mean, because that's the only way the running backs are actually ever going to see a second contract is if theirs ended after 3 years instead of 5.
Well, you know what? I'd love to see that pitched.
Yeah, can I give you your point, Rico? Apparently, per league source, this is from Pro Football Talk, the running back group have organized a group text chain.
Oh, good.
And they are talking about what they need to do and strategizing what they need to do to improve their situation. So maybe it's starting, Rico, but
Kenny?
it won't happen.
Kenny?
It won't happen.
Kenny, what am I?
Wrong about this.
Garrett Blunt.
Yeah, LeGarrette Blount.
But
don't look now. Hold on, everybody. Oh, breaking news. The running backs have started a group chat.
I think you just hung up on somebody.
Oh, no. No.
You just hung up on somebody.
All right, Kenny, I'm so sorry. That was an absolute accident. Oh, no.
Yes, he did.
Oh, no.
If you were the caller, call back.
If you happen to just instantaneously be hung up on for no reason, apologies. Total mistake.
But every meeting starts off with a group text.
I mean, what do they think they're going to accomplish? I mean, I admit it. Like, outside of Myron Roll, just about, these football players are not exactly rocket scientists. No. But, I mean, what do they think they're accomplishing?
Well, it says as of Monday and Tuesday morning, their plan of action was to complain about the situation on social media.
Breaking news, NFL quivers in fear. Running backs take to Twitter to cry.
But wait, no, you can't make fun of this, Mike, because yesterday, what did you tell Detroit Tigers fans to do? Go down to the stadium and boo Javi Baez. What is it going to do? Nothing, but it's going to make ownership uncomfortable.
Yeah, but the NFL's different than
How is this any different? How is this any different?
Because this is a collectively bargained thing. They're union members.
No, but I'm saying them going on social media is saying, okay, we're going to put pressure on owners and the NFL.
But you just said it, though, Rico. If they try to get a 3-year thing.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
some other group, yeah.
I said Gator had that idea. I'm not saying that was going to happen. I'm saying that was Gator's
so it
idea.
It wasn't a great idea, is what you're saying.
Hardly.
It was an interesting idea. You know what? You know what?
Honestly, that's not a great idea.
No, but you said, hey, go down and boo and make the Tigers uncomfortable. So this is them saying, we're going to go on social media and make the NFL uncomfortable.
I'll tell you what, you're going to make me uncomfortable. Where's that lineup card?
It's out.
Is it? Save it for 5, because I got some Ohtani stuff I want to do. But I want to hear this at 5. He better, and look, obviously.
You mean future Tiger?
You are. Jesus. Headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. They're located in downtown. All the action is. And the sister resort over at Circa. They got you covered. 2 great locations. Both sports oriented. And if you stay at the D, you're already going to get the 2 free stadium swim passes at Circa. Largest outdoor venue to sports bet in America. And whether it's people watching, grab a bite to eat, betting on games, they got you covered. Downtown more fun than it's ever been. It's the D Las Vegas. The D.com to book your stay today. It's the D.com, the D Las Vegas. Your home for sports in Vegas. Reminder that there's a lot that goes on in this world we don't pay attention to. Are you guys aware Chad Kelly is lighting up the Canadian Football League?
Yes, I am. I've watched
Toronto
him.
Argonauts football.
I have watched him.
Wait, what did you just say?
I have watched him. Yeah, on a Friday night, ESPN2.
Oh, David. Okay.
I need football, man.
You poor thing. Good God. Carry on.
He's counting down to the Hall of Fame game.
In fact, I am. All right, so let's get into this here real quick. I got some other things, but I'm going to start with this. USA Today had a list of second-year players that need to step it up. But the question I have is the first three that they mentioned, and it's the quarterback position. We all know how important this is. Sam Howell, Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder. What do we expect from these two going into year 2 for their teams?
I have no idea on 2 of the 3, but I actually think Kenny Pickett might end up okay. I think Kenny Pickett, it's the biggest pressure spot to me, being a Pittsburgh Steeler and following Big Ben. Don't you feel like with Deontay Johnson and Pickens and Najee, he kind of takes a real step?
Oh, it's a good system to be in because, Pittsburgh's, they're not flashy. They're not going to ask him to do a ton of things. So I think that may work. Desmond Ridder is the one for me because Atlanta's giving him a lot of toys to play with and saying, okay, son, you know what? Hey, now you got Bijan, you got receivers, you got tight ends, you got it all. Let's go out there and let's make this thing happen. So Ridder is the one that I think could take that step in year 2.
And then on the defensive side for the 2-year players, one guy that really stands out for me because, Mike, you say they're going to take the next step. They're going to win their division, maybe win a playoff game. And if he's for the Jacksonville Jags, it's Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
What do they need from him on the defensive side for them to take the next step?
To play like the number 1 overall pick?
To play like Aiden Hutchinson, to play like Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, really, Kayvon and Aiden both outperformed him. I understand it's a different system, and he's a different player. But the one thing that scared me with Trayvon was a complete lack of production, which I know Kenny could speak to. When you play for Georgia for 2 years and you have a grand total of like 4 sacks, I don't care what your job duties are. He wasn't a guy that got a lot of pressure. He didn't produce a lot of sacks. I don't want to hear that Rashawn Gary line of thinking of, he was asked to set the edge. Stop. Okay, edge setters might go 12 overall. They don't go number 1. So, yes, I would agree with you. That's a guy, you better have a big year because that team is expected to have a big year.
Because, Jacksonville Vans are looking at Detroit and New York saying, we could have had one of those guys instead.
So, Rico, you've been known to say on this show, and you just said it, that you're not a fan of Hard Knocks per se. Well, neither are the Jets. They are limiting access to HBO when it comes to the show. Says the Jets, of course, they were forced to be on the show. They fought a tooth and nail. But here's a quote from them. It says, Hard Knocks won't be getting the same access it usually does. According to Schefter, they're not going to be given the same access. They just don't believe it's a humane to show players and what they're doing and what they're being released. So they don't even want to show players being released on here. And then it says the Jets are only going to do the bare minimum when it comes to cooperation. Then why are we showing the Jets?
Then maybe it's time to shut the program down because nobody in the league wanted to do it again. Because I've often wondered, why do teams give just full access? And the Jets are saying, nah, you can get very little. If you don't have a key card, you can't come past this door. Then I already didn't want to watch it. Why do I want to watch you standing outside the building talking? That's just every ESPN and every news piece talking about practice and what happened. And here's a 30-second clip of video, and now back to you in the studio.
I've got something for you guys. So in the vein earlier we talked about quarterback on Netflix, I'm going to give you 2 more projects that are dropping August 1st. I want to know if you'd watch one, both, or neither of these, okay? They have a series called Untold. One of them is going to feature the story of Johnny Manziel. The other is going to feature Urban Meyer's Florida Gators. It's titled Swamp Kings. August 1st. One, both, or neither.
You had me at Johnny Manziel. So,
You had me at Urban. That's the one I'm watching.
I'm watching both.
Yeah, okay, so both.
Oh,
all right.
yeah.
That's August 1st.
It's both, but Johnny Manziel, I think, is top of the list for me.
Guys, our job here is to provide you with football one damn near every hour of this show at some point, but now we're giving you programming options.
I mean, the Florida Gators that may have been the most interesting championship team since the U.
Well,
back in the 80s.
They had a cold-blooded killer on the team. So, yes.
And a Christian as their quarterback.
Right. God Squad, murderer. God Squad, murderer.
Yeah. So I want to know what you have to say about this. And I looked up the stats, and it's very interesting. Justin Fields was talking to reporters, and he basically put himself in the top 5 as the greatest running quarterbacks in NFL history. He put him with Steve Young, put himself with Michael Vick, and he put himself with Cam and Lamar Jackson. Now, he did have 1,100 yards rushing last year. Michael Vick only had one 1,000-yard rusher as a quarterback.
Yeah, because Michael Vick could actually throw the ball.
Is that going to be the difference then? Is he really going to be the greatest running quarterback of all time?
Put another season on paper like that this year, I'll have a conversation with you. I can't do it.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. If you had real receivers and a real offense around you, I don't think you would have had to run. He was the only option. It reminded me of Michael Vick when he played for Virginia Tech. And you're thinking to yourself, dear God, if he had anybody else on this team would actually win a national title. When I watched, you felt sorry. By the end of this Bears game, man, I just felt sorry for him. Like,
Kenny, what were you, 5 years old when Vic was playing at VTech?
Yeah, about
All right,
that,
here's what I want you to do. I'm going to give you something fun. Oh my God. On your laptop right now, I want you to go to YouTube. Type in Mike Vick, Boston College. You want his greatest highlight in my world. He walked into Alumni Stadium and flatlined all 11 defenders.
Better than the playoff game against the Pack?
I'm talking college.
Oh, college.
Vic.
Okay.
No. Nothing compares to. No, I'm saying I want to give Kenny something maybe he hasn't seen. Oh. It is electric.
That was an amazing
electric because he
highlight.
We talk about the Lions ended Rodgers' career. He ended Brett Favre.
Tell you one thing: the Jesuits wanted no part of it. They wanted no part of him that night. Poor BC.
People just falling down. Oops,
Dude, torn ACLs. Every guy on the field was wearing an Okuda mask.
Oh, my neck, my back.
My God. That's ridiculous.
Dude, all 11 defenders had a shot to tackle him. 9 torn ACLs, 2 concussions from falling.
From bumping into each other.
Done. Like bowling pins. Sorry.
And then he did something similar when he got to the NFL again, the Vikings game when he was a quarterback for the Falcons.
Yep.
So,
but no,
man,
I wanted to provide some value to Kenny's day. That's an old school highlight. That's big time.
Yeah.
Well, let me do my my annual ESPN topic here. Dak Prescott says, I won't have 10 interceptions this year. He's coming off his highest in his career, 15 interceptions last year. What does he do this year? Does he have the weapons to even do anything?
So he's saying he just won't have 10.
He won't have 10.
So 11, and he's okay. 13, and he's fine. Yeah, that's not that great of a statement. I understand where he's trying to come from, but I stopped believing in Dak Prescott years ago. If one man could be the epitome of the Dallas Cowboys, it's him. Every year, high expectations, gonna be great. This is his year, and falls flat on his face. Until next year, wash, rinse, repeat.
There's part of this that does go back, fellas, to the shoulder problem, to the inability to put zip on the ball, to throw the ball. He looked broken at points last year. I really have no idea what to do with him. I still think Dallas's best self is to ground and pound and play good defense. This idea, they want to do this air raid thing. We're drafting weapons everywhere. I don't think Dak's capable of it.
Well, that and the fact that now you're going to get McCarthy out there showing that I can call these offensive plays, and I think that they're going to ruin this man.
It's too late. He's already ruined.
No, but I think that now it's really going to, I was the head coach. I was calling the offensive plays. So, yeah, this isn't going to work.
That is in football.
Reminder that there's a lot that goes on in this world we don't pay attention to. Are you guys aware Chad Kelly is lighting up the Canadian Football League?
Yes, I am. I've watched
Toronto
him.
Argonauts football.
I have watched him.
Wait, what did you just say?
I have watched him. Yeah, on a Friday night, ESPN2.
Oh, David. Okay.
I need football, man.
You poor thing. Good God. Carry on.
He's counting down to the Hall of Fame game.
In fact, I am.
Hmm.
All right, so let's get into this here real quick. I got some other things, but I want to start with this. USA Today had a list of second-year players that need to step it up. But the question I have is the first three that they mentioned, and it's the quarterback position. We all know how important this is. Sam Howell, Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder. What do we expect from these two going into year 2 for their teams?
I have no idea on 2 of the 3, but I actually think Kenny Pickett might end up okay. I think Kenny Pickett, it's the biggest pressure spot to me, being a Pittsburgh Steeler and following Big Ben. Don't you feel like with Deontay Johnson and Pickens and Najee, he kind of takes a real step?
Well, it's a good system to be in because, Pittsburgh's, they're not flashy. They're not going to ask him to do a ton of things. So I think that may work. Desmond Ridder is the one for me because Atlanta's giving him a lot of toys to play with and saying, okay, son, you know what? Hey, now you got Bijan, you got receivers, you got tight ends, you got it all. Let's go out there and let's make this thing happen. So Ridder is the one that I think could take that step in year 2.
And then on the defensive side for the 2-year players, one guy that really stands out for me because, Mike, you say they're going to take the next step. They're going to win their division, maybe win a playoff game. And if he's for the Jacksonville Jags, it's Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
What do they need from him on the defensive side for them to take the next step?
To play like the number 1 overall pick?
To play like Aiden Hutchinson, to play like Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, really, Kayvon and Aiden both outperformed him. I understand it's a different system, and he's a different player. But the one thing that scared me with Trayvon was a complete lack of production, which I know Kenny could speak to. When you play All right, first things first. You missed anything. Odyssey.com rewind. I defended U of M at 3 o'clock because I think Paul Feinbaum is just, man, he's on crack. We also got into a discussion about running backs and the Netflix sports show you need to be watching, Quarterback. It's all available. Odyssey.com rewind. Rico, I wanted to get to the Shohei Ohtani stuff because reports now the Angels are, quote, in the listening phase. Now, I know it doesn't impact us here, realistically. We can have a fun conversation. But we were talking before the show. I have never come across a player in my life where I couldn't calculate a value. Ohtani truly is like what you're told Babe Ruth was when he pitched and hit. He is something unless you guys have a comp, we've never seen before. No. He's a Cy Young type pitcher, and he's arguably the best hitter in the game. He hit his 35th home run last night, beating the Yankees because Aaron Boone is half an idiot. And he's not going to re-up with the Angels. It's just not going to happen. They've wasted. And by the way, you want to know how you got a crap owner in Moreno and you got a crap franchise? You have Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani in their primes, and you can't make the playoffs. Right. So mistakes were made. But this whole idea is Ohtani is going to get dealt. And I was reading an article just a little while ago, and I know you had stepped out. I read a piece that suggested what they thought it would take for this team to get him. You ready for this? It was a 7-for-1 proposal. 7 prospects for Shohei Ohtani. 7.
It makes sense because you're hoping of the 7, you got 4 major leaguers. Of the 4, you may have a pitcher and a position player who can make up for what he does.
But none will be him. See, this is there's never a trade like this because this is a player who, if you have him, you never let it get to this point. Now, work with me on this. So I tried to look up, all right, what is his actual value? And WAR does a decent job accounting for value for a hitter or a pitcher, but not both. There are hidden things with Ohtani that have incalculable value. How about him saving you a roster spot?
I never thought about that until you brought that up. And I'm like, right. Yeah, you're right.
And it's it doesn't sound like much, but unless you're the Tigers and your roster spot is Nick Maton, it can be a very valuable thing. Mm-hmm. But the WAR doesn't account totally for it because he's a DH. So he gets dinged on WAR because he doesn't play defense. My argument would be him being a DH, but also pitching. What I came up with was essentially he's a 12 WAR guy. That Shohei Ohtani is worth 12 wins above replacement. It's obscene that he's about 8 at his best as a hitter and 4 at best as a pitcher. He's about a 12 player, and it might be more. I'm not qualified to establish an algorithm. That's not my game. But the reason I bring it up is this. We might be seeing a trade we've never seen before.
Well, to put things in perspective, Mike, and this is not to anger you.
No.
But your Yankees are sitting in last in the East right now.
Correct.
With Ohtani on the Yankees in that 12 WAR, you're in first place.
Or at least threatening.
No, I mean, you've now surpassed the race.
There's one problem. I got bad news for you. There was one team Ohtani publicly refused to talk to.
Yankees.
Wouldn't even hear our recruiting pitch. It was the Yankees. He wouldn't even listen.
Wait. So he'd listen to Detroit.
No. I'm saying publicly of the teams that pursued him.
We have a chance.
I am not saying that. But it's just, I wanted to see if people could help.
Even with the Mets, he would make them competitive. They wouldn't be god-awful, just awful.
Right. But look what you'd have to give up to get him. Right. So that brings you to the next thing. Ohtani, I would argue, at least 2/3 of the league don't have what it takes. They don't. In a hypothetical world, and I'm not doing this where this is actually happening. I'm making a point. If the Tigers were good and we said, okay, Mr. I was still alive, we're gonna go for this. The ask from the Angels would be Riley Green, Skubal, Colton Keith, Jackson Jobe, several franchises of your pizza chain, and probably more. It's going to be obscene what you would have to give up to get this guy. So the teams that are at the top also have to have the best farm system on earth to do it. Oftentimes, those two things don't run parallel. And then the teams that have the farm system suck. And he's a pending free agent.
And right there, that's if I was one of those teams, what are you offering me? Nothing. I'll just take my chances.
But here's what the prevailing thought is. Now, I agree with you. There's idealistic and realistic.
Because I get to keep my 7 players, and I'll just pay
You're
him the
being
money.
idealistic, and I agree with you. Realistically, the thought process is the team that trades for him is getting the head start on free agency. That you're not upending the apple cart. But here's the other thing I was thinking about, even in a place like Detroit. And like the team I would comp out would be like Cincinnati. Okay, Cincinnati, downtrodden franchise. They've caught lightning in a bottle. Ellie Dela Cruz and McLean and some of their other young players have really popped. They have a really good farm system. But budgetary-wise, they're not big spenders, right? What is Ohtani worth to the bottom line of a franchise? Because I have a number in mind.
I'm thinking, let's just say you pay him $700 million over the lifetime of his contract. You're going to make that money back. He's worth at least, I'm saying, $1 billion.
Yeah. Okay, good. So you're you know where I was at? Rico, I think, remember when LeBron James prime, the talk was if you get LeBron, he essentially doubles the value of your franchise. That if you were a $1.5 billion franchise, you were 3. This was a decade ago. If you get Ohtani, I don't care where it is, certainly L.A., San Francisco, New York with the Mets, not the Yankees because he hates us. The point is Seattle, anywhere, Tampa, Detroit. I would argue Ohtani walks through your door and is worth a valuation to your franchise of at least $1 billion more because you are global at that point.
I was about to say, yeah, not just the obvious of you will sell out every night because not only do you want to watch him pitch, because as David said, it was must-see JV when he was on the mound, every one of his starts. You're going to be there for that. You're just going to be there to watch him hit the ball out the park. So every night, the Tigers ticket will be the hottest ticket to get in Detroit. On top of that, the parking that comes with it, the jerseys, concessions, everything else. But then you hit upon it, Mike, the international rights, because now somewhere over in Japan, there's a station that says we want to be the exclusive, we want the exclusive rights to the Tigers.
If you have Ohtani, you have your franchise on a global stage. Now, look, I love Mike Trout. You don't have that with Mike Trout. You don't have that with Aaron Judge. You don't have that with, Prime DeGrom. None of it. Ohtani is a heightened level of Ichiro. He's a heightened level to anything we've seen. But it was just one of these things I started thinking about, and it's like, if I were a team, and I don't want to say the Tigers because it's not realistic. It's just not. But I'm willing to work in this framework. Teams like the Tigers. You're not a World Series team, and Ohtani's a free agent. I started thinking about, from a payroll standpoint, like the Mets are already at 375. The Dodgers, the whole bit. But if you're a team sitting there and you're below league average, like if you're Tampa Bay, why wouldn't you throw $70 million a year at this guy? Just upset the market, blow the market out of the water, because whatever you spend, you're getting back. Like, is it crazy to think he would get somewhere north of $600 million? So
no, it's not. I think that's what it is. And as I've stated before, when I talked about Detroit, I was more so talking about free agency, not trading, because I don't think you could afford to trade off all your pieces like that.
No,
it was one where why not let them say no? As ridiculous as it sounds, you got to go up and you got to ask, because what if he comes here? You've upset the apple cart. Right. Now you've gone out and get your version of Monty Williams, where you're like, I didn't see that coming.
Like the Texas Rangers would be an example, right? Like the Rangers came out of nowhere, not this offseason, last offseason, and signed Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. They went out and got Jake DeGrom. And look, they spent a hell of a lot of money. That's how they bribed their way to getting these players. It won't shock me at all if somebody comes out of the woodwork and you go, wait, who's in on Ohtani? Because if you're, look, these owners, we always talk about it. We talk about Tigers ownership, right? They're business people. Very few owners are fans. From a business perspective, I view Ohtani like LeBron. You can't overpay him.
You can't lose.
Doesn't it feel that way?
Right. If you get him and he doesn't win, you still made a ton of money. You satisfied your fans because they're happy, and you sold your fans hope for the next 3-4 years.
And please, guys, I understand something, okay? I know what we're going to get. Well, what if he falls down the stairs? What if he gets gored by a bison? What if he gets hit by a bus? All right. Thank you for that.
That's every person in sports.
The point I'm making is I'm 42. I've never seen anything like this guy. And from a business standpoint, I don't know how you lose. Because let's think about it. David, if you pulled out the team payrolls and you just pulled it up and you go,
I have them right here.
Okay, so the Tigers, and I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm using this framework because they're the team that plays here.
Right.
My point is Cabrera and Scope and Erod are probably gone. I mean, you are going to have like $50 million coming off the books. Your payroll's going to be like $6.
I think it's probably like
it's 123 now, so you take 60 off. Probably?
I was about to say you're looking at about $48 million.
You could pay Ohtani $60 million a year, and you'll be right where you're at right now, which is still $60 million below league average.
Right.
So why wouldn't somebody middling, as Rico put it, get hung up on? Hi, we'd like to offer you $650 million.
You know what? Hey, man, welcome.
I didn't say the Tigers like you did.
Welcome. You know what? Your room's right there. You got a gift basket. Welcome to the hotel, Mike. You're here.
It's a conversation about.
You guys, I got rooms for you too when you want to jump on board.
I did not say the Tigers.
Why not, though?
Because of who owns the team. If his father were still here, I would actually allow this.
But you know what? He's still a businessman, and Ohtani is good for business.
And Ohtani would say no. But I think it would be fascinating to see a report, whether it was the Tigers, the Marlins, the Reds. How about the team that should do this won't. The Orioles should do this.
Oh, for sure.
Right. But imagine if the Tigers did this and he said no, I think that Ilitch would now have more credibility than Sheila has.
And again, you're saying in free agency.
Yeah,
just
free agency.
To be clear.
In free agency.
And look, I'm just making a point. This is a once-in-a-lifetime discussion. There has never been someone like this guy, and guys, realistically, there won't be someone. I don't know how to assess his value in a trade. And in free agency, I think we're about to see someone make $60 million a year playing baseball.
And let's just say he is worth that 12 WAR. You're sitting atop of the AL Central by 6 or 7 games.
Oh, he's doing it again. 248-539-9797. And guys, understand the conversation. Part of it is, how do you assess the value of this player? The other part is from a free agent perspective. Like, isn't it, as Rico put it, it's you can't lose. You are taking global attention. And you're sealing it off. It's your logo. It's your product. How do you lose? It's not like any other player. Look, if Aaron Judge, conversations in baseball, Aaron Judge value to the Yankees north of $500 million from a business standpoint. Shohei Ohtani's twice that. Mm-hmm. So I know it's weird for us to have a conversation about a player that's not in this town, nor do we have a realistic chance. It's the idea of Ohtani. And guys, I'm fascinated. We're 2 weeks from the deadline. What does a deal even look like? You're reading very smart baseball people talking about 6 and 7 for 1 deals. That's unheard of, especially for a potential rental. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your calls. We'll get the ticket texts. And again, Odyssey.com Rewind. If you're more in the mood for Michigan football, you can go back to 3 o'clock. We got you covered. Northville Lumber, we talk about them because they're the best in the game, and they deliver the mail, man. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Correct. That is correct. Rico Beard agrees. He's a customer. Over 26 football fields covered with Trex decking. They move the product because it's in their warehouse less than a mile away. So what are you waiting on? Low price guarantee, product in stock, no wait times, and they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, give me some of the ticket texts. We've got I think it's a relevant football today coming up at 5:30 regarding, the NFL running backs are revolting. They're upset about a broken system. My point? Well, it's been this way for a decade. You idiots are just catching up. No one's paying running backs. Why?
We don't pay running backs.
You damn Skippy. David, what do you got on the Ohtani stuff?
Someone says take the best hitter's salary, add it to the best pitcher's salary, and then throw $30 million on top of that, and there you go. That's what you pay Ohtani.
I mean, that kind of would be $100 million.
Yes, it would.
I made a point that, to me, he's at least 60, and if you need to win a bidding war, it could be 70. And I don't think you can lose. Not from a financial standpoint. Now, your franchise better be in the look. You don't, as Kenny put it, you don't want to become you don't want to angels yourself, where you have Ohtani and nothing. But I will be shocked if he signs with something with a 5 in front of it. I'd be shocked.
Well, someone's saying here on the ticket text, I wouldn't pay him over 50 a year because he's not likely going to pitch far into his 30s.
Yeah, typical Detroiter. This is what you people do. You always just bleep can players, never want to spend your money, and sit there trolling for tilapia. I mean, what player would you sign? Here, Michael Jordan in his prime. Want him? Nope. Didn't make others better. Thank you, Detroiter.
Well, he may get injured, and then what?
Too short.
And then you know what? We still have to re-sign John Sally.
It's what Detroiters do. Right. Christ. Well, it could get hit by a bus,
If Ohtani is a 12th war, the Angels are about to become the Athletics when they lose him, Tom,
hold
in
on.
Flat Rock.
Tom, realistically, they're about a 500 team that if you take Ohtani off of it, they're probably a 70-win team. I mean, that's look, if you want to beat the Royals or Athletics, you have to just be on a different planet bad. I mean, thank God the Royals, that the A's started making history early in the year. The Royals are now 41 games under 500. It's not August.
No.
That's unbelievable.
Can I call my shot now saying that Ohtani will be a Mariner next season? What would the betting odds be on that from Chris?
I think they're in the first 6 teams listed. I briefly heard a discussion by Doug on this. I think the Mariners are somewhere in that group of 5, group of 6.
It is because it's a large Asian community, and that's one of the things that he's looking for.
Well, here's the other thing. The Dodgers are the team that wants him in free agency the most, but Artie Moreno's not approving a deal for him to go from Anaheim to L.A. What, are you kidding me?
No.
That's never happened.
No way.
Someone says, why not $725 million? It's not my money. Go ahead and get him.
No, guys, I was only making the point that while part of it sounds like radio hyperbole, I'm being serious that if you were an owner of one of the non-premium franchises and you wanted this pathway to owning your city, to lighting the revenue machine on fire, I don't see how revenues in baseball continue to go, and there's no salary cap.
No.
So many of these teams are so far below a tax threshold.
And that's just it. Because people see $750 million. No. Break it up over 10 years and know that even if you signed him for $70 million a year, you still would have enough money to go out and get a few more bats to the lineup, and you still wouldn't be at the median for playoff teams because that's like $150, $160 million. You're about $110 million under that right now.
And I'm looking at it from a business standpoint. Let's say you paid him $60 million a year. You don't think every year you pay him $60, you're not making $100? From a global icon wearing your uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Spend $60 to make $40 on top of getting your money back.
It's a no-lose situation. And that's why I say even Chris has to see.
Oh, you got to stop.
You know what? Throw your hat in the ring because, Mike, this is one time. This almost ranks up there to make it full circles for today. It's like Ohio State almost beating Georgia. Well, you competed, Chris. That means you were trying to be serious. Fans would eat that up. Tell me they wouldn't.
Let's go to Frank. Frank, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, Mike, I think you're on point with the $70 million a year. I can see that. I told your screener that this is kind of similar to October 13th, 1989. When Herschel Walker got dealt, and there was 18 other people that moved around the globe because of one guy.
Mm.
And it's kind of similar to that if it's a trade. But I think the free agency route is definitely the way that he's going to be taken, and somebody's going to pay a lot of money, but they're going to make a lot of money, and he's going to change their franchise, the value of it, majorly.
Yeah, and that's Frank, if the Tigers are worth 1.5, you're telling me if you add an Ohtani, you're not 2.5?
Oh, I think you are. And if Chris can't see that, then he needs to hire somebody that can.
I even brought up Baltimore. I brought up Cincinnati, teams that are good, but are not, they're kind of off-brand. Frank, I'll be honest with you. The Orioles should try. They have the farm system. They have the team, and they're in the AL East, which is brutal. You at least throw your hat in the ring.
I agree. I'll say one last thing. 1984 Tigers at 35-5, that was a hell of a ball club. You tell me one guy on there that was Ohtani.
No.
There wasn't.
No.
So, but that's really interesting with him because he can do it all, right? The guy is just incredible, and he's really changed the way people look at baseball players.
Oh, yeah, and he's one of the only players in the league that, to me, is must-see TV.
Yeah. And every night you're going to get a sellout whether he's pitching or whether he's batting.
I don't get why your team doesn't do it. I really don't. You're already awesome. Why not just go over the top and just get him on a rental and go win this damn thing?
Because you would have to give up 7 players.
Who cares?
Oh,
hang the banner.
Yeah.
I'm just making a point to you.
You're at the parade.
No. Here's the thing. They're on pace to do that now, so why upset the apple cart?
I know the team that should do it. There's 2 teams I believe in my heart that have more ability to do it and are in a position to do it. The problem is they're in the division my team plays in.
Oh, Tampa Bay.
Tampa and Baltimore.
Yeah.
I mean, Tampa Bay with Caminero and Curtis Meade and Manzardo and Taj Bradley. I mean, these are guys that aren't even playing for them yet. They have like 4 of the top 15 prospects in the game.
Right.
Go do it. Go win the damn thing and then detonate that stadium.
The old Florida Marlins.
No, Tampa.
No, I'm saying
where
you win it all and then you just blow the
and
whole
then you
thing
hold
up.
a swap shop.
Right.
The 03
We're
Marlins.
for sale. Come and get everything.
Right, yeah. You want the
2
the
for
manager?
1.
You could have him too.
I mean, you're not wrong. Let me go to Paul, 97.1. What's up, Paulie?
Yeah, Mike, you offer him $65 million and free admission to the Motown Museum for life.
How do you say
we can
no?
Get this done.
How do you say no?
I hate
How
both
do you
of you.
say no to
Paul,
that?
I hate you and I hate Mike. Continue.
Well,
But have
thanks a
you
lot,
seen
Rico.
the spirit of Detroit?
Have you seen that one fella run lately? Anyway,
Bijan.
there you go. Hey, listen, guys. I originally called about the running back situation that you brought up, and in my opinion, the decade of the running back, at least for me, the last decade, and there have been some great ones in NFL history, but I think it was the 90s when the position was of a lot of value. You had a lot of great ones. Emmett and Barry come to mind especially, but ever since then, it seems like, it's steadily dropped off. And you look at the Lions last year, Kenny and I were talking about this before he accidentally hung up on me.
That was
and
me.
I had to call back.
That was me.
Oh,
my bad.
Forgiven, obviously, Mike. Anyway, but you look at Jamal Williams last year.
Yep.
Broke Barry's record. Wanted more money? Well, good luck, and we're going to get another one look just like you, younger and cheaper, which is exactly what they did. So the running back by committee seems to be what Holmes and Campbell want to do. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm saying, well, it worked last year.
Yep.
Let's do it again and again
I agree.
and again.
No, and Paul, that's the point, is the teams that don't have a running back committee wish they did. Yeah. They wish they could get out of some of these deals. So, look, and again, Paul called in on that running back topic. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. Like, these NFL running backs are in a group chat. Look out. They want to revolt. Okay, let me know how that works out for you. You realize you spent a third of your life sleeping. Stuck in traffic is a good guess, too. Well, now that you know you sleep so much, why aren't you getting better rest? The brand new iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Ohio State is yet to show an ability to respond.
They're broken.
Right, mentally, toughness quotient. So why would I say that? I say it because it's SEC Media Day, and I say it because Paul Feinbaum, to me, said one of the most disrespectful things you could say. Now, again, you could tell me he's biased, he hates Harbaugh, so blah, blah. You know what? I don't care anymore. I'm tired of ESPN's bias. How about you just call it straight? Am I not biased? I hate your guts. But I can give respect where it's needed. So here's what Feinbaum, he was asked about, can anyone stop a Georgia three-peat? And mind you, a true three-peat has not been done since the 1930s. It's really hard to do.
I guess you're right.
It's really hard to do. Now, I'm not talking when you reach in the bag of cookies and claim stuff 50 years later, or it was, stop. Just cut it out. So he was asked, and he goes, there's a couple of teams that have a chance at possibly beating Georgia. Outside the SEC, I like Ohio State. You know who he didn't say? Michigan. Now, let me ask you a question. What does Ohio State have to do that Michigan doesn't? It's called replace a quarterback. It's called replace a top 3 pick in the NFL draft with a guy who has never played, Kyle McCord. We don't know if he's any good. You know what Michigan doesn't have to do? Replace quarterback. Why is anyone, Paul Feinbaum or otherwise, invoking the Big Ten and this idea of who can beat Georgia? If you are, forget about if you want to say, hey, I was impressed at what Ohio State did in the playoff. If Harrison doesn't get hurt, okay. But you are not allowed to bring up Ohio State if you're not bringing up Michigan. Because the last I checked, Michigan has blown them off the field the last 2 years. Once at your place, once at theirs. And where's this year's game, Rico?
Ann Arbor.
With a new quarterback on the road. And I got to listen to Feinbaum.
It could be right here in the Odyssey parking lot.
Right. We could play on Kaz-Tech's 92.5-yard field. The point I'm making to you is it is disrespect. Now, leave it to a Spartan to use the disrespect card, right? But I'm being serious about this. Right here, right now, as we go across college football. Excuse me, I apologize. Georgia's replacing a quarterback. Bama's replacing a quarterback. Ohio State is replacing a quarterback. There are 2 teams I care about that aren't. USC is one problem. The Pac-12 bleeps down their leg every November. And Michigan. How are you having a good faith conversation about who could stop Georgia's three-peat without bringing up Michigan? Now, people, don't adjust your dial. I'm shooting you right down Main Street here. Feinbaum, to me, that's out of order.
It is, but it's on brand. We're talking Paul Feinbaum. Who does he not like?
James Harbaugh.
Yeah. So what better way to stick it to Harbaugh and Michigan fans? The ultimate sign of disrespect, I'm not going to say your name.
Come on.
I'm not. You're an afterthought. You are Ohio State, but you're right. Ohio State, plethora of receivers, running backs. Now, here's the other thing Ohio State doesn't have. Ohio State used to have lights out defense. They would put a defensive lineman top 5, top 10 every NFL draft.
The silver bullets.
Man, Chase Young graduated a long time ago.
Right. The Bosa's. Not there anymore.
So now when you look at this team, they can't stop the run. Hey, what can Michigan do? Well,
pound the rock.
They can run the ball. Harbaugh, we got on this show and blasted him because he was running the ball 60, 70 times in a game. We're like, are you ever going to throw it? Why? You can't stop the run. Thought it was a big mistake. He's done that strategy to the playoffs twice. We're just going to jam it down your throat. You can't say anything about it.
Now, the benefit of this show, which sometimes can be a curse, is we have a real, live, breathing, with a full set of teeth, Georgia fan. And Kenny, I know.
Flag, you actually do have all your teeth.
You do. Great dental care. The point is, Kenny, you can call it a pillow fight because no one is saying it's going to happen. We're saying if you had to make a short list of teams that could make it happen, how the hell is Ohio State on that list and not U of M?
I don't know how at least both of the teams aren't on the list. If you want to put Ohio State on there,
Right.
we saw how they almost handled Georgia, and you could make an argument, well, it could have happened, and it could have. But if both teams aren't on that list, I think that's a little bit disrespectful to Michigan.
But see, isn't that something that we only see in college football media? The ridiculous agendas and the narrative and the rest. I don't like Michigan last I checked. I'm able to come on the air and just tell you how I feel.
This is like the SEC's blue wall is what this is.
It is. But it sells interesting because no other sport, pro football, pro basketball, baseball, college sports, especially college football, it brings out the fan in everybody. You love your team, whether they're good or bad. If a baseball team is bad, you'll write them off for the year. But if your college football team is bad, you're going to stick in there with them regardless. There we go.
You had to know that was coming, Rico. Come on, dude.
Kenny, as the words left.
You were trying to get him back.
Right. I'm grabbing them like, no. Why did you just set that up? That was just.
Usually he has to work for that transition.
Right.
But no, not that time.
Right.
Nice and easy.
I thought maybe it would be a Javi Baez swing and he would just miss it, but
No.
He turned it around like Otani.
So let's bring this up. 248-539-9797. Guys, we're under 40 days to college football. Michigan's damn near a 40-point favorite in their first game. You don't have a hard schedule. And I'm not saying it's for sure. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I'm just saying if we're having a conversation about the teams that could unseat Georgia and derail a historical three-peat, I think you're on it. The fact that Feinbaum with a straight face went up there and said Ohio State and not you, I'm bewildered by it. Because you know what we've never seen? Kyle McCord throw a single pass of relevance. And that is something that's kind of a big deal.
It's the fact that I guess he's looking at the Ohio, like Marvin Harrison Jr., the Ohio State wide receivers. You probably got 4 wide receivers going to the league.
So the thought process is what? That Ohio State loses to Michigan again, but still makes the playoff again, and then would somehow beat Georgia and then be in a winner-take-all on a fast track against Michigan and what?
Well, Mike,
not give up 5 zillion yards rushing?
Well, Mike, you actually hit upon my second point. I think a lot of this is recency bias. What did Ohio State almost do until Marvin Harrison Jr. got injured?
Beat Georgia.
Right. And Georgia won the national title. So you saw Ohio State toe-for-toe battle Georgia, and if it wasn't for Kirby Smart sniffing out a play fake on a punt, Ohio State wins that game because they would have lined up, got the first down, game over. You saw Michigan in the playoff going up against TCU. I thought you were going to go not going good. And then what did TCU do when they played Georgia? Georgia players eating chicken wings. So I do think for Paul and a lot of people, you can't give Michigan the respect because you lost to TCU. And TCU never should have been in a championship game. You were given a pass. That was set up for Michigan, Georgia, too.
If you will.
And you blew it.
You can try every beer they have on tap. And the lineup is growing. And every time you go to the store, you'll see Old Nation kind of taking over the cooler. Now, look, we all know it started with the M43. It's the beer that put them on the map. It's the #1 selling craft 4-pack in America. And it's on tap damn near everywhere you'd go to watch a game. But there's so much more to the brand. And obviously, it's summer, so you focus on the Shandy limited run, small batch. Their summer Shandy is absolutely fantastic. Now, I know plenty of other companies do Shandy. Not like this. We've talked about it. It's fabulous. Get some before it runs out. Go to wherever you buy your beer, ask for Old Nation by name, or go to oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. You know, Kenny, nothing seems to change. Every day we come back for crosstalk, and all I hear through bulletproof glass and a bank vault door is Rico screaming at Wojo. Like, it never changes. And then you wonder why I'm not out there when it's going on.
Well, you can just hear it in here. You don't need to go out there.
I mean, it's just Rico browbeating Wojo. What is it? What is going on that every day before crosstalk, through this glass and that door, I hear you just going Philip Banks like he's lecturing Will Smith in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, except Will Smith would be Wojo in this instance.
No, we were actually just talking about a show, that's all, and why kids shouldn't be on planes. So we were agreeing.
It's an aggressive take.
Right.
All right.
No, well, if you saw the show Hijack, you would understand.
I'm busy watching currently the best show on television, Quarterback.
Well, you know, and I said I know. I'll watch it, but
I want you to give an honest review because I think it's fabulous.
But Wojo and I have kind of started watching that together, so this is normally our time to just kind of talk about the show.
This is what you hear behind the glass. Bass, bass, bass. Hey! Bass, bass, bass. Hey!
Kind of, yeah. David, ticket text, and then is Rieger here, or is it just Wojo?
No, it's just Wojo.
All right.
Just Wojo. Let me read you a couple texts, and then let me give you the Baez update. Someone says regarding Ohtani, people need to understand that at some point in his career, he will give up either hitting or pitching.
Also, at some point in my life, I'll get old and die. Like, what are we talking about?
Because everybody's so afraid of the future. What if he gets hurt? What about 6 years from now? What if he turns into Miggy? Or the reason why the Tigers did that is because Miggy was in his prime. They went for it, went to a couple of World Series, and in their mind, it paid off the risk. Yes, you're going to be stuck with a bad contract at the end. Congratulations. That's sports. Don't worry about what happens in year 9 and 10 when in year 1 through 4, you're competing for a title.
And as Wojo is putting his headphones on,
yeah.
Javi Baez is batting 6.
Oh, he's
tonight.
due. He's due tonight. No, he's due.
Yeah, what's Baez to hit a home run?
Oh, God, what is he?
Hold on.
It's very disappointing. It's
Let me
disappointing
put it in the computer.
Because to me, you already did the one-game benching. It didn't work. I wouldn't have played him until Friday. I would have just put him in exile for a week and gone, here's the deal. This is the last stop.
And it sounded like it was a mutual sort of decision. He says, I'm kind of needing, bro. Okay, sit down.
Uh-huh.
But you know why people cut him slack? Me and Rieger were talking about
Because this town is soft?
Well, no, not just that. Is because of the way he's handling it. Even yesterday. No, he said,
he didn't pout.
No, I admit it. I've got to do better.
I heard these guys on the radio talk about me, and they're correct.
The boys are playing good, and I'm not doing my job. I know that sounds, but that's why people will always cut slack if you own up to it.
Well, if you want to know what the Javi Baez I Hate Mike spite home run is for tonight.
Plus 500.
Plus 600.
What is it for 2 home runs?
Plus 1 million.
You know what?
Wojo, you're tempting. Wow.
What is it? It's got to be plus 5,000.
Hold on.
Come on. I mean, the guy's got 6 on the year.
No.
Plus 5,000? What do you got?
Plus 6,000.
David, you want to jump in this? Kenny?
Yeah, I'm going plus 8,000.
Kenny?
Plus 6,000.
David's closest.
Oh.
Plus 12,000.
Oh, for 2 Baez home runs. I swear to God, Saturday when the game was starting, I just had an inkling that Kerry Carpenter was going to hit a home run. And once the game starts, you can't do it, can you? Why can't you do a live one if he hasn't hit a home run? I almost did it right before, but I couldn't do it, and he hit 2 of them.
Well,
so
plus 12,000?
$10 to get you 1,200.
If he hits 1, you know he's going to hit 2. I don't know why you know that.
You willing to make that bet?
How do you know that?
I don't know. I mean,
you do have to hit 1.
He's
Here's
off
my
the
question.
schneid.
I wonder what the odds are on a night in, night out basis, because if that's the case,
keep betting it.
You could just he would have to essentially not have a 2 home run game the rest of the year for you to lose money.
Do it on Kerry Carpenter.
He's played really well.
I know. I wish I had done it then. So the minute the game starts, you can't do
all the prop bets. Yeah, all the prop bets. And same in football. You want to bet anytime touchdowns, you got to do it before the game starts.
Nobody told me. By the way, I will admit this. I was listening earlier. I don't normally say this. You broke me. You broke me. You wore me down.
Oh, to what?
I'll watch your stupid quarterback show, okay? All right. Stop yelling at everybody. I'll watch it.
I just think it's a really good piece.
You got to watch this. It's unbelievable.
It's really good.
All right.
I love Mahomes, and I hate Cousins.
See, I'm more so interested in Mariota. Ooh. Why was I so wrong on this guy? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be great.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Remember coming out, it was him and Jameis Winston. And people
I was a Mariota
kind of
guy.
split. I was a Mariota guy, too. I thought Winston was just too much of a knucklehead, and kind of is. Yeah.
Kind of?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But still has an adequate career, I guess.
But he eats the W's.
I have another answer. Just so I gave you that answer. Here's another answer. Here is why, and you haven't mentioned it yet, and it's a nefarious little reason why running backs don't get paid anymore and why they're disrespected. You know what they need to do on their little group chat where they're looking in, hey, Derek, what do you need? Having a canned food drive? This is who they need to blame. Running backs should blame the quarterbacks. They've taken over the running game. Justin Fields, Patrick Mahomes. There's so many running. And look at about when it started. The running quarterbacks more and more. And that's when running backs got devalued.
It's fair.
Yeah.
There's that. And we've just made a decision the league has made a decision. Quarterbacks are going to take up damn near, 20% of the salary cap.
Yeah.
So it's a passing league. Running backs are an infinitely replaceable position.
They are, but if you want to protect the run, because I love running backs. I've been a running back snob, and it kills me that they're being devalued. But they protected quarterbacks when they were at their most vulnerable, changing all the rules. Is there a rule that they could change to protect the running backs injury-wise? They did do something about... actually, they took it away. They said the running backs can't, lower their head.
Stop making defenders so scary. I mean, we're
That
just
too.
at a point.
I guess the closest is, but there's really a quarterback rule saying you can't go for the knees.
Yeah.
But that's really for quarterbacks, but it's
With
still
running back,
applicable.
Bob, we've just reached a point. The players are too big, they're too strong.
And running backs
but
are
fast.
running backs are treated like rental cars.
I know, but they do get the toughest yards.
Yeah,
They
well,
do.
and then what happens at the end of that? A 300-pound man power bombs them into Middle Earth.
And that's why you should say, you know what? It's my 15th carry. Tweak something.
Okay, how
I'm
about this
done.
new rule? If a running back jukes you, you have to stay juked. You can't get back in the play.
All right,
This is a video game?
Right,
okay.
Once a defender hits the ground,
And Wojo.
he can't get back up.
Up next with
There.
his NFL blitz rules.
Yeah.
Okay. 97.1.
All right, guys. I started this Awaken 180 weight loss